Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger Qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger bracket stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one!
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come.
strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall move. Gaze upon me. Become me.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger Qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger bracket stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption. Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation.
enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me.
right, a very good afternoon.
Morning to perhaps some of the gamers out there.
Probably, or maybe
It's
if
always
you're watching
morning.
from Indonesia, good morning to you.
Well, I mean, it's always morning somewhere else in the world.
The first. Never mind. I realized that I ate my lunch already, so can't. You know how they say that the first meal of the day, no matter what, is always the breakfast, even if it's eaten at
6
1
p.m.
p.m. 6 p.m. Sure, that's your breakfast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sometimes, when I'm on my off days, I wake up at 6 p.m. Yeah.
Anyways, welcome to MPL SG Season 10. My name is Abstract.
Continue that conversation with me.
is Jays. We have got pretty good games that is pretty much lined up for you guys today. So we'll talk to you and tell you guys about what the game is gonna be. But today is the week 2, day number 2 of MPL SG Season 10. But before we move on with the show, I'd like to give a moment of time to really give a huge shout out over to our sponsors and partner. Whereas MPL SG Season 10 is of course powered by Moonton and Pulse Nova Entertainment, with our presenting partner IT, as you can see down in the bottom lane. At the bottom, I mean, it is a lane. Down at the bottom, we do have a QR code that is flashed right there. Just go on over and scan with your IT app. Do note that right now, IT does have a total of 2 new collab drinks with Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We have the 1-1 as well as the Kadita. If you buy any one of these collab drinks, you will receive a scratch card, and this scratch card might be able to give you an opportunity and the ticket to go over to Jakarta to support the Singapore champions playing in the international stage. In the meantime, we also do have DX Racer, our official chair partner. Yep, as you can see right here, we do have DX Racer. Of course, we have been very snugly on this nice little chair. And let's not forget our partners in Esports, Future Living, as well as Singapore Esports Association.
And now also don't forget that DX Racer is also having some sort of a giveaway, so you want to go and follow them on Instagram as well. But of course, thank you so much for all these partners for making sure that we are celebrating our season number 10. And my goodness me, Abstract, we've been here since double digit.
Since
season 1. Wow.
Yeah.
It has been a long time, and you guys can also be part of something new as well. All you have to do is to join the latest of esports as well. It is going to be MCGG. You want to join the Rising Star, and perhaps you will be one of the first players in the first season or something like that in the international competition. I was about to say conference.
I mean, as much as I want to say, if you
just my full-time job coming slipping in my head.
Now, of course, when it comes down to MPL SG, we have already covered quite a bit of games, and we are more than halfway through. So a lot of these teams have already played quite a bit of games.
That's right.
And it's not only just the seeded games, the 6 teams playing against one another. In fact, we do have something a little bit more interesting that is actually happening concurrently today. So let me tell you guys a little bit more about the entirety of the regular seasons, at which the Challenger Qualifiers 1 is already done. We are right now looking at the seeded stage where all 6 MPL invited teams were to be fighting one another, and the top 4 would then advance over the playoff. 5th and 6th of the regular seasons will then be relegated to the Challenger brackets. What exactly is the Challenger brackets? Well, exactly when I said about the Challenger Qualifiers 1, which is already over, today we do have another one of the Challenger Qualifiers. By the end of these 2 Challenger Qualifiers, we have a total of 4 teams that will then come together with that 2 other teams that has been relegated in the regular season seeded stage. All these 6 teams will then fight in the Challenger bracket stage. This serves as a last chance qualifiers for the MPL SG invited teams, where they gotta have to duke it out all over again for just one day. So don't worry, one day, all of which are very fast games, BO3 double elimination, and of that, the top 2 teams will then advance to playoff. That will net us with a total of 6 teams that will be fighting in the playoffs altogether.
Yeah, you mentioned about last chance qualifier for the MPL Singapore teams. Well, technically speaking, it is the opportunity for the Challenger teams to basically be part of the seeded teams for the next season as well. In fact, in the current MPL Singapore seeded teams for this particular season, 2 of these teams are actually from the Challenger Qualifiers, namely Ignite Gaming and also Absolute Zero. So it is an opportunity for the community teams to basically showcase their talent and will find hidden gems in Singapore to be able to be part of the MPL Singapore family.
Now, at the end of week 2, day 1, which was yesterday, this is the overall standings to give you guys a quick idea how it's gonna be like right now and how it would be like later on into the day once all the games are done. Standing at the top of the leaderboard, we have Team Evil with a total of 8 points and never losing a single match, and only 1 game that they have conceded. So that's a total of 8 points. Flash currently comes in second with a total of 6 points. Kingdom Esports with 5 and Ignite Gaming at 4. All these 4 teams currently stands a chance to move on to the playoffs without it needing to go over to the last chance qualifiers. Well, not last chance stage, right? Which is the Challengers Qualifiers. Challenger stage, sorry. Now, Absolute Zero and RSG Singapore right now face relegation if they do not pick up their pants, and if they do not try to win, or not try to win, if they do not pick up a win against today's team games or tomorrow next week's team's games, then they will go down.
Well, unfortunately for Absolute Zero and RSG today, they are facing up against Team Flash and also Team Evil respectively, so it is going to be quite a bit of a climb for them. But of course, you know, Ignite Gaming as well, they're not out of the woods as of yet. Kingdom Esports, you could say the same, it's just 1 point difference, and you don't really want to give it up to chance, right? It's not exactly ideal, especially when, you know, tournament life is at stake. But here's to the schedule, Abstract.
Right as you were mentioning, it does seem like RSG will be fighting against Evil at the last game of the day.
Yep.
Well, in the meantime, the second game of the day is going to be AZ versus Team Flash. That will be happening at 4 PM. I don't know why I'm going from backwards, but we also have Ignite that fights against Kingdom Esports 2 PM, which is right in 8 minutes while the lobby is setting up.
Yep. Right now, I think. Of course, Ignite Gaming and Kingdom Esports is the one to watch, because I feel like both these 2 teams, they do have potential, but they have yet to show it all to us, right? Because Kingdom Esports, you've seen a lot of veterans in the scene as well. Ignite Gaming, on the other hand, they are comprised of community players that have really strong potential in the community showcases, and now they finally graced the MPL Singapore stage. We are expecting a lot more out of them.
A lot more. Now, let's bring the narrative over to the first game of today, or rather first match of today. We gotta have to talk a little bit more about Ignite Gaming as they ignite their way. How bright can they burn indeed? Because these rookies, I would say, some of them being rookies, they are pretty darn strong, right? On paper, it kind of seems as though, yeah, you know, they seem kind of new. But to be fairly honest, it does seem like as though they really know what they are doing, and does definitely seem as though that they can pack a lot of punch. Understandably, we have one of the notable rookies from last season being Rapidut. He showed promise when he was in Absolute Zero, and now cementing his way inside of Ignite Gaming. We look forward to his plays a lot, and we really want to know how exactly is he going to help his team move on forward and be that roamer that everyone is scared of.
Yeah, I think if you want to compare Ignite Gaming as we go into the lineup, right, like, they've really shown a bit of showing in terms of what they can do. You know, Utah has been performing quite solidly, but sometimes you just see that he's basically struggling to basically carry the team forward, right? And also, a few things that to also take note is that CG has been a massive farmer when it comes to the gold lane. He likes to play all the way to ultra late game. I feel like the winning condition for the side of Ignite Gaming is to really just use Utah to buy as much time as possible. Put Zac on perhaps the tank jungle, which, you know, if you notice facing backwards, LY4, please show your face. I know, please show your handsome face. Another veteran in the MPL Singapore scene. yeah, I think they just need to buy time for Seiji to come online. Blade is solid on the Kimi as per week 1, but we have yet to see that in week number 2.
Yep. So far, when it comes down to Ignite Gaming, they will be fighting against Kingdom Esports, as we were talking about, with Drinsanity, Yon, FMM, Grant, and Lolzy. Understandably, this is yet another team that has got a crazy lineup on paper, with Yon, FMM, and Lolzy leading the charge. It always sounds very scary, especially since these 3 veterans is literally, I would say, playing the roles where it's most important to shape the game, right? The roaming trio, being the jungler, the mid laner, as well as the roamer. But unfortunately, Kingdom Esports don't seem to be looking too strong in the leaderboards at this point in time. Yep. It seems like they are having a little bit of I would say, difficulty to really hold themselves well at the top half of the leaderboard. We really thought that they might be able to, you know, hit themselves top 3 pretty darn easily, but something is not right.
I'm sorry, I'm just distracted by yawning right there.
The name checks out.
Yeah, the name checks out, definitely. I think there's a lot of hope for this team, right? You know, you got the likes of FMM, likes of Lolzy, even Sammy's on board as well. Icy Frost, another community coach that you've seen on the scene. Yeah, we now get to see a better angle of LI4. And the fact is, right, you expect a lot more things coming out from Kingdom Esports. I mean, right now they're going up as Ignite Gaming, another rising star in terms of the MPL scene, in my opinion. The fact that they also brought back Seiji from the Philippines as well, and also, you know, poaching Rapidute from Absolute Zero. I think Ignite Gaming is really going big or going home with this kind of roster. But once again, both these 2 teams, they have yet to impress us. And I feel like this is the very match that they will prove us wrong.
Now, the random map draw has concluded, and we have Flying Clouds that will join in, or rather, the players will be joining in to this map. So, Flying Clouds, as per normal, we know that there is a lot of comeback potential, being able to, you know, spawn and immediately drop yourself right into the middle of a team fight if the opponent is really aggressing into your jungle. A lot of these kind of things can happen, and cycling becomes a lot more difficult when you are on the winning hand.
Yep, seems like the draft has already gone underway. Kingdom Esports on first pick. Farsa and Alice being banned away by the coach LY4. It is also Icy Frost is also gracing the stage for the side of Kingdom. Oh, hold on. I think the coach is a little bit switched off. It is actually Coach LY4 for the side of Ignite Gaming, Coach Icy Frost, and also Sammy for the side of Kingdom Esports. And yeah, right, just take a look at the bans coming out from the side of Ignite Gaming. They are not dealing with the CC. They're not dealing with the bugs, yeah. They're hinting that they're going to go for slightly more tankier and also regenerative heroes. For example, like the Fredrins. For example, like perhaps even your Angela may appear as well.
Yep. Understandably, I would say that based on yesterday's games, I would want to see Yon back into these assassin junglers once again, right? Yishun, definitely we have seen a resurgence of Yishun through the past few weeks. He's definitely strong and enables the team to play a lot more early into the game by omitting a proper marksman in the gold lane. But perhaps a little bit of, you know, traditional way of playing might actually work a little bit better for Kingdom Esports. Which in this case, it doesn't seem like they are going to be snap-picking onto the Yishun. I would say good start, probably, because...
Well, personally, I'm not a big fan of this first pick, check, right?
Okay.
Because Ignite Gaming, that's the reason why Kingdom Esports banned away the Alice, because Alice has always been one of the biggest counters against what Chip wants to do, but there's also other ways to deal with what the Chip wants to do in the ultimate, right? You draft a Minotaur, you draft a Lord E, or even go with like real world manipulation, like Eve as well, to basically counteract against when everybody comes up from the shortcut.
Yeah, I think since yesterday's games, after looking at how Evil played against the Alice, they leaked the Alice twice with no problems dealing with it again.
That's right.
Wouldn't be too surprised if we'll start to see teams that just leaks Alice and just, hey, you know what, let's just try it out. Let's see whether Evil is right on the money.
I think Kingdom Esports not taking that gamble though. They're not as foolhardy like Team Evil. They don't really have the points to basically wiggle around, right? Don't forget, these 2 teams are literally battling against each other, right? Kingdom Esports is currently at 3rd position. Ignite Gaming is at 4th position. The points is just 1 point away they're gonna use each other as a stepping stone to be able to confirm and hopefully go into the playoffs without going through the scenic route.
Now, understandably, I would say that, okay, so last we checked, it does seem like there's something wrong with the lobby. So I'm not exactly sure if whether the draft is going to move forward, if whether Kingdom Esports will still stick to that chip first pick. But we'll get back to you guys real quickly if whether that is actually going to be the case.
Yep, I think if you want to compare these two teams right off the bat, between Kingdom Esports and Ignite Gaming, right? Both of these two teams actually play an equal amount of games, but in terms of comparisons, in terms of the game stats, for example, the game win rates, be it like the average KD, average total, lords, and also turrets, it's all leaning towards the side Kingdom Esports. It feels like Kingdom Esports definitely has a better grasp in terms of how the game is, evidently based on the game win rate. However, the points are just like 1 point difference, right? I think in terms of both these two teams, in fact, Lords being secured by the side Kingdom Esports a lot more as compared to Ignite Gaming. And this shows that, you know, Ignite Gaming, when it comes to the later parts of the game, they don't really have a very smart way of basically navigating around the late parts of the game. Whereas for the side of Turtles, it is still also leaning towards the favor of Kingdom Esports. Seems like, you know, Kingdom Esports definitely has a better chance of winning based on the stats and based on the games that they've played before.
Okay, news is in. We will be restarting the lobby, so we will get back into the lobby real quickly. However, nothing is gonna be changed when it comes down to the drafting. So it will be the same, where Lolzy picks up that chip for the team, and I would like to believe that the bands are all gonna be the same. While we are on the topic about IG, right? Ignite Gaming so far, it looks like the overall stats is weighing heavily in favor for Kingdom Esports, right? While the only thing that we gotta have to remember, one thing is, Ignite Gaming have only took a win against RSG SG. So that is a total of 2 games won in a row. RSG didn't hold a candle against them. However, let's also remember that Ignite Gaming managed to take 1 game off of Flash. So I think that they are still a team that will be able to show quite a bit of promise. While on the other hand, Kingdom Esports, they won against AZ in a 2-0 sweep. RSG, they won in 2-1 fashion. So if we are trying to use RSGSG as kind of a control, technically speaking, IG did better than Kingdom Esports in dominating or winning against RSG. So coming into the game today, you can cross-refer in some sense that IG might have a better edge against Kingdom Esports just because of matchup, but not necessarily in terms of stats.
Yeah, but that's also the different RSG, right? Sorry, it's not a different RSG. I think RSG in week 2 have shown some growth, and especially Hoki, right? Hoki on that Franco, it's just caused a lot of havoc against Kingdom Esports yesterday, and you know, it goes to show. And I think, of course, we shouldn't count RSG out as of yet. I feel like they still need a lot more time in training and basically work out the chemistry and also what they have to do in terms of the basics in MPL. And I kind of have to agree with you to a certain extent where, yeah, Kingdom Esports, I think that game yesterday was a little bit off. I feel like they're trying to do too many things at once, and the whole fight was kind of split out. The damage dealers, I remember we were talking about this yesterday, whereas FMM and also Grant, I think they're not able to output enough damage, and Drin Insanity and also Lozy is super far ahead, whereas Yon is unable to find any form of entrance. And I feel like I want to blame that Yishun because it's so hard for the Yishun to basically enter, especially when fights get super messy.
Okay, so Yishun might actually be more. Is truly a double-edged sword.
It is.
In your opinion. When KE does pick that up. So we'll see if that's going to change anything, because one thing's for sure is KE first pick under the chip, so they are not going to be having that Yishun for themselves. IG then will have the opportunity to get
there are no shortcuts in life.
but if whether Zach will play that is the absolute question.
Yep, based on Zach, what he's played before, he's played the Fredrin, he's played the Guinevere, he's played the Lancelot, and also Fanny. In fact, he played 2 rounds of Fanny and 1 round of Lancelot. Both these two heroes, he said he wasn't able to find any form of success. In fact, he's played Guinevere to 100% win rate. I mean, it's a very small sample size, right? He's only played it twice, and it seems like he's gonna go and lock that in for himself.
I find it relatively interesting for them to prioritize Guinevere that early for an R1, R2 pick. Sounds like they are locking themselves into a very specific strategy that we will probably only find out later on. Maybe we're looking at some synergistic combo, but normally we will always see a Guinevere being paired with a Kalia. However, the Kalia has already been banned out. So they need some more forms of, I would say, catch, right? Because if we're looking at Kalia, Kalia will need to catch. So IG needs to supplement for that.
Phobius being selected by the side of Kingdom Esports. Phobius is really struggling in this particular patch due to the roam gold changes. It really forces the Phobius to really have to work doubly hard to basically pick up the necessary items. But Phobius is actually a very good counter towards, the 1-1 that's potentially being picked up by the side of Seiji right here. Well, definitely it's going to be picked up by Seiji right here. And if you take a look at Phobius in terms of the win rate, it's only 20%, and it's already picked 5 times. So it's not exactly very ideal, which means that it's out of 5 times they only win once.
That's kind of pathetic.
It's very the results doesn't look really good.
Now, in the meantime, it does seem like Yves has also been picked from the side of IG. So that also means that it does seem as though they really want to play
within the box.
Yeah, within the box, and they do have some pretty good aerial denial. So it is definitely a counter pick against that chip, right? You drop a shortcut and the Yves can immediately box everyone in and create some havoc, right? The moment they come out, oh crap, I am in burning lands, my movement speed is slowed, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think right now it just means that Lozi needs to try to catch the Yves as quickly as possible, so that if he gets caught, if the Yves gets caught, it's great because it's going to be awkward for her to really open up the real world manipulation, because it's a box. It's not like a far cell where it's a circle around you. This is a box that you need to aim to a certain direction, but then because if the chip decides to crash onto you, you are the center of attention. And for the side Ignite Gaming, I kind of looking back at this 1-1 pick, and I was like, yeah, this is a not bad 1-1 pick, because Chip is definitely going to have a little bit of trouble, especially catching on to the 1-1. 1-1 could just purify herself with the second skill and then move on and try to play something else.
Now, understandably, as we slowly move on to the next phase of the bans, we already have the Akai and Irithel that have dropped in. Franco has also been taken away from the side of KE, not giving the opportunity for Rapidud for that Franco. In fact, I really like the ban on Franco. It fulfills the condition of needing that pick of potential, since that Kalia has already been taken away. But it does seem as though there is a pattern here from the side of KE, is to eliminate heroes that have burst potential as well as pick of potential.
Yeah, definitely, right? And also another thing that Kingdom Esports was struggling against the Franco yesterday against RSG SG. So I think it's just, covering what they're weak at as of now. But we have yet to see the pick coming up from the side of Grant, from the side of be it a Yon as well, right? I don't know why I'm still hoping and wishing for a Bane, because this is a very good Bane pick, right? You need something to burst to follow up with a chip. And especially when Chip brings you the shortcut all the way close to somebody, you could just deadly catch somebody right in the face and basically push that Yves away. Terizla will be selected by Yuta from the side of Ignite Gaming.
I find that Terizla to be pretty interesting.
It keeps everybody inside the box.
It does, yeah. So it does work within their condition. It's definitely not a XP laner that we see all the time. That means that one thing's for sure is that IG don't have someone that can play according to the current meta, such as going in, poking, and absorbing damage. Generally, Terizla is really good at tanking, so he can immediately pop in and initiate. So it does seem as though they want to use a Terizla as the initiator, which also leaves Actually, now that you think about it, it also leaves a bit of room for us to really play an
That's not selected by Yon. He's definitely going to be very happy about that one. Grandeur will be the preference for the side of Grand. You got a decent amount of damage coming out from the Grandeur because of the burst from the Rhapsody. There's also the Kimi, so these two really pair very well together. The Phobius will be the meat shield for the side of Kingdom Esports, and there's a load of damage packed inside Kingdom Esports side of the roster. I feel like right now, Ignite Gaming, since they're banned away the CC, I'm thinking about a high loss as well so that they can quickly go run down the Glorious Pathway to reinforce whoever that gets caught, the law and order to make sure that if somebody gets caught inside the real world manipulation, they get stuck right there.
Sand rises when I get
Or Khalid could also work as well.
Okay, so they are locking doubly down onto ways to initiate, right?
Yep.
So Khalid being the roamer as well as the Terizla in the XP lane, this generally just means that, okay, we've got two ways of initiation, both of which are very similar in style and fashion. They continuously lock down in crowd control and plays for team fight. This is a very team fight oriented draft, but in terms of kill potential, it's more front to back because we are focused more onto that 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1 definitely needs to be the main target for the side of Kingdom Esports. Ignite Gaming needs to get Seiji up and running as quickly as possible. Knowing his pattern is that he doesn't really like to venture out the map until he's confident in fighting. Usually, a 1-1 needs like what? Seeing what Seiji has been building for the past few weeks, he's been building a lot of the Haskell to Windtalker kind of build, so it's gonna take a long time for her to really get up to speed. So I think Ignite Gaming needs to find ways to stall and hold. That's where the Khalid comes into play, that's why the Terizla come into play to basically elongate this fight as long as possible.
With all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, into the Land of Dawn we go for the very first game of the day between Kingdom Esports and Ignite Gaming, with both of the junglers that will be starting in the top half of the map. So that means that they will finish off their jungle rotation down at the bottom. And the bottom lane just so happens to be, I would like to believe, is a gold laner, yes.
Yep. I would say definitely Grant in the early game is going to have a little bit of tougher time to basically aim down 1-1 because 1-1 can just jump around and do, 1-1 things. But the wave clear will be a lot more faster as compared to Grant, so maybe expect Kingdom Esports to rotate all the way down bot or basically play around the bottom side of the map a little bit more. Phobius is going to be a very neutral lane, but hold on a second, load of damage onto Blade. Blade burns the flicker already. Rapidude lands some damage onto FMM. Will not be able to find anything for now, but Ignite Gaming, some chip damage was already done between each other.
Does seem as though Ignite Gaming already have good information about the fact where the opponent jungler is already at. Rapidude just got himself out of the way, and it seem as though we have got a very aggressive play coming in from both of these two teams.
Yeah, two flickers already burned off in the 1 minute and 30 seconds mark for the side of Ignite Gaming. Kingdom Esports must be really satisfied about it because this delays, the Raging Sandstorm flicker combo going towards the turtle side later on, and also not only just that, the repositioning of the real world manipulation for Blade is definitely going to be impaired.
As the river is just going to be flowing towards the northern side. Rapidude hoping to be able to find some opportunity, but none of them are at level 4 just yet. The only initiating factor that we can expect to see is going to be the Terizla. I don't think that Insanity will be able to put too much pressure this early just yet, but still, there's a lot of passive damage that he can put out.
Yeah, doesn't have the Infernal Pursuit as yet, but hold on a second, it's going to be the Yuta going in with the penalty zone right here. Real world manipulation coming up from Blade to kind of zone out. Securing Turtle for the side of Ignite Gaming. No way for Kingdom Esports to step on in. Ignite Gaming picks up the Turtle.
That's a good initial pick coming in from Zach, completely disabling Kingdom Esports' opportunity to get their very first turtle. How much does this impact the early stage of the game for Kingdom Esports? That is the question. Because at this point in time, the way that Kingdom Esports wants to play is more towards the mid stages of the game, right?
Yep.
They don't have someone that is really utterly strong right out the bat. While in the meantime, Rapidude as well as Terizla, they do have very strong base damage right off the bat. So they can play in the early game. They can try to snowball and just put Kingdom Esports at a hard deficit.
Yeah, right now Kingdom Esports definitely down at the hard deficit. I agree. Lozy is struggling at level 3, whereas Rapidude is swimmingly around level 4 already, and he has more engagement. That's also the main reason why Kingdom Esports lost out in that team fight, because of these EXP differences. And now Lozi taking some form of damage right here, does have the shortcut ready, but he's not going to deploy it as of yet.
It's not going to be easy for Kingdom Esports to immediately swing the game into their favor. It will take time.
What is this angle? The fact that this Gamma Buta is a paid actor?
It sounds more like a duck, actually.
You sound like a duck. That was you.
All the time. All these times, the frog sounds were just me. Now you know.
Yeah, I checked back the stream.
You actually did?
Yes, I did.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. That I was literally, you know, after the show yesterday.
The very fact that you might think that is the game means I did well.
You must be a voice actor. Yeah. But I think right now it's just, you know, Kingdom Esports Ignite Gaming especially, it's a little bit of a slow burn coming out from Kingdom Esports. And that's exactly what Ignite Gaming wants to do, right? They need Seiji to be up and running as quickly as possible. And of course, you know, Zach as Zach as the Guinevere is more than happy to basically elongate this fight.
As now the turtle currently stays available for Ignite Gaming to get priority on. We do have got Rapidude that is going all crazy behind.
Shortcut activated, but like what I mentioned, Blake, here comes a real war manipulation to kind of stall out just a little bit more. Yon will be there to secure the turtle for himself as Seiji takes up into the air, tags onto Yon, but not enough damage to secure the deal. Insanity goes down, but the damage from the side of Blade, but Grant will trade for Yuta, and Grant stepping forward looking for more, but Rapidude is surfing on sand on the river, and he's just zooming out of there. Speaking about zooming, Yon styling onto Blade as he goes in for a hard invade onto the purple buff of Ignite Gaming.
Looks like that wouldn't be too big of a problem for Kingdom Esports to be able to yoink that purple buff away from Ignite Gaming's face. Now, understandably looking at that turtle fight, it seems as though that Ignite Gaming is supposed to win in that fight in most situations because of the raw damage that they have that can put out over to Kingdom Esports. But it does seem as though that we cannot immediately take... Oh, wait, hold on, hold.
Yon is starting to rack up a lot of damage, and I really echo with you, Abstract, right? Ignite Gaming is doing everything right. Kingdom Esports slam onto Blade. Blade burn the flicker, real world manipulation in that awkward to basically kind of trap everybody coming out from the shortcut. But it seems like Kingdom Esports unfazed. They're focusing on onto the turtle, and then after that rotate to start killing Ignite Gaming.
I would like to believe that there is still opportunity for Ignite Gaming to continue on with a tad bit of a snowball. But I think that the problem also lies on the fact that, yes, they have very strong early game powers, early game power from the Terizla as well as the Khalid. But I don't think that they are really supporting that fact, right? Because Terizla is, look at him, he's currently all the way back. They do not have a lot of emphasis onto the XP laner to unlock him at all. In fact, they are making sure that the farm actually goes to 1-1.
Traction Pulse catching onto Blade as well, but hold a second. So many damage being poured onto Blade, immediately deleting off. Seiji will be able to jump into the air, tempting the turret just a little bit more. Whoa, for the side of Kingdom Esports, he takes FMM down, and Low Z from the side of Kingdom Esports as well. Ignite Gaming on the other hand, losing 3 members, and Seiji this time around may have jumped a little bit too far to the sun. Icarus getting burned. Grant picking up a double kill already.
I would say that that's hands-on just a very scrappy fight from the side of Ignite. Number one is the fact that they did not really have got Yuda joining into the fight immediately. In fact, I would much prefer to have Yuda to be more of an initiator, but they don't really find a way to unlock him at all. He's just kind of stuck in his lane, and thus there is quite a bit of a gap between their between their initiator, their roamer, and the rest of the team. I think that the priority is placed a little bit wrongly. Shouldn't be focusing so much onto Seiji because Seiji takes time to pop off. It seems like they want to accelerate Seiji's growth, but that is just not quite enough if they want to play in the early game with this draft.
Yeah, definitely. Right. Grant is definitely will outpace Seiji in terms of growth, but in terms of ceiling, Seiji is going to scale even harder as compared to Grant. But I think if we have a bit of an item check, Grant right now should have a Sky Piercer that's 4 stacks, or at least 2 to 3 stacks right into his pocket already, and he's starting to output some good amount of damage against Ignite Gaming. Ignite Gaming, on the other hand, needs to start catching I feel like Kingdom Esports has been always the one that pulls the trigger to basically find onto the initiation, onto Ignite Gaming, and unfortunately for that, Blade was the first casualty, right? Immediately removing him from the fight. And if you look at the rest of roster from the side of Ignite Gaming, they don't really have a lot of damage left.
Yeah, most of the time, Ignite Gaming is the one that got caught off guard. If they were to kind of travel together, it might be a...
I think they're doing it right now.
Yeah, it might give them a better result. As you can see, Conceal, Yuda, starting things off.
Insanity burns the flicker already. Some form of utility already committed by the side of Ignite Gaming. Unable to catch Insanity right there.
So this is unfortunate. Ignite Gaming finally came together to try to set up for a kill or to set up for a gank. All 5 of them. But it just so happens that Kingdom Esports, either they read Ignite Gaming like a book, or they just so happen to split themselves up, whereby there is 1% at the bottom lane and I think 2% up to the top lane. This means that there is quite a bit of lane pressure coming in from 2 sides of the map, and also good amount of economy that's distributed to everyone here in Kingdom Esports. The fact that Ignite Gaming, all 5 of them clumped together and didn't get a kill is going to be a very painful toll. It's going to put a painful toll onto their tempo.
Lozy hasn't shown himself. That's why Ignite Gaming is forced to run in packs, because if you isolate yourself, rest assured Lozy just run you down right there, brings the whole the rest of the members coming up from Kingdom Esports. Hold on a second, Ignite Gaming will be able to catch on to Insanity. Insanity goes into the air to avoid the damage. Yuta credited for the kill.
2 ultimates to get a kill down onto the Phobias. I'll say that it is pretty decent considering the fact that the Lord has already been taken away. So you gotta have to find a trade one way or another. The cooldowns will be off, the ultimate cooldowns will be off by the time the Lord eventually hits them, and they need to find a way to defend this middle lane after all. And without Insanity, I think that that's gonna help them quite a bit.
Yeah, but there's a Lord marching down at the bottom lane, and with FMM that could wave clear from afar, I think there's no problem coming out from the side of Kingdom Esports to basically hold it down. Just take a look at how healthy that Kingdom Esports mid lane looks like, and Yuta just receiving free damage from the side of Yuta, and he is struggling to get out of it. Grant is just dismantling top side. Bot side is basically also getting dismantled as well. Ignite Gaming invested all their stats in attack, but forgot to invest in defense.
I would say that at least they managed to hold that middle, never mind.
Yeah, you said it too early, like what I mentioned. I know we always say the best offense is the best defense, but sometimes you gotta also figure out your defense, because Yuta is just getting melted. And now the Skyburst attack in the pockets of Grant as Yon just shings around, finds Blade, tries to slicing out with his namesake, and will not be able to find a kill though, but it is still damage dealt by the side of Kingdom Esports.
A 5,000 gold lead in favor for Kingdom Esports as they manage to dismantle all of the outer turrets already. With quite a bit of creeps marching down the middle lanes, that is the holy defense that has been dispelled. In fact, down to the bottom lane as well, there's no more holy defense, so this is going to be a charge.
Zac tried to jump right there. Blade used a real world manipulation. Yon finds the Thorn Rose as well, trying to get out of there. He will be able to escape. What an escape artist, but Rapidude has not something to say about that one. Gran will be there, but Yon, ooh, like what I mentioned, still manages to get out alive because Gran took down Rapidude.
I thought he died because he just disappeared right after that Raging Sandstorm.
The iframes.
Yeah, it kind of seems as though his Thorn Rose came right off cooldown at the exact timing. So if you really want to jump in, man, it's tough.
More damage being poured right down the throats of Ignite Gaming. They cannot actually swallow everything coming up from the side of Kingdom Esports. It was a slow burn start for the side of Kingdom Esports. Ignite Gaming definitely has the early game, but now they're struggling.
Honestly, this really feels more like the Kingdom Esports that we would have expected, right?
Clean
methodical execution. I would say that... I would say, you know what? I actually would say that Lozy has tuned down quite a bit. He is not as aggressive that I was looking for. That could also be one of the main problems in the past few games, because he was way too aggressive and his team can't catch up, and just, you know, it's very difficult to go ham. This time, I think he's a little bit more reserved. He's a little bit more methodical, and he's looking for the exact right time instead of going every time.
Yeah, this is not basically his old RSG stack, right, where they're basically playing one mine. This is a completely new team that he's playing against Ignite Gaming, and I echo with what you said, right? The adaptations coming off of Kingdom Esports is there. It feels like they had some heart-to-heart talk last night all the way to 4 AM. That's why Yon was yawning earlier just now.
is going to be a rough night for them. Or rather, it probably was a rough night for them. But hey, to be fair, they did win their games yesterday.
Yeah,
So
dropping one game against RSG SG is not exactly ideal for the side Kingdom Esports. And now you just see how Kingdom Esports slows down the tempo right now, cutting off any form of information over the side Ignite Gaming. Yes, Ignite Gaming still has the base turret still up, but hold on a second, Yuta tried to explore the map just a little bit more. World War manipulation a little bit too shallow right there, will not be able to catch anybody at all. And despite the information, Kingdom Esports, just look at Yon, is starting to enclose the fight as well as Grand just out with the damage onto Zac, picking up a double kill. Seiji is down, a triple kill over the Grand at the same time. Rapido as Yon slice and dices onto Yuta. Takes Yuta down at the same time. Blade's the only one left alive from the side of Ignite Gaming if Yon has something to do about it.
this is going to be a rough defense coming in from Ignite Gaming as Dutch. Blade is the only one available. Everyone is now on cooldown, and this is just going to be an absolute end for Ignite Gaming's game number 1.
Clean, methodical. It's not like the nuclear warhead that we always expect from the side of Lozi when he plays the any form of role, right? This is a very controlled chaos, controlled aggression of Kingdom Esports, a very different breed that we see as compared to the past few weeks.
A word that we always like to use, organized chaos.
Yep.
Is it really that chaotic, actually?
As compared to the last few games that we saw in week 1, day 2, and week 2, day 1, I feel this is more methodical.
This does definitely.
And it feels like Yon is just cruising on his DX racer chair. He's just slicing people down, creating space for Grant to just basically gun everybody down. I don't believe Grant actually lost his life.
Now, understandably, this is a smoother game for Kingdom.
Yep.
Even though they lost the Lancelots that early into the game, unable to get themselves to the turtle. But I think that they managed to cruise pretty well right into the later parts of the laning stage, where they still managed to win in a couple of team fights. I think that the main crux of the problem isn't exactly based on the fact that, you know, Kingdom Esports, they played very well in the laning phase. I think it's just the mix-up of priorities for Ignite Gaming. It would have been so much better for them to put more emphasis onto the XP lane, because Terizla is a very slow hero, right? You can actually shut down lanes pretty well, especially since you're going up against Phobias, who will only start to win you at level 4. So that is the point in time where they can actually just supplement that, make sure that the Phobias stays at level 3 at the turtle fight. That point on, they can just keep pushing in and exerting a lot more control, as compared to helping the gold lane to get the gold lane more money. It's good for the long run, but it's not that instant gratification that we would want out of this team comp, because it's slower. You want to pop off in the early game. The Khalid as well as the Terizla, they can't exactly do too much in the later stages.
Yeah, and I think this is just basically trying to do the winning condition that I really feel like Ignite Gaming is trying to set off, right? Get Seiji up to speed as quickly as possible, but of course, his counterpart is definitely going to be the MVP of the game, Season 10, mind you. 10-0-0, that's his KDA. And he's just gunning everybody down from the side of Ignite Gaming.
Easy game for Grant. Easy game. Hopefully, it would not be that easy for them, because, you know, I really want to see them, you know, struggle a little bit.
you sicko.
Oh, sadistic. Man, I forgot how the goal went. You know which song I'm talking about.
I did not catch that.
Huh? You know?
No, I did not catch that.
Okay, never mind.
Alright, never mind. But
the anime opening thing.
Okay, I did not catch any of your reference.
No,
I think we're not in sync today, Abstract.
Yeah.
But anyways, I really feel like Ignite Gaming is actually trying to go for that long-term investment plan to get Seiji up online. Technically speaking, they're going to have to trust Yuta in to be able to deal with Jinsanity, but it seems like Jinsanity is unfazed, right? He was able to hold down, and don't forget, to a certain period of time, Kingdom Esports, Lozi is only level 3. They won the first turtle for the side of Ignite Gaming, but they're unable to, you know, rotate or basically road bigger as compared to Kingdom Esports.
Understandably, when you actually give quite a bit of kills over to a Granger that early into the game, is definitely, yes, it is definitely an uh-oh situation for Ignite Gaming. I think that is rough because they helped Gold Lane, but they still lost to the opponent Gold Laner. Not the best case scenario. And in the meantime, Yuta, 2-4-2, not exactly the best either.
Yeah, and don't forget, there's a few times where Kingdom Esports use it Lozy to catch the right targets, but Ignite Gaming got a better positioning. But it's just somehow in terms of their team fights, maybe it's just Insanity knocking everybody up, causing everybody from the side of Ignite Gaming unable to do anything at all, and also the lack of damage from the full roster. Technically, yes, Blade does decent damage. Zac as well, Yuta at the same time, but without Seiji, it's not like what Kingdom Esports have, right? They can basically send like the main four, which is like Lozy, FMM, and also Yon, and also to a certain extent Insanity. These 4 players from side Kingdom Esports do a lot of damage as well as compared to Ignite Gaming's 4 players right there.
Now, itemizations wise, honestly, I'm trying to look for something a little bit interesting for them, but not quite there.
I mean, Khalid going for the Thunderbelts, looking to go for the long term. That's what I mentioned as well.
There is something interesting, and that is going to be the Terizla. He did build the War Axe onto himself. He also built that Queen's Wings, which is actually the problem, in my honest opinion, because he's one of the other heroes that can actually build up quite a bit of tanky items to be that to be that strong force that is very difficult to take away. Yep, in fact, just going for pure full defense is going to help the team a lot more rather than to rely on attacks to kill back.
Yeah, but I think if you look at the 4 people that I was pointing out for the side Ignite Gaming minus Gold Laner, right, they're really running out of damage. So they're hoping that the Terizla could build even slightly more damage. That's why War Axe is the first item, because the tankiness definitely come from Zac and also Rapitude already. You don't really need another tanky boy. Whereas for the side of Kingdom Esports, Yon and FMM are just outputting damage as well. Lozy's damage in terms of just as numbers alone is also quite nutty as well. Insanity will be the one that's holding down the fort. So yeah, I think that's what Ignite Gaming's thinking, and that's why Yuta probably went for more damage items.
That is actually where I would disagree, to be fairly honest. In the early stages of the game, if you are able to get a good amount of tankiness, you are generally going to be able to, you know, prolong the fight longer. I mean, you're able to prolong the fight longer and be able to basically attack your way to victory. Because Kingdom Esports lineup, let's be honest here, is actually not super tanky. We are looking at Insanity as well as Lozy only, and in the meantime, Yon is very dependent on skills and abilities. Grant, skills and abilities, FMM, basic attacks, right? So if you're able to whittle down and make them use of their cooldowns and you'll survive all that, that is a comeback mechanic, at least in the early stages. If they really do want damage, if they want to put more raw damage onto the Terizla, I think the Fury Hammer is more than enough. Yeah. Terizla has got very good passive when it comes down to damage.
As well.
Yes, very good numbers. So his raw damage on each of his swings actually deals a lot of damage. You don't really need to further supplement it except for using the Fury Hammer. And then you just build tank. The longer you stay alive, the more damage you deal. That is the idea of Terizla, to be fairly honest. And so having the Thunderbelt is something that would be okay, but personally I won't go for that. But just go straight out for early game defensive items such as Dominance Eyes is one thing. Going for, in this case, looking at that, a not Brute Force, a Dreadnought Armor. Yeah, Dreadnought Armor is pretty good because I think that he already did have it. So
yeah, he's
built a little bit more.
Yep,
physical defenses.
Yeah, he's definitely has that already, just to be able to deal with the likes of the Phobias, the likes of the Grandeur, and also Lancelot as well. That's a definitely good item build. But I think right now, if you take a look at how, even though with Kingdom Esports, they actually fumbled the second team. I want to call that out once again. They fumbled the second team fight. I hope that we will be able to see it during the highlights, whereas the Blade was able to catch them in a very good spot in the crossfire. And there's also a few times where I also want to point out Blade as well wasn't able to set up the real world manipulation properly because it was a little bit too premature. Because I think they're playing from behind. Ignite Gaming was already playing from behind. Granger could just snipe somebody down immediately, and if Eve stands there, he's a sitting duck. So he is unable to gauge that distance well enough because of how Kingdom Esports is forcing these mistakes out of Ignite Gaming.
Ideally, they wouldn't even want to be behind that early, right? They won
They were
because
too
of
far
Zac.
ahead.
Yeah,
Yep.
they won in the few minutes because of Lancelot's death. They didn't get the turtle. They should be able to exert a little bit more dominance despite only having like what 500, 600 gold advantage. That is a very minimal amount of advantage, but just because of heroes, just because of the way that the heroes are drafted, they can go more crazy. They can play, I would say that Yuda can actually follow Rapidude more into the opponent's jungle because we see that Rapidude is actually quite aggressive. He's got the mobility, he opens the range up quite a bit, so Yuda can always move based on what Rapidude is showing to them.
Yeah, I agree with you, right? Like, Rapidude is actually opening up. In fact, I think because of the way that he's opening up the map, he's actually a level ahead against Lozi, and Lozi has been playing very slow bushwhack, right? And there you go, this is a better angle for LY4. I think production told me, passed the message over to him already. But yeah, I think there's a little bit of disconnect for the side of Ignite Gaming, especially what Rapidude wants to do, and also what the whole Zac also wants to do as well. And as of now, Zac, we've always seen him on these tank junglers, right? Maybe we'll start to see a little bit of switcheroo coming off from the LY4. Maybe they can go for more assassin junglers as well. Yes, he hasn't got some success. He hasn't been having some success on the Lancelot and the Fannies. Maybe there's something else, right? Like the Yishun Shin, if I'm not mistaken, was just forgotten completely.
Yeah, completely forgotten. They don't have a Yishun being picked or
It was too
banned.
risky.
I would say so. Oh, flying clouds again. It's a day of flying clouds.
Yeah. It's a cloudy day today in Singapore, that's right.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Looks very cloudy to me through that frosted glass.
Was frosted. What are you expecting?
Exactly. That's the joke.
Yeah, if you compare the battle stations between Ignite Gaming and also Kingdom Esports, right? Kingdom Esports, at least some smiles, right? But Ignite Gaming, just take a look. Seiji is just chilling.
Chill. You just chill.
Yeah, and whereas the whole move aside Ignite Gaming is a little bit down, and of course, you know, especially rookies like them, like Utah. Well, technically Utah is already
Zac
made
as
this.
well.
Who said there are no shortcuts in
MPL
life?
for some
I
time
literally
already.
invented
Zac,
one.
Blade. Technically, these two players are pretty new to the MPL scene, and yeah, you really need. Hopefully, somebody is actually taking a step up to basically start communicating.
Actually,
Already got him lined up in my
Blade
sight.
was in the sub for Esports. Was it Esports or was it Blue?
Your team is all that matters.
I remember it was Potato's team. I remember there was one time that he was a sub.
Oh, it's a different blade. It's a different blade.
Yeah,
this is a different blade. There are two blades. There are two blades in MPL.
Ah.
This is the young blade, and that's the old blade.
Old Blade.
Yeah.
I don't think I saw Old Blade before. But have you seen before Beyblade?
I thought you called me Bay. And I got confused a little bit as I blinked at you I looked in your eyes and like, why are you trying to go there? Hey, babe. Anyways, Ignite Gaming going for the ban on CC chip and also the 1-1. Whereas Kingdom Esports bans away the Atlas once again. That's something that Utah loves to play. The Kimi and the Kalia also got taken away by the side of Kingdom Esports. First pick once again, Yishun Shin. Is it go big or go home time? Nope, it is not. It is going to go for the Boxia, which got leaked out from the banning phase.
Is this actually the first Boxia that we see in terms of picks? No, it's not.
It's not.
It's the fourth. This is the fourth pick.
Yep.
Okay, I don't remember ever seeing a Boxia through the games that I've casted, and I've casted what? 2 days plus today, 3 days in a row.
3 days in a row.
So that means all the Boxer games were literally just week 1, day 1.
Yeah, I think so. They were experimenting it out, but especially right now, Boxia is just very strong, especially when it comes to your broken walls and also you're expanding rivers as well. That's why you don't see him very much. But Flying Cloud, you're not afraid of the Boxia, right?
I don't think that they are too afraid of that for now, but
I love myself some Arlots.
It moves on to still quite a bit of differences. Arlot can still be a rather flexible hero. Could go roam, could go XP.
Have you seen Lozi on Arlot?
I am not the only
No.
one bound by these
Now that you mention it, no.
Yeah, so definitely, I feel like it's a Jinsanity R-Lot.
Yeah.
But right now, for the side of Ignite Gaming, goes for the Phobias, goes for the Lunox that Blade knows and that we know and love back in like what Campus Legends. Especially towards this kind of roster from the side of Kingdom Esports, there's a lot of shred that you can do, especially what the R-Lot wants to kind of avoid, and this also eliminates out any form of tankiness that Kingdom Esports will want to go for. So maybe you start to see more. Lapu Lapu is already, they've already submitted the EXP later, but oh no, that's exactly what I don't want to see. A Fredrin. Lunox was just shredded Fredrin apart.
I'll still say that Ignite wants to play fast, but not necessarily too fast. I mean, they can be very invasive because of the Baxia in the mix. Having a Lunox as well as that Farsa can, I mean, or rather having a Lunox going up against a Farsa can be relatively equal in terms of lane prio. I think IG just needs someone that can be as fast as well. Can be fast, can wave clear again.
Yep.
Khalid still fits the bill pretty effectively. Got good early base damage from the Desert Sandstorm. Sorry, that's Tornado.
You can see how Kingdom Esports is just afraid of Franco from Huki.
I would be too.
Hoki, my bad. I keep calling him Huki for now because it's Franco. Because Kingdom Esports has no answer to the Franco at all since yesterday.
So with Franco gone, Moskov is gone, Granger currently still available. I would like to believe that IG would want to take that Granger away for the final ban. KE likely want to focus fire onto Rapidude, right? Heroes such as the Cho, as is Kalia out, yes. I will say that it's either Cho or it would be a Khalid. But is Khalid really that big of a problem for them? I don't think that.
Welcome to Grok's
But don't forget the Grok as well, right? The Tectonic Charge. Charging down the Farsa is definitely something that Kingdom Esports wants to protect. Make sure that FMM has a great game on this Farsa.
It's a final pick. Or rather, final ban. Granger for sure. I'll say Granger for sure. Both of these two teams doesn't really show too much promise as to what they want to play. Okay, no. KE is very sure. They want to play team fight, front to back.
Oh, this is
Very
a perfect game.
team-fight-oriented.
This is a perfect game for Kingdom Esports to go for a carry, right? You can just shred the Phobias. You can shred the Baxia easily based on your true damage.
I think they will want to see who the gold laner is first before they solidify that.
Iron.
Garukacha. Okay.
Yeah, I
So
was thinking
Granger
maybe
can
they
be
could continue to ban away the gold laners, since I already taken away 2 gold laners right there, and one on the Moskov.
Yeah, so they will give that Granger away. In retrospect, IG
Granger.
can actually go for Irithel. Gives them a priority in the gold lane. It also plays very well into this area denial kind of thing, because explosive arrows kind of forces the opponents to not want to clump up together.
Yep, and also avoids, cuts away the R-Lot, right? Like, you could just kite the R-Lot away.
Experience the youth.
Seems like Rangers with the selection coming up from Kingdom Esports. I was thinking more on the carry because you could shred the Baxia, but if Grant is so confident and comfortable being the MVP earlier just now in game number 1, 10-0-0, but this time around now your Rhapsody has to deal with your Phobias, your Baxias. It's gonna be a hard wall to punch through.
If the Irithel and the Khalid does pop up from IG, I would like this lineup. They have an answer for the Fredrin, a thick Fredrin. They do have ways to really access into onto the Farsa with the Flicker plus Raging Sandstorm, or perhaps Baxter can just go make his way in. What else will we be looking out for? Yeah, Irithel just...
Oh, Harif and Hellcurt. Double H right off the bat. IG was saving this strat. And remember what I was thinking, right? It's like there's a lot of tankiness in this roster already. They need some form of speed to be able to catch around and walk around the map. Hellcurt fits that exact bill and also provide even more damage.
Okay, this is unorthodox. This is scary, but I don't know where this will go.
Cho will be cut the selection coming out from Lozi as well. This is something that, Lozi loves to play a lot as well. And yeah, and this Cho will be very pivotal, right? To be able to kick away the Hellcurt that's encroaching onto the Farsa. Your map exploration will be there, and this all of a sudden it looks a very heavy displacement kind of wombo combo coming out from Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, so now KE, they do have a pretty good combo. They can, of course, kick into the feathered airstrike. Very good way to eliminate, just eliminate someone right off the bat. In the meantime, they also have area, huge AOE control from the R-Lord. Fredrin constantly just goes in for tons and tons of crowd control, which will help that help the R-Lord to just keep on dashing over and over again.
Zaman Force is definitely going to be very important for the side of Seiji. Loads of magic damage. Most of your main damage dealers are mostly magical damage. So this opens up for Rapid Dude to literally look for bursts, especially if it catches onto Grand, catches onto FMM, it's just going to get immediately deleted.
Yeah, good point. All of the magic damage, or rather all of the damage dealers are full of magic damage. So at this game, or at this point in time, all that KE needs to do is just build magical defense.
Yeah,
Athena Shield, Radiant Armor.
Yeah, but it opens up for Rapid to just immediately delete you if you're not careful, especially when the Darkness Fall comes in. And just looking at how Kingdom Esports is operating right here, they're not, I would say not saying they're not affected by the Darkness Falls. They are a little bit affected because once FMN goes into real world, the feather airstrike, if you turn off the lights, he doesn't know where to aim.
Fair. This can be a pretty good answer to the Farsa. It can waste some time, waste a couple of shots from the artillery strikes. Oh!
First blood given overside the blade. That's the damage, especially coming out from the mid lane and also Rapid Dudes. This is why, you know, Assassin Roam is something that I'd be kind of hyping for. Blade picking up another kill. Blade is gonna escalate out of control.
Now that is a good start from IG, right? Being able to get 2 kills right out the bat in the middle lane, stopping the Farsa to be able to do too much. But hey, this is Wandering Clouds though, so he would be able to reach into the middle lane fast enough to still be on track with Blade.
Yep. Also, another thing to take note is top side is definitely going to be, hold on a second, Jinsanity finds himself in spot of trouble. Rapid Dude, ooh, nice dodge right here for the side of Jinsanity. Flickers as well, whereas enough time for the side, Kingdom Esports to reinforce down bond. Ignite Gaming also following suit just a little bit. The thoughts coming in, the Praise's Rev coming up from Yon, just dissuades everybody from side Ignite Gaming. At the very least, Jinsanity is saved down bot.
Now that is a surprise. I thought that the Jinsanity's outplay mechanic or outplay potential would have been able to net Kingdom Esports with a couple of kills or 2, just so that they will be able to, you know, equal up the amount of kills that they gave away to Ignite. So unfortunately, nothing happened out of that team fight, which means that Ignite Gaming still have the advantage.
Losing finds himself getting deleted by the side of Rapitude. FMN looking like he's following suit. Goes into the wing by wings. Yuta wrecking havoc onto Yon at the same time, cutting away the pathway all the way to the turtle pit at the same time. Rapitude takes down Jinsanity, and that's a Helker that's escalating.
2 kills for Rapidude as the Hellcut and 2 kills for Blade. That is a horrible start for Kingdom Esports. Is that really that horrible though? Well, technically no.
I mean,
laning
Hellker...
phase, laning phase Kingdom Esports can't really do much.
Hellker 2-0-2 in this early game as well. No kills for the side of Kingdom Esports on Lucy. Look at that, he's looking for trouble right there. Kicking Rapidude. Finally, that at the very least, giving that annoying Hellcat a shutdown just a little bit.
Yep, just the freestyle that you need in order to finally wipe someone out of the face of this earth. That's 1 kill for them, but it's not that big of a deal because this is a roamer after all. Or is it?
Well, right now, Rapidude's definitely going to have a lot of gold in him, right? 2 kills and also 2 assists. And yeah, definitely it's going to be very helpful, giving some form of farm back into the pockets of the side of FMM. And now it's about how Kingdom Esports stabilizing this one and how Ignite Gaming, you know, escalate using the stepping stone that Rapidude has fought so hard to provide.
I just find this relatively refreshing, right? This the fact that they have quite a lot of damage dealers and not that much of tank actually just thins out the potential of what Kingdom Esports can pick off. What I meant is that, yes, there are more people that they can kick and there's more people and potential to kill. It's so much easier to kill 1 person.
Yep.
But this does not solve the problem about eliminating damage dealers, because you eliminate 1, there's 3 other damage dealers can do quite a bit of a job against you, right? they don't have that big of an AoE to really deal with everyone else, because it's highly likely that they want to combo the Way of the Dragon into the Feathered Airstrike. That means that at least 2 or 3 of those artillery strikes are used onto one person, which leaves nothing for the other 3 damage dealers.
Yeah, massive wave clear coming up from the mid. Kingdom Esports has to go there and fix the turtle already set up by the side of Ignite Gaming already. They're not really looking at securing these objectives, they're really looking for kills.
With 5 minutes onto the clock in about 10 seconds time, we are, of course, getting ourselves out of the laning phase. The turtle is currently available too, but Yon is at level 7 as compared to Zac. Okay, both of them are also level 7.
There we go. 1 kick, 1 kill for the side of Kingdom Esports. This is how they will be able to go back in terms of the main priority. Yuta trying to make a play right here, but then again gets slashed by the side of Jinsanity, picking up the kill onto Blade. The turtles getting stolen away by the side of Yon as Kingdom Esports collapse against Swords, against Ignite Gaming, and Ignite Gaming ultimately getting burned by the Kingdom.
Looks like that pickoff still worked out very well for them. I was just eyeing onto FMN this entire time because it already used that Feather Airstrike just to get a kill onto Rapidu. That means that he went into the fight with only one skill 1 and skill 2 to really work with the damage. Nothing else, and just full of basic attacks.
FMM getting a lot of the damage coming up from Seiji. Seiji hops into Diamond Force, trying to hopping out of there, but Grant pick up that kill on top.
It is a gold laner for a mid laner. Not a good trade, as Kingdom Esports is slowly stabilizing themselves back into this game. Not too big of a deal anymore for what Ignite Gaming has managed to cement themselves in the laning stage.
Yeah, like all of a sudden Ignite Gaming has got a great start in the early game, but now in the 6-minute mark, you lose your mid lane, and all of a sudden Rapidu couldn't do much as a Hellcat anymore, right? You lose a lot of real estate, and Hellcat relies on a lot more real estate so that he could start hard invading, start coming from awkward angles to catch FMM off guard.
It's going to be a tough game for Ignite Gaming once again. They have lost that early game momentum that they could actually bring into the later stages, but they do want to focus more on the macro view, right? Finally being able to take down their T1 turret up in the top lane. Bottom lane has already been taken out, so no problem. So the next one that both teams want to look out for is actually the middle lane turrets. Fortunately for Kingdom Esports, they don't need to care too much about actually bringing down the T1 turret because it's already down. While Ignite Gaming, they need to. So it's very telegraphic as to what Ignite Gaming wants to do now.
Lozy facing the brunt right here. FMM providing some for the cover, but has to get out of the real Feather Airstrike as well. Nice song coming up from Yon as well as Yuta takes to the sky just a little bit. Rapidu coming for the assassination on the ground, but will not be able to find it. Yon chasing Rapidu all the way down, whereas the main fight happening all the way around the Lord Pit as well. Seiji hopping into the Zaman Force at the same time. FMM couldn't do much, has to wait for the cooldown. Doesn't have the Feather Airstrike as well. Blade picks up Insanity and the double kill as well for the side Ignite Gaming as Kingdom Esports starting to run out of fuel. Just a little bit, the Princess Ram! It missed as Yuta jumps into the air, zoning it out, but Yon has still got more. The Taunt will be able to find Yalta as well as Yuta kills all the way back up. Seiji picking up a kill onto Yon.
A lot of time has been bought just from Yuta, constantly just going up to the air again and again.
He's dunking onto Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, literal dunks. And there's just no damage that Yon is able to just bring out over to that Phobius. Good damage all across the board for Ignite Gaming. Complete win in that team fight.
Lozy, okay, that's a pick-off. That's definitely worth it for the side of Kingdom Esports. And Grant perhaps this time around should already pick up a Sky Piercer as well. Any kills is definitely going to go into the pockets for that Sky Piercer stack's going to escalate Kingdom for now.
Yeah, now based on, it's all truly based on how much damage they can realistically be able to apply over to each team fights now, right? Since Kingdom Esports now also do have the control and the priority of the Lord, they want fights.
Insanity getting slammed on, FMM set on the Feather Airstrike as well. The final slash coming up inside Insanity, but the brilliance from Blade will be there, but Grant picks up a double kill already, and as Kingdom Esports sets up stage around the Lord Pit, they secure it for themselves, and Yuta jumping in the air, trying to bait and buy time just a little bit more for Seiji to activate the Summon Force. He zip zap zooms around Insanity, but Insanity gets sniped down by Blade. played as there's a lot of casualties on both sides. The Lord ultimately secured by the side of Kingdom Esports.
Mega kill in total for Grant already, and they definitely want to pick up a little bit more. But unfortunately, the Brilliance just gets her right out of the FMM and Grant's range. They do have the Lord that will be fighting for them down at the bottom lane. So hopefully be able to get all of the outer turrets down within a jiffy. With $800 gold to the name, perhaps with their Lord advantage, should be able to get them to about 2,000.
Oh, Rapid Dude, I think his time to shine is already gone, right? Like, there's no way for him to basically do anything for the team but to split push and create pressure around the other side of the map. It's all about Ignite Gaming. How Seiji, I think it's the timing for the side of Zaman Force needs to be a little bit quicker to be able to output the damage against Kingdom Esports.
What really worked for Kingdom Esports really just boils down to that pick-off that they know will work well. They just constantly just dive onto that one person that is out of position, and there is no way for Ignite Gaming to retaliate. I think that's the main problem, because Ignite Gaming, they are not really huddling together that tightly enough in order to retrade for what they have lost. Otherwise, it would have been a lot more beneficial for Ignite Gaming to immediately strike back because of the loss of Feather Airstrike. It's already been used to kill one.
Zaman forcing the choke point. Seiji just skirting around. Yawn down low. Great health, not enough at the same time. And now Yuta gets kicked by the side of Lozi. And now the Sky Piercer stack to the gods of Grant as Kingdom Esports demands this victory against Ignite Gaming.
13-11. Kingdom Esports flooding in to the opponent's jungle.
Zach getting smashed on by the side of Lozi. Halt in his tracks. Ignite Gaming's trying to find creative angles, but they got outmaneuvered by the side of the Kingdom.
No way for them to reclaim their lands. But there's still one more minute until the Lord eventually spawns, and that is the point in time where they can get back a little bit more land. Middle lane T2 turret is actually still up and running, so that is still great. Let's catch up onto the in-game equipments for these players.
See Halbert for Grant already.
Yeah, and not to forget, he also does have the Malefic Roar, and of course, as you said, the Sky Piercer being one of the core items, as compared to the Harif that does have got quite a bit, actually. Starlim Scythe, okay, actually it's not that quite a bit. Starlim Scythe and the Feather of Heaven only. Still gonna have to wait out for the next item as he floats around 7,500 gold as compared to Grant with close to 9,000. 1.5 thousand gold less. Wait, 1.5 thousand gold less.
Hold on. Zach getting dunk on just a little bit. That final slash will be able to catch on to Zach. Grant out for the damage. Another monster kill given on the side. There's a monster already. Rapid turning off the light just a little bit, trying to make up Havoc all the way in the back line. But Grant is still be able to just shoot persons from the side of Ignite Gaming. One after another picks up a triple, making a maniac. A shutdown as Seiji, the only one left for the side of Ignite Gaming, denies the Savage from Grant.
That's a crazy amount of stacks that will be credited over to Grant, just to be able to stack up. So the amount of stacks that they have, okay, that's good for the Sky Piercer. Moving on forward, I think that Ignite Gaming will find themselves in a really tough spot. Initially, it was like 1.5 thousand gold difference between Grant and Seiji. I think that they have accelerated even more.
Yeah. That's the snowball potential of the Grandeur, right? You feed him some kills, you feed him 11 kills. Your Sky Piercer stack, he starts gunning you down one after another. He could rack up the first Savage of MPL Singapore.
I would like to believe he should have 7 kills.
More than that, definitely.
He's got 5, so 5. Okay, should be 5. Should be actually 5 that's credited over to Sky Piercer's stacks as of about 9 minutes into the game. 9 minutes game, he got 5. So from that, 5 kills. So from that point onwards, all of the kills should be credited over to the Sky Piercer, which should be 60.
This gamble coming out from inside Ignite Gaming, right? Rapitude on this Hellcat. It's not able to find a lot of value. Yes, the value was found in the early game, but the problem is that we've pointed out before the start of the match is that Ignite Gaming doesn't really know how to transition towards the later parts of the game where, you know, they've earned so much early game, but then they gave the late game or mid game back into their enemies most of the time.
It's now the Lord spins his trident up to the top lane while there is a creep wave down in the middle. That's a Feather Airstrike.
Credit Airstrike, just take a look at Blade. Blade cannot even hold the damage, has to limp all the way back to safety. Mid lane, top lane already cracked open by the side of Kingdom Esports. They're successfully just dismantling defensive structures. But it's like Ignite Gaming one after another, and Ignite Gaming is just desperately trying to hold.
I think the lack of card control from Ignite Gaming is definitely biting them in the rear. Unable to stop Kingdom Esports in many ways at all. Longsy just have free reign all across the map against Ignite Gaming and can even slip through the hearts of Ignite. This is the rough part.
Yep. Zoning, but okay. Utah flickers forward just a little bit, trying to tag onto somebody from the side of Kingdom Esports. Right now, he's basically the raid boss to buy some time just for Rapidude just coming back. But Grant just kites everybody all the way back. Rapidude misses the stingers as the members on the side of Grant will be able to deal with Rapidude. Down low just a little bit more. Zack and Blade on the chase right here as Grant trying to make a play, trying to defend his own Sky Piercer stack. Pox immortality, but the damage has been done. Ignite Gaming turns around, sacrificing Rapidude for 3.
Finally a shutdown on the Grant that has a massive amount of kills already clocked into him. All that bounty will go over to Blade, one of the main damage dealers of the team.
They're trying to, I think they may be able to crack this open though.
I mean, they can crack this open, but they can't end the game just yet.
FMM just came up online just in the nick of time. If FMM actually went down the later part, like where Grant is, I think Ignite Gaming could stand a chance to basically inflict even more damage against Kingdom Esports.
Not too sure about how Ignite Gaming can continue on with this onslaught. That is a very good trample from Ignite all the way to Kingdom. They just rush it in, just exactly how this dive comp is supposed to work. They want to keep running and not stop. I guess that is also one of the reasons why they don't have a lot of crowd control, because, yeah, just let them run. It's fine. That way, the more they run, the more they split themselves up.
Right now, it's just slow dance, a bit of a scalpel, knife's edge. For the side Ignite Gaming, I think they do have what it takes, right? They just need Rapid to find those creative angles like just now, but they have to repeat that once and over and over again. But Yon, starting out fight just a little bit more, will be able to find a taunt. He gets deleted by Blade. The feather airstrike for the side FMM, not good enough. And now all of a sudden, Ignite Gaming has lot priority.
This is gonna be rough, but there is still a wave that's just rushing all the way down to the bottom. Hey, never mind, they have Rapidude to do all of that. It is going to be 4v4, because Rapidude is just not around the vicinity. Yon is dead, so there is no way to use Retribution on this Lord.
Utah buying some time just a little bit, keeping Grant a little bit too busy right here. Gets peeled by the side of Lozy as well. He gets dealt with, but the Lord giving over the side of Ignite Gaming, the concealed play, looking for more stragglers from the side of Ignite Gaming if they don't back off, but the timing is a little bit slow. They try to catch onto Seiji. FMN goes into the feather airstrike onto Zack, and Zack down low just a little bit more. Turtles for boys by Blade coming in for the fight. He gets shut down by the side Kingdom Esports as Rapidude turns it around. We'll be able to find Lozy, the Lord, marching across in the mid lane as Seiji goes into Summon Force, trying to deny the back, but Kingdom Esports, they still have a bit more HP bars to work with, but Ignite Gaming, they're not done yet as they burn Kingdom Esports slowly down to the ground as Yon desperately tries to hold and escape as they try to defend, but the minions from the side Kingdom Esports is marching in, the Lord marching in the mid. It is a base race.
Drinsanity and Yon, they are back into the base. They will deal with this Lord as much as possible.
Down low just a little bit, the flash, the just zooming around, trying to do something, but Yon as well, and Grant is coming back just in the nick of time as Seiji picks up Yon. It is a very massive trade as Ignite Gaming, that's what he's trying to hold. They're going for the core as the comeback from Ignite Gaming, making it to a 1-1.
Damn! What a comeback coming in from Ignite Gaming! Definitely did not expect to see that coming at all. They had so much issues just holding on to their ground. The very fact that Yon lost his life when the Lord was available turned the games around just so much, so much. I would say that the loss of Grant is also going to be one of the main pivotal point to allow Blade that bounty. The bounty definitely applied so much.
Yeah, like, it is a massive snowball that Kingdom Esports was able to basically secure for themselves, and then what Ignite Gaming did is they built a ramp and then let the snowball just fly away and then go for the softest parts of Kingdom Esports instead.
Honestly, that kind of feels a little bit like a rookie mistake coming in from Kingdom Esports to let go of their lead just like that. Like, Grant had 11 kills to his name. He got himself a Maniac. He's got a lot of Sky Piercer stacks onto himself. But honestly, when it comes down to that team fight, that very specific fight where they lost right before the Lord starts to appear, I don't how do I say? I don't blame Kingdom Esports for
I
losing
don't
that
blame
fight.
it.
It was just Ignite Gaming playing according to their win condition.
Exactly, just create a lot of confusion with the fight with the side of Rapid, right? Like what I mentioned, the darkness falls, you turn off the light, FMA couldn't do much as a Farsa, and then after that you find creative angles to go for the soft underbelly. Once you eliminate the hyper carry from the side of Kingdom Esports, it is just over.
But I can't help to think that this is a very one-dimensional way of playing this lineup. Just looking at the Cho and the Farsa, boom, boom, pow. That's all. And then hope to win afterwards with the numbers advantage. I'm not too sure whether that was actually the right way to go. But regardless, MVP goes over to Blade. He's playing as the Lunox with a total of 10 kills, 3 deaths, and 8 assists.
Yep. Man, Blade played out of his mind early just now. I think same could be said over the side of Seiji, right? Like, he's just outputting so much damage, especially when, you know, Ignite Gaming is constantly picking fights at around these choke points where all the damage from the side of Lunox and also Harry would truly shine. Hellcat coming in for the flank, finding Grant, and if Barca, if the fact that Kingdom Esports got taken advantage of when FMM's Feather Airstrike is really down, it is just over, right? There's not a lot of damage coming up from Kingdom Esports side of the roster anymore.
And here's the overall stats that we have. It's really unfortunate that KE even lost this game because of that 9 turret takedown. Completely barren wasteland that doesn't feel like it's a problem for Ignite Gaming at all. Rapidu just mostly is the one that's jungling the lanes, but timing-wise, let's be honest here. The timings really worked in favor for Ignite because whenever Kingdom Esports creeps are just marching in very close to the core, just so happen, the creep waves appear. Because that is like 11 seconds, 41 seconds in, that kind of stuff, right? And Rapidu don't have a problem just clearing those waves out.
Yeah, and I think it's also, you mentioned Kingdom Esports were literally fighting on Ignite Gaming's side of the map over and over again. And in the early game, yes, Ignite Gaming was able to secure a solid snowball, but then, you know, could it be timing? Could it be the fact is Rapido is just create so much havoc in the back line. He's causing Kingdom Esports because ultimately Lozi can only kick one person, right? And the rest of the thing, it's up to Jinsanity to really set up most of the things with the final slash. And well, if Blake can goes into the brilliance, if Sage is zapping around, and he does have the Purify, it makes it so much easy for him to just constantly chrono dash around and output the damage against Kingdom Esports.
This is such a... This is really a pity. This is such a pity. But itemizations, let's take a look at that. We do have got the Molten Essence onto the Baxia. I would like to say that is definitely one way to help them in the mid stages of the game as well. But Seiji's item build, let's look at that. Okay, Wishing Lantern, Divine Glaive, Feather of Heaven. Of course, we also do have got the Holy Crystal and the Stallium Scythe.
Yeah, I was thinking that he might go for the Blood Wings instead.
That's
because he was actually really far behind. But that Holy Crystal gave him so much oomph. And once, if you notice, when he started building the Holy Crystal, that's when Ignite Gaming, the whole narrative shifts in their favor. And they're just able to find good damage against Kingdom Esports. And if Yon missteps just a little bit more, oversteps just a little bit, and because if Grant is just too busy to deal with Rapidude, Lozi is able to, you know, kick somebody away. Yon is just left in no man's land. Blade and Sage could just instantly melt him away. You saw in that, I think that was the last Lord fight, right? When Yon just disappears from the map.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this pickup of the Fredrin. I don't like it. Picking that into a Lunox is number 1, and number 2, putting Yon onto a Fredrin. I think that he's much preferred. He is definitely much preferred to be the assassin player of the team, someone that can actually pick up fights properly, right? To have him to tank, for him to do utility, I think that is a little bit out of his zone, right? 0 is to 6 is to 10. I think that is a very rough point as a Fredrin, because Fredrin can actually display quite a bit of brilliance in the early stages of the game. Constant cycling of your skills, and let's not forget, when it comes down to the Appraiser's Wrath, you can actually do quite a bit of damage with such a I would say with such a fragile lineup, right? Phobias, Lunox, Harif, Hellcat, Baxia. there's a lot more they could do.
Yeah, ironically, right, like even in the previous game, the land slot was literally leaked open, right? I'm actually kind of really surprised that Yon didn't go for, you know, that kind of assassins as well. And I also feel like that's because of the Arlott pick coming out from Jinsanity, right? Like, you need something more frontliney as compared to just one Arlott to be able to deal with the roster coming out from Ignite Gaming. And ultimately, once the Lunox is up, I really disagree with the Fredrin already. I was thinking maybe like the likes of the Akai or even something else, but not the Fredrin. Or even an Alpha is a lot easier to deal with this one. You need pseudo tankiness to deal with the Lunox. You need more damage.
Yeah, fair. In fact, the entire way that Kingdom Esports played was a lot more on the simpler side. And you know what they say? Having a simple win condition can win you the game a lot more because there's less complexity, less margin of error, right? And that is kind of the way that Kingdom Esports went, right? As long as you have a kick that warrants for a feathered airstrike, that is one person down, we move on to the next. And fortunately for Kingdom Esports, Ignite Gaming just kept giving these kills, right? Rapidu just keeps getting caught. There is no re-engage or re-initiates from Ignite Gaming to reclaim lost value. And Kingdom Esports could just grind it over and over and over again.
Yep. I think with that said, we're going to go on short break. Don't go away. Game number 3. Who shall emerge up top? Would it be Ignite or would it be Kingdom Esports? Stay tuned for game number 3 coming up next after the break.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket Stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded Stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger Qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger bracket stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the first match of the day.
The first match.
Yeah.
It feels like already half a day gone because like that game number 2 was absolutely entertaining.
I mean, it's 3 p.m. That is like 15 hours from 24 from 0-0. So it's half a day.
I see.
Slightly more than that.
I see. But I think immediately, right, reactions from the side of Ignite Gaming is that Ignite Gaming doesn't really look very strong against Kingdom Esports game number 1, but game number 2, Abstract, man, they are a different beast, especially when Rapid pulls out a Hellcurt.
Honestly, I don't even know what to say about that previous game. That game is a game for Kingdom for
it
sure.
It was supposed to be a 2-0.
It was supposed to be a 2-0. And it baffles me that they lost that hard at the late stages of the game. The moment that they lost Grant and all of his stacks, okay, not all, but most of his stacks, that just didn't give them a very good way to continue fighting in the game. Like, they lost confidence. They lost confidence is one thing. They lost morale is the second thing. They really need to switch it up. They gotta have to reset themselves going into the third game. Give us something a little bit different. Give us something a little bit... Okay, maybe not different. Give us something that works.
Yeah. Really wish I could go into and listen to what they have, what they are discussing right now, because I think the damage coming up from FMM is not there. Wasn't able to find it. I would say they're finding the right target to try to burst down using the Farsa earlier just now in game number 2, but I think ultimately it's just the long run. In the long run, Ignite Gaming was the one that won the marathon, right? Whereas Kingdom Esports was sprinting, they hit that 100 meters, but they couldn't go for that 1,000 meters the next in the second leg of the race.
Well, dangerous grass.
Let's go.
That's the thing.
Dangerous grass is where Chip really shines. And not only just Chip, right? There's also like your, even the Lunox even Hellcurt shines super brightly in this particular map. And if, you know, Rapidu is able to bring the Hellcurt to great success in Flying Cloud, do you think that Kingdom Esports may go ahead and ban the Hellcurt away just as a reaction because they want to deny that repeat of game number 2?
I don't want to repeat. If Kingdom Esports, they lose a game like that again,
Paper Tigers.
My tail's been itching for a real fight.
Tell me about it, right? Yon is a very emotional player, right? And he can really be one of the best junglers provided he wakes up in the right side of the bed.
What can I say about this? We've got Farsa, Kalia, we've got the CC as well as Baxia that's been banned out.
Yep, seems like we're going back to common suspects, right? Ignite Gaming banned away the 1-1 in the previous game. There's also the Kimi that Kingdom Esports took away because, you know, the Blade was just so comfortable on it, and both Blade and also FMM are also really good at it. Farsa ban coming out from the side of Kingdom Esports as well. A similar ban coming up from Kingdom Esports in game number 1. Alice is definitely on that list. Same as game number 1, and they will also do so in game number 3, taking away the chip in for the side of Ignite Gaming, especially in this particular map. It's a great idea. You don't want to give it over to Lozy.
With the Alice as well as the chip taken away, now KE have the opportunity if they want to go for the Yishun.
I think Lancelot is definitely going to be a better pick for the side of Yon.
Do they want to first pick that though?
I don't think so, because Zach has shown that, well, he's not really... He doesn't really have a good track record on the assassin jungles as of yet, based on our stats here. But maybe other things, like perhaps not say a Phobius, right? A CC. Oh, CC got banned away from the side of Ignite Gaming already. But Jin Sanity going to go back to his one of his signature Uranus.
Okay, first pick Uranus.
Mandala blossoms from the
Okay,
withered
Lancelot's
kiki.
away.
Yeah, they definitely have to counter that. I was thinking if Kingdom Esports go for something else apart from the Lancelot, Ignite Gaming definitely going to take that away. And now you go for you first pick a Uranus. Ignite Gaming is going to respond immediately with a Lunox. I don't know whether this is a bit of a LY for outdrafting Kingdom Esports right here.
I think it's still a little bit too early for us to say that.
They
When it
need some form of methods to deal with the Lunox.
To deal with the Lunox, I think that there isn't a very specific hero that can really just outright deal with a Lunox.
Time to drop the
proper
beat
scenario.
beware upon the first blossom.
Your team is picking.
Joy and also the Angela. They need some form of burst to be able to deal with the Lunox, like what I mentioned. Joy definitely fits the bill. To be able to run it down and also fix the waves very quickly and also get out of dodge. So there's a bit more mobility. And if you're Ignite Gaming right here, if they need to be able to match with the EXP laner here against a Uranus, and Esmeralda perhaps looks really good right here, especially when an Angela is already selected by the side of Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, I think that's relatively fair, especially since Esmeralda is a really good way to deal with the Uranus as well. I think that it is a missed opportunity not to pick up the Esmeralda here. They don't have any other reason to pick anyone else to just counter that immediately.
Oh, that's exactly what. Yeah, that was exactly what Kingdom Esports was fearing since yesterday, right? The Franco ban, like what, 2 games in a row. Well, if you consider yesterday as well, that's what, 3 games in a row as well, because Hoki is just hooking up Kingdom Esports like they're literally iron hook magnets.
Honestly, it's like fishing in a barrel. Like fishing in a barrel. No, shooting fish in a barrel. Yes. Shooting fish in a barrel. Yeah, that's right.
I thought you invented another proverb right there.
Fishing shoots in
Fishing in barrel.
fishing shots in the barrel.
Barreling in the fish.
Welcome to Grok's Castle.
Barreling shots in the fish.
Anyways, Grok being banned away by the side of Ignite Gaming. Expect the Cho to be taken away by the side of Kingdom Esports. A bit of a knee-jerk reaction from the side of Coach Icy Frost from the side of Kingdom Esports, taking away that Harif already.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they at this point in time, IG they have pick off. They have ways to really make full use of the pick-off because of, it's either the bloody hunt into good amount of combos coming in from the Lancelot, but most of the time it would be darkening from the Lunox that immediately kills that one person. That is also a Lunox that can deal with the Uranus pretty darn well. If KE don't ban the Esmeralda, I would find that to be a very difficult game for KE. They will put them in a very outdrafted position.
Muscle of iron.
There you go.
Your
Got a
team
Kacha,
is
gets taken away. Another one of the heroes that have a ton of CCs. I think right now Kingdom Esports is really lacking in terms of the CCs. There you go, the 1-1 gets taken away. Definitely, right? Because Kingdom Esports, there's no point for them to go for the 1-1. Ignite Gaming, on the other hand, you take away the 1-1.
Esmeralda pick, isn't it not?
Yeah, I think 1-1 has more threat against Kingdom Esports, especially when they've got a Joy, they've got an Angela, they're a pseudo tank. 1-1 could just easily shred through them.
I'm not too sure about that. There's always a secondary win condition that we can see out of the Lunox even. It doesn't necessarily have to put too much things into the gold laner. In fact, this is a game where they can go Bane. I mean, yes, you don't have a Yishun. yes, that means that you don't have a proper marksman. But let's be honest here, Lunox can kinda be seen as a marksman because of the fact that you can keep on Chaos Assault your way through with your Darkening. So that can be a very good replacement for the gold laner.
Yeah, there you go. Esmeralda selected by the side Ignite Gaming. Kingdom Esports really lacking in terms of the CCs, right? Gold laner wise, unless they go for a Ruby gold lane to be able to make up for the lack of CCs, but then they're sacrificed in a lot of damage. I would say Uranus does a lot of damage as well, hidden damage, but I'm not going to rely on that Uranus just to deal the damage.
Maybe even Lunox in the gold lane, to be honest. The last pick can be so flexible depending on who is going to be going to mid. Is it okay? So now we know for sure. Okay, now we know for sure that Angela's going to go to mid. We have an early game centric marksman coming from the KE. This gives IG even more reason to not fill in a proper marksman into the gold lane. They can still, of course, put the Lunox into the mid and put the Bane into the gold, but they can definitely put more early game centric burst damage to deal with that kind of regenerative properties, or rather the regenerative properties plus the shield from Angela by putting a very strong mid laner for the burst potential. Number one, number two. A hero that naturally loses in terms of lane prio.
Rapidude. No, not Rapidude. It's definitely going to be carry Seiji. Now all of a sudden, both these two teams are put on a timer. It is Kingdom Esports. It is their prerogative to basically try to end the game as ASAP, right? Like, you send a joint to literally run down the carry. If not, once carry hits a critical mass, that's it. IG has a lot of iframes to work with. And there's also another thing, right? Like, if you're sending Joy down to run it down against Ignite Gaming, you're gonna potentially run right into a bloody hunt for the side of Rapidude. So yeah, there's a lot of things that Ignite Gaming can do against Kingdom Esports, but I personally feel, Bruno, this is also the first time that Grant brings it up in MPL Singapore stage. There's definitely other choices. I was thinking maybe even the Beatrix, right? Something that's good in the early, good in the late, good in the mid. Because right now, Kingdom Esports is just saying that, hey, if I don't win before the 12 minutes mark, that's it. I'm definitely going to lose the game. Ignite Gaming is just going to win it.
Yeah. Very early game centric for Kingdom. They have a very good peeling from Uranus. They have good ways of locking people down with the Cho. They have early game centric power spike on damage coming from the Joy, and not to forget the Bruno. And essentially having an Angela in the mid lane, you lose in lane prio, but that also means that the Cho will be stuck in the middle lane together with that Angela most of the time to clear waves as fast as possible. As you can see, just 2 kicks plus the concussion blast can do so much to enable the Angela.
Yeah, and right now I think it's also a lot more pressure for the side of FMM to basically hard guard on the right target. Don't forget, Yon on hard guard is definitely going to be very fun. And now you're playing on a map of dangerous grass, right?
Yeah.
Who's going to open the map for the side of Kingdom Esports?
Lolzy. I think that Lolzy is still going to be the main guy, since as long as he's able to find the right person, he's just going to go straight for the kick. And they can, of course, supplement that by getting Yon to be able to go for 2 dashes, right? Just within the point in time, you have already bought in, just within that Way of the Dragon, you bought enough time for Yon to double dash, and can pop off into the ultimate into the main ranks of the Ignite really early. And you even have the...
Seiji! Oh! A trade up top! It is still Seiji picking out first blood though.
Yep, it's still there. In the end of the day, Carry still won in that fight. He still managed to get more gold, more XP because he's around to get the kill credit.
Oh, Iron Hook whizzing by just a little bit. Lowzy comes with the knockup, try to catch up to Zac. Yon goes into the ultimate as well. Try to zip-zap around the iframe, try to buy some time a little bit. Zac dashes to safety. Crisis averted for the side of Ignite Gaming and also Kingdom Esports.
Big amount of missed opportunity because of Zac's impeccable iframes gameplay.
Lowzy
right there. Still, everything is fine.
Still playing with fire just a little bit, trying to output the damage. Iron Hook lands onto FMM, gets slaps on. Speaking about slapping, Ignite Gaming slap onto Lowzy. Rapidude burns away the flicker. Now Yon gets caught just a little bit more. Luckily, he just has the cooldown to get out of there.
shouldn't be too much of a problem. Yon, although he doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, he gotta have to go back home before he can make his way over to the turtle. KE, as much as we want to see them strong in the laning phase, they're not exactly doing too well with a couple of mistakes as well as good plays from Ignite Gaming. This puts Ignite Gaming having the priority over the turtle.
Goes into the ultimate with the hard guard, steals away the turtle for now. Try to ring around the roses just a little bit and hold us. So the rapid dude gets deleted by the side of Kingdom Esports. Yuta looking like he is next. Jinsanity the slow, but Lozy follows up with a dash over the wall and also a wave clear. Kingdom Esports snags a turtle and also a couple kills.
Yep, that's what we want to see from Kingdom Esports. The way that the team is supposed to get these kind of crazy damage over to Ignite. Now, they can of course put more priority into the gold lane this time so that they can further accentuate these farm over to Grant to get him running together with the team. However, there's no right or wrong positions here because they can of course help Drinsanity down in the bottom lane and the XP knock down this turret fast so that Drinsanity is actually open to start running the rest of the team, proxying lane, getting all these Radiant stacks without having to constantly go back into the lane just to clear waves.
Drinsanity level difference versus Yuta. Oh, Iron Hook. That will miss for now. Lozy gets out of there. Or maybe because of the Shimpo CC immunity, right? But look at the level gap between your EXP laners. That's massive.
Huge, man. And surprisingly, it is still an Esmeralda that's supposed to do relatively well in this overall lineup. You have a lot of shields that you will be able to steal. Understandably, this is going to be a pull noodle fight between the XP laners. But once the fight comes together in a macro view, it's going to be good.
Well, unless you bring Yon as well. Here comes the ultimate coming up from Yuta to try to make a play out of it. But the turret targets onto Yon instead. The hard guard, it wasn't even committed as of yet. That's just Yon's shield purely tanking as much damage coming out from Yuta.
That's a lot of healing right off the bat. My goodness. But regardless, that's 4 minutes and 30 seconds. The energy shield will be gone very soon. And unfortunately, that Bruno did not even take a single chunk of the energy shield away. So no acceleration of farm for this Bruno, unfortunately. That will mean that Grant might not pop off as early as we wanted him to.
This is exactly what I was talking about, right? Lozy walks into a bush, opens out the map, gets stunned by Rapid Dude at the same time. Yuta jumps all the way in, where we have attack onto Yon as well. Here comes a hard guard trying to stay alive just a little bit more, but don't forget, Esmeralda don't care about your shields. He's just gonna slice through your HP bars instead. The heartstrings will be able to catch onto Yuta as well. Drinsanity said he step forward, and Yuta will be able to flicker all the way back out to safety, providing some time just a little bit. Zac down low as well, and it's gonna be Zac securing the turtle. Drinsanity leading the charge. He's a Uranus. He is massive. The heartstrings will be able to land onto Blade. Doesn't have the brilliance to get out of there.
There is so much value that Esmeralda has managed to bring for the team with all the amount of peeling that she has done just by just 5 minutes into this game. This game could have been a lot easier for Kingdom Esports if not for the Esmeralda. There has been time and time again where Ignite Gaming's Esmeralda just got away with just a sliver of health, which is completely unacceptable for Kingdom Esports that has a team that can actually do a lot in the early.
Yeah, and right now, don't forget, Seiji has already secured the corrosive side. We call him Farmer for a reason. And once carry hits that critical mass, it's going to slice through Drinsanity like it's nothing. And also everybody from the side Kingdom Esports, right? So I echo what you're saying, right? Kingdom Esports needs to start playing around the gold lane, and they're trying to do so right now.
Yep, finally moving up to the top lane. At least there is... okay.
There's a suppression. Gran immediately gets deleted, and that's not exactly ideal for the side of Kingdom Esports as Ignite getting collapsing onto Gran and Lozy as well. No safety net for the side Kingdom Esports anymore up top.
The top lane could very likely be completely pushed out, but luckily we do have Drinsanity that joined up to the fray to wave clear real quickly, but he also gonna have to be real careful. Even though the Bloody Hunt has already been used, it could go off cooldown anytime from here, while Yon doesn't seem to want to engage in that.
It doesn't seem like very interested, right? There's only just a it's only just a Uranus. Yes, the Uranus was able to slow down, deals quite a few damage using the auto attacks, especially with the stack. But we're entering a mid-game phase right now. First turret on the way, down bot is already cracked. They send Bruno, start to unlock him just a little bit more. Don't forget, Bruno does come online a lot faster as compared to the carry, but Seiji seems like he's already online.
Yeah. That's the whole thing. Grant did not get any energy shield points. Seiji did manage to get a couple of those. The very fact that Bruno and the carry goes lane to lane, but there's nothing that is bad to Seiji. That just shows the gold lane did not work in favor for Kingdom.
Yep, Yuta is dangerously deep in the enemy line, providing some vision over the side of King Knight Gaming. Will be able to spot off Yon, but Yon is not really ready right here. Insanity in the midst right here. Seiji will be there trying to output the damage. Hard guard landing onto Grand, trying to protect him with the heartstrings as well. Will be able to catch onto the Iron Hook, lands onto Insanity as Zack takes down Lozy as Yon duels with Blade. One after another, picking up a double kill for himself as King Knight starts, steps back with the damage, and Grand braving the turret, and he will be able to take somebody down. It will be Yuta going up top as Yon coming in for the defense at the same time now with the help of FMM on the heartstrings. He's just waiting for it. Nice stone rolls on the side, Zack, to prevent the heartstrings from connecting.
That's the way. 8 minutes and 16 seconds. Kingdom Esports finally won a pretty big and massive team fight that allows them to be able to take a very accelerated Lord, because both teams missed the third turtle, which is actually playing in favor for Kingdom.
Yeah, it's basically mid-game power spike coming in from the side of Kingdom Esports, right? And now this is a very awkward position for the side of Ignite Gaming. It's very hard for them to basically handshake any form of fight. Insanity right here, he's a tanky boy.
But Ignite Gaming, they're not exactly out of the game just yet. And so is Kingdom, they're not out of the woods. There are still a lot of ways that Ignite Gaming can come back. They, of course, do have the carry. Having the carry in here, they can always play a good game to come back. Blade also have very good ways to just rip crazily onto the Insanity. You have an Esmeralda that can peel so much, that we've seen before.
Yon has secured a Holy Crystal for himself, and this is exactly what we like to see from the side of Joy, right? A Joy that's able to snowball and basically find the assassinations on top. Earlier just now in that fight. Now the Lord's going to crash up top just a little bit. Insanity providing a bit of a zoning potential against Night Gaming. Even Blade doesn't really dare to step forward because of the level differences right there.
The T2 turret in the top lane actually doesn't really do too much for Kingdom. The main thing that they wanted actually is going to be the mid lane T1. They only have just one more heavy lane that they can work with. But unfortunately, I don't think that Ignite Gaming is going to give them that free T1 turret in the middle.
FMM is just split pushing up down bot. He thinks he's Moscow.
I mean, it does have... It does have global presence, so it's totally fine about that.
I mean, it's like...
Technically, she's better than Moscow.
Yeah, he doesn't need to land the SOD.
Yeah, she's guaranteed to go back into the fight.
Exactly.
I mean, in your face, Moscow.
Yep, but Grand right now trying to knock onto the infrastructure of the side of Ignite Gaming. Look at how easily it falls. Yuta has to jump in to basically try to wave clear very quickly on. But I think, Kingdom Esports is looking to re-enter that one.
10 minutes and 30 seconds into this game, the T2 turret in the bottom lane is going to be threatened after all.
Nice kick right there to try to slow down just a little bit more. Yuta seems like he's going to be the main target right there. The ultimate, but he is fine. He managed to escape, and now this time around, Ignite Gaming may have bitten more than it can chew. It's going to be them turning around against Kingdom Esports, and with Grand picking up the Malefic Gun, he's going to escalate out of control.
See the value of that Esmeralda? Bought so much time, managed to peel so much out of Kingdom Esports. Boy, oh boy, if this was any other XP laner, I think it would be dead already.
Yeah, and also another thing, right? Kingdom Esports invested in a lot onto Yuta, right? Ignite Gaming wasn't that ready to basically snap back, to basically trade, because Kingdom Esports invested a lot. I was expecting Ignite Gaming to take the fight right there.
Actually, yeah, that would actually make sense. But I think that they wanted to kind of hold back a little bit just because of this. The Lord.
True.
The moment that they make a wrong move in that fight, they will cripple themselves so much more, because the Lord spawns, they don't have enough numbers to really deal with this upcoming Lord fight, when this Lord fight is actually a fight that they can possibly, they can probably, have a proper fight.
Yeah, but right now, don't forget, we're waiting for the critical mass from the side of Seiji, right? Once the carry starts coming online, I think we're giving another 5 more minutes. Kingdom Esports, this is their power spike. They need to try to win and destroy defensive turrets. top side and bot side is already cleared out. Just the base turret, mid lane still wide open. They need to use grants a lot more effectively, because I feel like Kingdom Esports, they do have a big weapon, but they're not using it.
I think the SAG should have at least 2 items from this point onwards, right?
Perhaps
if
3.
He has 3, I think if he has 3, then
Yeah.
it's pretty good to go for this fight. But 12 minutes, 3 items, okay. Not too sure whether it is a tall order.
I think that's the 3rd item, my bad. That's a Demon Hunter sword.
The one that he got is a 3rd item?
Yeah,
Okay.
could be a 3rd item. But hold on a second. It's just a very slow dance around the lore pit. Not a lot, but it's going to be...
That's a hook.
That's a hook right there. Lozi, unfortunately, will not be able to get out of there. Yon trying to jump all the way in, trying to bait all the damage. Heart Guard also right there. Grand trying to output the damage onto Yuta. Look at the balls literally smacking his face over and over again, and Yuta couldn't hold.
With the Lord now down to 1/3 of HP. Ignite Gaming has got all 5 members remaining, and Zack takes the Lord.
Zack taking the Lord is massive for the side of Ignite Gaming. They bought some time for themselves, and not only just that, they take 3 members from the side of Kingdom Esports, and that's exactly what I was talking about, right? The critical mass that they have managed to conserve for themselves. This momentum, it's unstoppable.
With the Lord now marching up to the top lane, they can finally, at least for Ignite Gaming, be able to take down all of these outer turrets. Does Kingdom Esports even have any opportunity to defend this? Well, let's talk about wave clear here, right? Yon can wave clear, Drinsanity can wave clear, FMM can't, Grant can't, Lolzy, kinda.
Yeah, right now the only way for Kingdom Esports to defend is basically playing on Ignite Gaming side of the map. The Lloyd's being sent all the way down bot as Zack deals with the bottom lane turret as well. Yon being sent to deal with it. I think he's going to activate the ultimate just to try to wave clear as much as possible. But don't forget, that hook coming up from Rapid Dude is just what earned Ignite Gaming back into this position. And they're looking to crack open even more and output the damage onto Kingdom Esports.
The 2.5k goalie for Ignite Gaming is definitely a lot bigger than you expected, because Ignite Gaming's draft right now, they are more geared towards the mid to the late stages of the game, while Kingdom Esports is more for the early mid game, right? So as long as Ignite Gaming have got a good amount of gold for themselves and have managed to reach this point in time with an advantage, inherently they start winning in team fights. It balances out the fight a little bit more because Kingdom Esports is under the protection of their own turret. There will be more pot shots that will be dealt over to the front liners. So Yuda as well as Rapidu, they have to be really careful with the way that they dive, but I'm actually not too concerned for Yuda, because he's got 2 additional sources of healing, which is, well, Uranus and the Angela.
Yeah, and mid lane, right? For the side Ignite Gaming is still standing strong. They still have the first tier turret, and it's something that allows them to basically constantly push against Kingdom Esports, right? Right now, Kingdom Esports has to play in the vicinity of the base. Top side looks really battered, and I think they're, like what I mentioned earlier just now, 5 minutes ago, Kingdom Esports needs to start using Grant to basically lay siege onto the turrets. Right now, especially when he's secured the Malefic Gun already, forced to build a Wind of Nature, by the way, and, you know, attack speed is not exactly ideal for Bruno.
15 minutes and 34 seconds with the Lord that will be popping out in 30 seconds from now. That is 16 minutes and 4 seconds in. That means that Ignite Gaming would have a massive lead. They have the priority of the Lord. Kingdom Esports, once again, they don't have a very good way to initiate. You can expect that Lolzy goes in and pick 1 person off, but as I mentioned before, if you go in and pick 1 person off, you better expect and hope that Ignite Gaming don't fight back.
Imagine you see the Iron Hook going in. That's a nice kick onto Zack as well. Zack goes into iframes, the Phantom Execution all the way to the back. Grant tried to do something right there, but Lolzy will be there. But hold on a second, the damage coming up on the side of Kingdom Esports. It's a little bit too much, and Drinsanity just taking most of it. Run it down against Seiji. Seiji getting eliminated as Yuta tries to hold just a little bit more alongside with Rapitude. But Kingdom Esports have the wrath, the fury, the damage from the side of the defensiveness, and they will strike against Ignite Gaming.
Kingdom Esports down, they finally completely ignored Yuda. They don't care about Yuda, just let him, you know, sprint for days, no problem. I guess this is the idea that Kingdom Esports is looking for in the later stages, because just give the Esmeralda, she's not gonna do anything to us when we manage to take one after another after another. I am genuinely surprised that they managed to get the right target prioritization from the start all the way to the end.
Yeah, and not just that, right? Like, if you notice how Kingdom Esports played that intelligently, right? They see the Iron Hook going out immediately. Jinsanity and Lozy just speed runs right there, bursts a flicker, and everybody just go in and strike. Zach made a good play to try to go in the way to the back, but Grant and also Lozy held their ground right there as Yon just goes in and kill. Finds Seiji, finds Blade, and it just melts them down with the ultimate.
Honestly, I commend Kingdom Esports on the fact that they took advantage, yes, patience as well. They took advantage of the animation lock of that Iron Hook. The moment that you miss the Iron Hook, you're actually locked down in animation for a very long time. This is where Lolzy slipped himself in between to get himself a very perfect initiation.
Without coming for the flank, but Grant down low just a little bit more. But then again, will not be able to find the damage from the side of Zach onto Grant. He gets healed all the way back up. Good effort coming up from Utah, but Kingdom Esports now knocking on Ignite Gaming's doors.
18 minutes in, with waves from the bottom lane and the middle lane. Middle lane has already been cleared, so not a big issue at all. Ignite Gaming can clear this, no problems at all, but this is still 18 minutes into the game. Yes, Bruno can pop off pretty well in the late stages once he's got full items, but I think that both...
Helbert.
Carry and Bruno both serves a very different purpose in the team.
Yeah, if you notice what Carry is going to go for eventually, right? Skips the Malefic Gun, goes for the Rose Gold Meteor because of the potential threat of the Joy. But once, you know, the Carry starts building up the Malefic Gun, it's going to have the extended range, it's going to shred. But I think main thing that he has to deal with is to survive the onslaught coming off from Yon.
As long as Yon finds the avenue to just slip between the gaps. Technically he can, with the lack of crowd control from Ignite Gaming. There's only number 1, a counter initiation Falling Star Moon, on number 2, the Bloody Hunt. So it really depends on how Rapidut uses his Bloody Hunt, if whether they want to continue on with the Iron Hook into the Bloody Hunt or flicker into the Bloody Hunt until the target that they want.
I think right now you just go in, right? Like, Jinsanity is more than happy to receive any form of CCs. I don't think, well, I think right now, I stand corrected. I think right now Ignite Gaming should have the damage to basically deal with Jinsanity, right? But what Jinsanity could do is just activate the Vengeance and also pop Consecration and then run away. And all of a sudden, Seiji may find himself in a spot of trouble, running out of HP bars because of the Vengeance damage.
He does have Brave Smite. And of course, Radiant Stacks that keeps healing him over and over again.
Yep.
In terms of draft, it's still and always going to lean towards the side of Ignite.
Why are we looking at Bob versus Bob?
To be fair,
this is the most entertaining OV I've ever watched.
To be fair, that Ballista fight is probably more exciting than Esmeralda versus Uranus.
True. I agree.
You know how they clock
whoever
up
the
that,
OV was that, give him a
Ballista
cookie, man.
20 minutes in, the long and extended game length that Kingdom Esports does not want to be in at all.
This is an Evolve Lord abstract.
Yep, one mistake is going to cost them the game. And do note, Kingdom Esports, they also lost the inhibitor turret in the top lane. Not having a T3 up top, while the Lord pops up in the bottom lane, that is a macro nightmare.
Yeah, that's why FMM is there, right? Yeah, FMM is playing this like Moskov. Haha. Literally,
better
right?
Moskov.
Yeah. It's going to be Ignite Gaming starting up the Lord Pit. Insanity will scout that out. Activations coming up for Kingdom as well. You can see them starting to move on just a little bit. Right now, the Lord down low just a little bit. Zach secures it instead as Yon gets deleted by Seiji. And that's a massive mistake coming up for Kingdom Esports. And Ignite Gaming is going to step back. Blade stepping forward right here. Lozy down low. Thorn Rose too slow. Everman takes out Seiji though, but Seiji takes down Drin at the same time. Zach deals with the rest remaining person for the side Kingdom Esports. And it's a total wipeout. Kingdom Esports. Nobody left in the base to defend as Ignite Gaming burns the kingdom down to the ground.
A fiery entrance of Ignite Gaming that managed to wreak havoc over to the kingdom. Not exactly the results that Kingdom is looking out for.
Celebrating right there. The only match win they had earlier just now was what? Against RSG. They were struggling against, you know, the likes of Absolute Zero. They gave 2 games over to Absolute Zero, and now they got it. They got it against Kingdom Esports.
Looks like pattern in the end of the day prevails, right? They 2-0 against RSG, while Kingdom Esports suffers with a 2-1 against RSG. As such, Kingdom will suffer against Ignite. Seems like that latter is true. With Kingdom Esports having such a tough game in the in this final series, I can't help but keep attributing that to the presence of an Esmeralda. As an XP laner,
okay.
As an XP laner and someone that plays Esmeralda, I know that. Yeah, it feels as though Esmeralda doesn't do a lot of damage to you, but it really racks up over time. The longer that you allow the Esmeralda to just keep on spinning over and over and over again, it actually does rack up quite a bit of numbers. Later when we take a look at the damage chart, I would not be surprised at all that Esmeralda have #1 or #2 in highest damage dealt.
Yeah, and I think, technically speaking, if you look on hindsight, right, it's an outdraft, right? Esmeralda counters what the Joy wants to do, what the Esmeralda wants to do, and also not only just that, right? Carry late game.
Lunox deals with Uranus as well.
Exactly. So basically, Kingdom Esports playing on the back foot. They had a strong mid-late game, but they're unable to snowball and swing the momentum into them playing too safe, and they really need to send ground to start knocking down turrets early just now. If not, this is what happens. We're going to give the MVP over to Rapidude on this Franco. 3-3-13. Yes, he missed one of the Iron Hawks that almost costed them the game, but he persevered and he came back stronger.
This is the reason why they've decided to pick R3 Franco. Not even wanting to leave it over to the second phase, knowing well that Kingdom Esports is going to ban that out.
Yeah, Franco has always been the kryptonite of Kingdom Esports. That's why, if you notice, Game 1 and Game 2, they banned it away. Hoki showed the weakness, the shot, the under the drain that allows you to sneak into the castle for the side Kingdom Esports. And Ignite Gaming took that and ran it.
The Vikings prevail. Man, oh man. I think that Kingdom Esports, they are definitely going to have a lot of difficulty trying to swallow this truth that they could have just won Game 2 and not needing to go to Game 3 and suffer an even bigger loss.
Yeah, not giving up a chance, right? Because even though it was Yon that had an absolutely fun of a game, and you know, you see FMM cosplaying as a Moskov. Ultimately, once the Esmeralda starts coming in, the shields just gives you false what's that called? False confidence, right? It seems like you do have a lot of shields, but then Esmeralda just slices through you, absorbs all of that, and then he's just absorbing all that damage into himself, and Seiji late game is just shredding everybody to pieces.
I didn't think that it was entirely necessary for them to even need a carry for their game at all, but hey, in the end of the day, it does serve as a very good insurance policy for Ignite as they move on over to the late game to have a proper win condition. To be fair, if we look at the very early game matchup, I will say that yes, Ignite do have a little bit more problem as compared to Kingdom Esports, solely because of the fact that there is an assassin jungler in the name of Yon, quite easy to pop off as long as he lands kicks, and FMM, you know, we know that Angela is always crowned as the queen of first blood, right? So with this roaming trio from Kingdom Esports, early game and laning phase should naturally prevail for Kingdom Esports, but Ignite Gaming actually gave them a really tough time, which moves on to the mid stages of the game, where Lancelot starts to get scary, good amount of damage, the versatility of the Lunox starts to pop off, and Yuda as the Esmeralda becomes such a huge sink of time, resource, and skills.
Oh, you're right? Both FMM and Seiji are literally one of the highest.
Take a look, damage dealt.
Yeah.
100k. 100k. What did I say?
Man, he's just absorbing all the damage and also just dishing out all the damage.
Yeah.
Right? He's just literally hard carrying that one in terms of the statistics. But you're right?
It's the invisible pressure from Esmeralda. You think that you are not receiving that much. You feel that it doesn't do anything too much as long as we just ignore him. but sometimes ignorance is bliss, only to a certain extent.
Yep, and by the way, Seiji and FMM also has the highest count of First Blood as well in MPL Singapore, right? Both of them played 10 games in total, and they've already racked up 3 First Bloods respectively.
Damage taken, damage dealt. Esmeralda just doubles in everything, almost doubling the entire team by a massive amount. Man.
Yep, Drinsanity also did quite an amount of damage taken as well. As we take a look at the highlights in game number 1, you can see that it is just Kingdom Esports just was able to convincingly prove that, hey, I'm definitely going to be the best team against Ignite Gaming. Of course, we gave Yon that Lancelot. He was able to use a great success. Grant on that. Grant just absolutely crazy, earning himself a Maniac right there. I believe this is the berry sequence that did that. Seiji wasn't... I believe it was Blade that wasn't there to... Seiji wasn't there to basically give him the Savage.
Oh, Savage. If only there was actually a Savage. But the Maniac, it's always going to weigh such a heavy part in me, right? Grant has such a good game. They managed to put so much into Grant, and in the end,
yeah,
but it feels like this is the exact fight, right? They literally run it in. They played according to their condition. Yes, they kind of missed that deadly stingers, but hey, it's fine. That still gave them the confidence boost that Kingdom Esports entirely needed, and it helped them to snowball to the latter parts of the game and just goes a little bit crazier from that point on.
Yeah, and right now, unfortunately, in this particular sequence, if you notice, Kingdom Esports lost Grant right there, and they don't really have enough pushing power to start penetrating all the way. This is the next fight after that one. They are unable to crack open the mid lane turret. I think that's one of the biggest problems. Kingdom Esports wasn't able to prioritize onto these main objectives and allowing Ignite Gaming to... Why does this go into the highlights? Why is this part of the highlights?
It is a highlight, don't you think so?
The battle between Bob and Bob?
Yes, yeah. I was hoping that we can kind of switch the word of Bob.
Why?
So that,
Bob is a minion.
No,
oh, you just made the connection. That's why I've been calling Bob for 10 seasons in a row.
I thought Bob was like... Wait, what was the name of that creep? Not the minion, like the jungle creep. There was this very specific one. The bear.
I don't remember those names. That's why I start giving nicknames.
I remember that, like Churros and I, we had like a conversation about that. That bear actually has a name.
Huh.
Yeah.
Alright.
But I forgot. Like, it was an old name or something along the lines, but I'll have to ask Churros once again. Boy, that guy's having fun at Jakarta, probably.
Yeah.
But speaking of Jakarta...
Nice segue.
Speaking of Jakarta, did you know that you can actually go over to Jakarta for free if you actually buy one of the collab drinks from IT, you know, and then they actually give you a scratch card, and you have you actually have the opportunity to just kind of go to Jakarta for free, support the Singapore team
and
the national stage.
You know, after that, I'm just gonna ignore you for now because we do have that IT promotion. So stay tuned if you are looking to find out more how to get to some discounts as you buy yourself some scratch cards to stand a chance to win yourself towards Jakarta. But of course, we're gonna have to scratch this one for now. Gonna go on short break. Don't go away because coming up next, more fights happening. It's gonna be Absolute Zero going up against Team Flash coming up next.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket Stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded Stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger Qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
wretched spores reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel.
and gentlemen, welcome back to match number 2 of week 2, day 2 of MPL SG Season 10. My name is Abstract. With me here is Jace, who is clearly very sick of me screwing up my openings.
No, I'm never sick of you.
Liar.
No, I haven't. Come on.
Lies.
If I'm sick, I would have left my the place right now.
That's true.
Yeah, true, right? You've left me a few times already, remember?
Let's not talk about all of that. If you're gonna continue talking about that, I'm living.
I don't think you can. I don't think you can. You can't. You physically can't. Anyways, we're gonna go in.
That I'm tall because that's a good thing. Many people. Okay, never mind. Anyways,
it's actually very short in real life.
Shut up. Anyways, we're going to be looking at match number 2 of today, and that is going to be AZ that's going up against Team Flash Singapore. At this moment in time, when we are talking about these two teams, we definitely do have quite a bit that we would definitely want to talk about them, because so far, when it comes down to the regular season results, when it comes down to Absolute Zero, they have managed to win only 1 series out of their 3 series. While in the meantime, for Team Flash, they won 2 out of 3. But let's talk about AZ.
Yeah, I mean, Absolute Zero, right? Like last season, they were actually having a very good run as well, right? Hailing from the Challenger team, and now and in season 9, they're all the way top 3, right? Which is actually reminds me of the old Team Evil as per last time. And you know, like in that short of amount of time, and they're able to just like improve themselves. But of course, you know, this is a very different Absolute Zero as compared to last season as well. You lost Rapitude over to the other side, and now they have to put in Nomad. You don't see Bougie playing until this week, and also you've got Nan that's also missing, replaced by Fake QT for now.
I just really want to know, who is that guy playing in the background?
Sush.
What?
Sush. S-U-J.
Oh, Sus.
Yep.
Sus-J. Yeah.
Sujay?
Yeah, I
he's
just call him Sus-J.
Yeah, he's a sub, if I'm not... Yeah, he's actually being put as a sub. The main gold laner is still Salas, and Salas has been really performing up very, very well as a gold laner. And speaking of the roster, here you go from the side of Absolute Zero.
Vendetta is going to be on the XP lane, Fake Cutie that is on to jungle, Bougie in mid, Salas in gold, and Nomad in the roam position. As I mentioned, the lineup of Absolute Zero, they managed to 2-0 against Ignite Gaming. And unfortunately, against Kingdom Esports as well as Team Evil, they lost 0-2 to them respectively. And so far, it does seem as though the regular season results does definitely look a little bit iffy in some sense, because there are teams that are kryptonites of each other. For example, after the conclusion of the previous game, it is clear that Kingdom Esports is above of Ignite Gaming, while in the meantime, Absolute Zero is also above of Ignite Gaming. Let me see.
Yeah, I think, I'm sorry, if you're struggling right there, that's because the kind of power, or the ranking, or the power ranking of all these teams right now, especially the middle of the pack, is kind of wonky.
Yeah, like...
I think because Team Evo is definitely comfortable on the top in the regular season, right? Whereas the middle of the pack, speaking of Flash SG right now, as you're going to take a look at the roster, their performance has been really shaky. And if you notice, every day when we see them, they're always switching in and out between closer and back. Day 1's back, day 2 is closer, because don't forget, they've lost you know, both Diablo and Ken as well.
So, audition is happening for the XP laners. So Closer joining into the mix, and of course Jay is playing as the roamer. So once again, no JPL to be seen, even though I would really love to see JPL, as this is kind of
you can really see him actually. You just walk out. He's actually right here.
I mean, that's kind of fair. JPL.
Yep, of course, one of the legends in MPL Singapore, and I would argue the fact that he's also quite a legendary figure in the Mobile Legends Bang Bang scene. But yeah, right now, you know, Jay has definitely big shoes to fill, but Closer is back on duty right now, so expect, you know, a better Team Flash as compared to yesterday's.
Perhaps. On paper, it does seem as though that closer, did manage to get some pretty good games so far. But to be fair, Bear's game yesterday against Ignite Gaming did net them the victory, although it was a 2-1 game. So maybe we'll be able to see a little bit of a pattern, because so far day ones are all 3-game series, and day 2 with only 1 sample size is a 2-game series.
Yep, it seems like we're going to go back into Broken Walls Abstract in terms of our random map draw. Because of this Project Next, right, we've already also started to see some of the teams adapting not just the hero picks, right? Of course, you start to see how valuable Chip can be in your Dangerous Grass. And to a certain extent, I feel personally in the previous game, when there's Dangerous Grass between Kingdom Esports and Ignite Gaming, the Cho is struggling to open the map. And remember, that was also one of the things I was talking about. So now we have to see how Absolute Zero and Flash plays around Broken Walls. Broken Walls, in my opinion, really favors the Joy, and which is something that Hades play as well.
Now, so far we have the first 3 bands coming out all the way. So it is going to be Angela, Baxia, Chip, Alice, Yisushin, and Jusin. Well, AZ snap-picked on over to the CC, allowing them to have a very strong XP lane right off the bat.
Yeah, Vendetta opening up with the CC pick is absolutely wonderful. It eliminates everything, like no more tanky EXP laners. We've seen what Gear could do on the CC against the likes of your high losses, against the likes of your... Even to a certain extent, Kalia is also not really safe. Speaking of Kalia, Flash will pick that up for themselves, could also go into the hands of Jay, and the Lunox really becoming one of our top favorites mage in MPL Singapore.
Yep. With the second pick coming in from AZ, they have decided to take that Lancelot for Fate QD himself, so no potential for Hades to snap pick that.
Yep.
However, there is still the Joy that is currently available for the picking. Let's not forget about what else. Okay, so Yisushin has been taken out, so that is all fine. Baxia is also taken out, so now we are kind of left with those assassin junglers plus Fredrin. Although I don't really think that that's something that we might see.
Yep, seems like we're going to be Absolute Zero picking the far side for Bougie, denying that away from Curtizi. Well, technically Curtizi has already selected a Lunox. Lunox is really strong in this particular patch because you may potentially face up against like the likes of the Fredrin, to a certain extent, the tanking frontliners. Now, because of the Lunox immediately, that's already gone. The Brilliance definitely work wonders against the Farsa, but Farsa definitely has better mobility with the wing by wings going around the map.
Now, of course, with the presence of CC, I definitely do not expect to want to see Fredrin, which is the reason why I didn't want to see it at all. But ultimately, Ling and Joy might actually be the case for Team Flash, unless AZ have decided to take both of them out, as both the jungler as well as the possibly XP laner is missing from the side of Team Flash. Well, for AZ, they still need a gold laner, and they also do need a mid lane. No, not mid laner. Gold laner and a roamer.
This is interesting, right? 1-1 being selected by Team Flash this time around. This is the second time that 1-1 has been selected by the side of Vanix. Previously, he actually lost on this 1-1. In fact, if you want to take a look at Vanix's hero pool in this particular patch, he's shown that he's played 2 rounds of Moskov, two games of Lapu Lapu, Bane, Ruby, and these are like your off, not like your non-marksman gold laners right now. But that's also because they don't have access to the Yushin. They're keeping Hades' hero super mysterious right now.
Yeah. Guinevere is a good ban. Of course, he has been playing quite a bit of Guinevere nowadays. It's always going to be a very good combination together with Kalia, with these two being picked up quite often. But inevitably, there is still a very good combo mechanic between the Kalia with the Lunox and perhaps even Kalia plus the 1-1 to really enable all those weakness procs.
Yep. Seems like it is also very interesting for the side of Flash SG is, if I remember correctly, they perform better, in my opinion. They perform better on the blue side, in fact. They've only won 2 times on the red side. And yeah, so this could be an uncomfortable position for Team Flash, especially when they can only snap pick to one hero after they've seen all of the hero roster coming off from Absolute Zero. So this particular pick definitely going to be very pivotal for Team Flash.
Very interesting. They've decided to ban out that Fredrin. So in the end of the day, still the two assassins that... Oh wait, Hayabusa as well. So Hayabusa, Ling is both available, and if they even want to go for the Joy, that is totally possible as well. That's as much as they can thin out that jungle role.
Oh, the Gridnevere also to get taken away by the Sun Absolute Zero, right? And that's something that Hades will play. And I feel right now they will play. Yeah, definitely they will keep Hades' hero super mysterious right now. Hades has a hero pool that is literally as deep as the Olympic swimming pool.
What else is here? We're lacking our gold lanes. At this point, AZ does not have a very clear direction as to what they're going to go for. Their roamer is, of course, a mystery at this point. They don't have any much of a reason to really dive over the back lines. As such, Khalid is not quite needed. It's more of a frontline kind of, frontline kind of thing. If they want to go for pick-off, that's totally fine as well. They don't have anyone tanky, so as much as I want a pick-off Kaja, is gonna leave the team very vulnerable. So Franco might actually still be a pretty good pick for them.
Yep. Okay, Arlott and also Cho being selected by the side of Absolute Zero.
Pick off.
Quite squishy composition coming out from the side of Absolute Zero. You do have... Wait, the gold laner is Arlott?
You're right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Arlott gold lane.
Arlott gold lane.
Or CC gold lane.
I highly doubt so.
You're definitely going to be... Okay, that's definitely going to be a CC
Damage Arlott. Yeah, damage Arlott. Damage Arlott in the gold.
Huh.
Damage Arlott in the gold.
Interesting though.
We don't have a lot of crowd control that can actually refresh. Oh, we don't have a lot of crowd control that can actually help to refresh the marks for the Arlott. Oh, huh. Hey, never mind. CC gold. Huh.
Yeah. Because you would have thought that, you know, the CC will be sent all the way to deal with the Uranus down at the bottom lane. But this is pretty interesting, right? You don't expect a CC gold lane. You expect an Arlott to go perhaps down at the bottom. You try to neutralize it. But why would you go for an Arlott? This is a little bit confusing for me, Abstract.
It is actually kind of confusing for me as well. So what exactly are they looking out for here? They have crowd control. Okay, I think they just want to dip their toes in every way possible. They want to make full use of Farsa. They can't, they want to make full use of Farsa, right? So Farsa's Feathered Airstrike does give pretty good zoning, allows for siege, while in the meantime, it also does do very good buzz. So if you do have someone that can, you know, pick off coming into the Cho, that's great. That's why I was looking out for a Franco, so that you can have a tough body in the front. But for them to pick up an Arlott just means that they want to have a wider AoE to really just deal with the main front lines, having Kalia, Lunox, Uranus.
Yeah, so it's a little bit confusing, right? I think right now, if you take a look at the whole roster on a bigger picture right now, it's just that you're sending Arlott, you're sending CC to a technically losing lane. Yes, there's a little bit of a range incorporated into CC. Maybe they're also afraid the fact that your 1-1 crossbow tank could literally just melt through every person from the side of Absolute Zero. But at the same time, rather than going for an Arlott, you could also or a CC, you could go for even a Harif, right? Because they've already went for a Lancelot in the jungle, so they do have decent amount of physical damage. And yeah, I think Harif fits a bill right here. Zaman falls laying down to slow down everybody, whereas the Feather Airstrike goes in and bursts everybody down. And all of a sudden, you have a bursty composition to be able to burst down the Lunox, burst down the 1-1 to zone deny. Zaman Falls is actually a very good counter. Harif is a very good counter against a 1-1, and even to a certain extent, deal with the Uranus.
I can see that they are trying to play more of a divey kind of composition for their team, right? And if they were to play the Harif for themselves, that would mean that they lack a crowd control in a macro point of view. Perhaps they want to find more ways to disrupt the Uranus, but I don't see a reason why they would throw their late game insurance right over to an Arlott just so that they have a AoE crowd control or rather double stuns coming in from a single hero. That would just mean that you don't want the Cho, you just pick up an Arlott just for that pick-up potential and put the Arlott over to roam instead. But having Arlott and Cho.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of... I mean, Arlott and Cho makes sense. If you're sending Arlott to the EXP, Nomad as Nomad as Cho. But now Silas is on the CC. I think CC is going to be a little bit awkward right here.
How does he deal with 1-1? That's my question.
Yeah,
so they have two losing lanes in the sides.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna get kited. Arlott should be... No, Arlott can't deal against a Uranus,
no,
right?
He can't. It is a very comical hero. You just run straight into a Uranus, and that's exactly what Uranus wants. He wants you close so that he can Ionic this to death.
Oh, Cortese down low just a little bit already right off the bat. Should be able to heal everything all the way up. Jay, as the Kalia is just healing it. Fake Cutie down low as well. Thorn Rails right there, but if you notice, you know, the onslaught is starting as well. Vanix already triggered the Inspire already. Nomad outputting a lot of knockups right here, but Jay is actually knocking Nomad up sky high, limping all the way back to turret, back to safety for Absolute Zero.
The definite sustainability coming in from a Kalia, they're chained up with a lot of these combo mechanics and crowd control is definitely so much more difficult for Absolute Zero's mid laners to really deal with that. Even if it's a Farsa plus a Cho, the both of them can wipe out the waves way faster than a Lunox plus Kalia combo. So honestly, the main part of the game for AZ is to not play mid. They want to wave clear mid and try to put more offensive behaviors elsewhere. It really doesn't matter if whether it's XP or gold because both of them are actually fighters.
Hades will be able to scare Bougie right into the wings by wings. Das has level 4 to play around with that. Jay will tag onto Cho for now. But you talk about, you know, losing lanes for Absolute Zero. Take a look at Benedicta's definitely losing lane, but bottom lane, Silence is actually pushing Vanix all the way back into safety.
That's actually a very interesting interaction.
But hold on a second, Jay down low already. Damage coming out from Bougie does connect onto Jay. And Vendetta using the final slash just to be able to dodge back to safety. The damage from closer is there, but the turtle will be secured by the side of Fake Cutie.
Looks like they have no issues at all taking down that turtle. They Absolute Zero totally understand that, okay, they're gonna have to go Hades at level 4, so Hades don't get level 5 and go straight to the turtle.
Nomad on the chase, flicker small and First Blood right in the face as Jay down low already, and that's when they try to heal the Thorn Rose. We'll be able to find the damage onto the Kalia from the side of Team Flash and Absolute Zero, picking up 2 kills and the turtle. They are feeling it.
With a generally more tanky, fighter-oriented lineup from AZ, it is expected of them to be strong in the laning phase, but not exactly having that kind of lane priority for them to get out of lanes that fast. So the only way that they are able to get out of lanes fast is that they just concede one entire wave of creeps.
Oh no. Feather airstrike coming out from Bougie right there will be able to tank onto Vanix. No way for him to run as well. He's actually desperately trying to hold a puncture. We'll be able to find him. Fake Cutie credited for 2 kills already.
Looks like CC is actually winning the lanes against that 1-1. So even when it comes down to having an extended range, or rather a range advantage from a 1-1, the CC can still threaten a lot by going right into 1-1's face with all these yo-yo tricks.
Cortese goes into the darkening, pops the brilliance as well. Bougie on the chase, try to stun him. We'll be able to find it. Nomad picking up another kill onto Cortese as well. Hades trying to spin for the win at the same time, but Fake Cutie will be able to find him. He's 2 kills, make that 3, and now the Feather airstrike from the side of Bougie, just locking down everybody from the side of Team Flash. This is Pandemonium on the ground at Team Flash's base.
We're learning something as the game progresses. One thing that we learned, of course, CC does do pretty decently in lanes, especially going up against a 1-1. 1-1 is just cowering behind the creep waves, not necessarily looking to just poke the CC at all. And even if he's poking, I think that the Festival of Blood as well as the Brave Smite is just constantly keeping the CC in check.
And the War Axe, right? Right now, whatever damage that Vanix will be able to deal against Silence is already long gone. And now Vanix has only no choice but to try to hope and hold that bottom lane. Does have help from Hades and Jay to be able to take down Celis as well. Bougie goes into Feather airstrike. Nomad does catch onto Hades though. Jay knocking up Nomad right there, trying to peel for a little bit. Cables out there, back to safety. Does pick up a double kill as well. But Vendetta figures forward back in no man's land. 3 members down, giving Flash SG a certain bit of hope for survival.
It's not too bad. for Absolute Zero. In fact, they did trade Aroma and XP laner. Did they lose? Oh, they lose Salas as well. Right. So it's a 3-4-2. But to be fair, they did manage to bring Salas down as well. So it did slow down the momentum for Team Flash and unable to really just go completely ham for the Fanny until the purple buff eventually appears again.
Oh, brilliant popped as well. Nomad tried to make a play right there. We'll be able to find that. Nomad's actually outputting quite a lot of damage, but Jay right there in the middle of Bougie, Salas, and also Vendetta. Nowhere for him to run. Venix also tried to proc the crossbow attack. Actually did so. Unable to find any kills as well, except for Bougie going down.
This is a very micro-intensive game for AZ. They're just looking for fights all over the place due to the fact that they can mobilize their players just so much faster and so much easier based on their movement speed, as well as the fact that they are generally pretty darn tanky. They can appear in fight and put on quite some impact, be it the R-Lot or the CCs there from the side lanes. They're not item dependent though, so that's the main reason why they can win in some of these 5v5 fights, but I will still attribute to a lot of these winning cases because of Nomad.
Yeah, interested in seeing what kind of builds he's building, right? Because now you've got two side lanes that are actually considerably quite tanky. Do you go for slightly more damage because you want to be that damage troll? But hold on a second. Vendetta finding on to closer. Ionic Blades will be able to push him away.
Both teams now, they're just standing at one another, just looking for what's going to be the next best thing to do. The turtle is just going to pop the down bottom, but we will have a fight.
Tsunami Slam onto Nomad though, but Jay down low will get destroyed. Curtizi and Venix also try to output the damage from afar, down a little bit slower, but the crossbow attack will be able to proc onto the side of Absolute Zero, but members from the side, Flash SG will be the spin for the win at the same time. Closer, leading the charge, fighting onto Vendetta, but Fake Cutie is there, lingering around, looking for some form of opportunity to assassinate.
Is this really the power spike of Flash already? But can't really see it at this point in time just yet, but perhaps that is something that Fanny can truly do at this point, as they managed to get one kill off of Vendetta. While Team Flash themselves, they actually didn't lose much in that fight.
Lots of Thorn damage coming off of the Thorn Rose already. Bougie for the airstrike, hopefully trying to catch Hades. Hades will be able to just cable all the way up, saved by the purple red tree.
Hades doesn't have a lot of HP, but he wants to prioritize getting the purple buff. The turtle is currently available for them for the picking as well. This is going to be the third turtle, mind you. So there is actually a very good chance that Team Flash is not even going to be looking at taking this turtle down, or perhaps even AZ is not looking for this turtle, just so that they can get a way earlier Lord, which should be coming up roughly about 8 minutes and 11 seconds, something like that.
Jake will be able to find onto Vendetta and Nomad, but the Feather Airstrike coming up from Bougie, just setting up so much damage in that choke point. Jay immediately gets taken down immediately right off the bat. Crossbow attack just for Vanny to get on the way. Not a lot of damage from the side of Flash. SG onto Absolute Zero. Thorn Rose. You can see that Hades is struggling to pour the damage. He's absolutely taking a lot of it.
With Jay being one of the casualties for the side of Team Flash and Absolute Zero losing Vendetta. Lord currently being available. A quick roundup of the fight doesn't mean that it will go to anyone just yet. This is everyone's game. Completely equal in terms of economy. AZ does have 400 gold ahead of Flash, but it's not that big of a deal.
But Abstract, the tempo is swinging in the favor of Absolute Zero, right? Top side is already cracked open by the side of Absolute Zero's members. And now Team Flash right here, they're looking at around this Lord Pit. See, that's going to be the Tsunami Slam onto Nomad. Hades come in to deny Bougie from the Feather Airstrike, but Bannock goes into the air. We'll be able to take down Nomad. And now all of a sudden, Flash SG wrestles control of the Lord Pit back. Vendetta trying to make a play right there. Does have the weakness procced as Hades stuck onto Vendetta, pushing him away. Absolute Zero running away as Flash SG looking for the kills as Bannock picks up a mega kill for himself.
Flash managed to scare the crap out of AZ, ensuring that they will not be wandering around the Lord's Pit anymore. It's really unfortunate for AZ though, but all in all, it is a very good fight for Flash. They even managed to credit quite a bit of these kills over to Vanix, plus that T1 turret down in the bottom lane.
Bannock slowly building up a load of gold and also skills, right? Now just take a look. 416, I believe he's already secured his own Heart's Claw, so he's gonna start just shooting and outputting quite a bit of damage as well. Once he secures a Magnific Gun, he's gonna output and also out-kite everybody from side Absolute Zero. I think what Hades is trying to do is basically force Bougie's the Feather Airstrike away Fake Cutie does have the damage right now. The Thorn Rose is hurt. Flash SG, but Absolute Zero needs to buckle up just a little bit more.
Unfortunately, the frontliners of AZ will not be able to hold a candle against Kurt TZ anymore. With the Divine Glaive being bought up, it's fair to say that Kurt TZ will be able to deal a chunk of damage to the front lines. And we're talking about quite a lot of frontliners here. With just a simple Starlight Pulse plus the Cosmic Fission, I think that is more than enough to take a massive, massive chunk away and then move on over to Darkening.
Members for the side, Flash SG try to catch onto Fake Cutie. Pops the ultimate, the Brilliant's already gone and ready, and maybe Tsunami Slam right into the Feather Airstrike from the side of Bougie, unable to turn it off, but Flash SG is just working onto Nomad, but the members from the side of Absolute Zero is just literally running against Flash SG down. 3 members, the main damage dealers from the side, Flash SG is already gone.
A very good fight that Absolute Zero managed to pick for themselves, especially since they realized that Hades is all the way down to the bottom lane trying to create some diversion and split push. AZ with the winning 5v4 fight, taking 3 members off of Team Flash, would now be able to get themselves a massive value out of taking the Lord down too.
And now Absolute Zero is literally fighting on the side of Flash SG's map. Closer immediately getting deleted. Vendetta, a monster on the R-Lot, and also Salus. Now you start to see why Absolute Zero is just investing in so much into this particular roster, right? Like now the members of side Flash SG, they're struggling to uphold the damage.
Yeah, but unfortunately, this is also the point in time where Team Flash understands where they stand. They can't take a proper fight against AZ until Vanix eventually hits his peak performance in order to, you know, really wreak havoc from a distance. Because you can let the front lines brawl for however long that you want, but as long as Vanix stays alive and being able to crossbow or tank his way, I think that it's going to be a fight for them.
Tsunami Slam once again onto Vendetta. A lot of damage being poured into that, and Hades try to spin towards Bougie. Bougie wins by wings, will be able to reposition himself, but Absolute Zero is actually wrecking havoc down bot, sending Fake Cutie right there. They sacrifice Vendetta. The Lord will be slowly dealt with by the side of Flash SG for now.
Good amount of kills, good amount of turret kills so far for AZ. They've managed to wipe out almost every single one of these outer turrets except for the one at the bottom lane. Flash does want to look for an angle though.
Hades will be able to shut down Fake Cutie right there. A 1v1 versus a jungler, and Vendetta still down right here. Flash SG is going to take this advantage. They will actually handshake the fight, and now Absolute Zero will find themselves in a bit of a deficit in terms of manpower.
The Consecration being popped more closer. Just gonna buy a little bit more time plus zone plus the Radiant stacks.
Loads of standing gold there, Abstract.
A lot. So 16 is to 16, completely neck and neck in terms of kills. Let's take a look at itemizations to really understand how the state of the game is at this point in time with the 1-1.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Wow. That's literally artillery strike. Even force a Brilliance out of Kurt TZ. He knows he actually cannot deal with the damage coming out from Bougie. And that's a power of Bougie in the pockets of Absolute Zero, right? He's able to just find all these angles and just slap them with tons of damage. Flash SG cannot hold.
4 items for the 1-1. Malefic Gun, Corrosion Scythe, the Windtalker, as well as the Heart's Claws. Well, in the meantime, if you look at Absolute Zero, every single one of the players is actually not building damage except for Bougie. Even for Fate Cutie, he does have the Endless Battle, but he decided to build that Brute Force Breastplate.
Vanix has to hop out of there, but members from the side Absolute Zero hold on to him like it is nothing as Fake Cutie picks up that kill, and now Flash SG, they're starting to lose ground. The AoE coming up from Fake Cutie. Tremendous damage against Flash SG as Hades has no choice but to sneak a turret down bot.
This is an interesting road that Fake Cutie has went for himself. That is a Bruiser Lancelot that we are looking out for from the side of AZ, which would explain why it's actually kind of difficult to bring Fate Cutie down at this point as we speak. For all the crowd control that is going to be applied to him, it will be reduced because of the Brute Force Breastplate. As he continues to move on forward, he can actually pick up quite a bit of kills like that.
Hades coming in. Okay, Fake Cutie still secures the Lord for themselves though. Bougie does land down the Feather Airstrike, picks up Hades as a kill. Jay has to try to run away right now. The concealed play coming off from Salus. The broken walls almost be able to help Jay to be able, almost help Absolute Zero to pick up Jay right there. But Absolute Zero secures the Lord for themselves as Flash SG now to go for the defense.
300 gold in favor for AZ, with the Lord marching down in the middle lane. The amount of economy for both of these teams is massive, so it's definitely going to be bringing some of these main damage dealers already at top form. Vanix already picked up that Wind of Nature. That should be more than enough to deter a lot of these attacks.
A bit of a damage coming in, but once again, it's another choke point that Absolute Zero forced Flash SG into a fight. Hades missing that spin right here. Finally picks up Bougie though, and that's A-okay. And now the rest of the members from the side of Flash SG will be able to deal with the Lord, and then up subsequently deal with the members of Absolute Zero. And now with the crossbow tank does have it, he will be able to jump into the air, finds onto Salas, and there will be another member down for the side Absolute Zero. It is a bloodbath in the Land of Dawn right here between these two teams.
Great defense from Team Flash. They also managed to find the very big ticket kill down over to Bougie. Bougie does have got the Queen's wings, so blood wings. So even with the blood wings, he still wasn't able to really stop the onslaught from Fanny. Understandably, it is a Fanny after all. Fanny has picked up quite a bit of items with that
Full damage.
Oh yeah, full items ready. So we've got Sea Halberd, we've got Blade of Despair, Hunter Strike, Malefic Gun, as well as the Blade of the Heptases.
Look, if Fake Cutie is able to output so much damage based on his skills, just with like even a brute force breastplate, and now just completed the Malefic Gun, I actually fear for Flash SG. Flash SG cannot afford to basically stack like that because Bougie could just easily do this, and Vanix needs to hop away.
Shouldn't be too big of a problem still. Flash SG still have got one main win con, and that is just to take down Bougie. That's the main burst damage from AZ, which makes things so much more difficult for Closer to sustain in this entire team fight. Salas, yes, is going to be able to bruise Closer a lot because of the fact that he can reap through those shields and reap through all those HP bars. But the number one threat undoubtedly is still going to be Bougie.
Right now, I think Flash SG, like what we've been pointing out for some other teams, right? The way they've been engaging is just a very single dimensional, right? Jay, jump in, flicker, maybe, then Tsunami Slam somebody. But if you notice how Absolute Zero plays this, whenever Jay Tsunami Slam somebody, Bougie is there, opening up the feather airstrike and then start blasting wherever Jay lands. Jay has died 7 times, and he should be none the wiser regarding picking these people up.
Perhaps not a full bruiser build for Fate Cutie. His HP bar doesn't seem thick enough for him to actually be going bruiser build, so it's more of like a hybrid kind of thing. A little bit more sustainability and defenses in the early stages, but now he should have the damage items that he needs in order to really snipe down the backlines.
You should have full build right now. In fact, the only defensive item, will you consider Brute Force Breastplate defensive? Because sometimes it's actually quite an offensive defensive item.
To be fair, yeah, you're right, true. It does have the new, it's not really new, but it does have the stack mechanic
that's a massive pickup from the side of Flash SG. Hades picking up that kill right there onto Bougie. They've got around 30 seconds before they could do anything, and now if you notice, this is a time where Flash SG will strike, conceal play, catching onto Salas. Salas hops into Vengeance, immediately get destroyed by the side of Curtisi, and now 2 members down. Flash SG is looking to cycle. They could either convert this into more turret takedowns, or at the same time work on the Evolved Lord.
This is the big break that Team Flash is looking for. Being able to put 40 seconds on the Salas and subsequently like 30 seconds on the Bougie because of an early death. It's gonna net them this Lord take, which will be coming out in plus minus 5 seconds coming in. So, all of these waves coming out, that's gonna give Team Flash a mega creep in the middle and the bottom.
Yeah, Jay's ultimate's already up. Doesn't have the flicker to work with that one, but this is, like what he mentioned, a big break. I want to see how Flash SG utilize that one, but unfortunately the timing's not on Flash SG sides. Absolute Zero, by the time the Lord actually marches all the way down bot, Absolute Zero has full members online, and Bougie, especially Bougie, is online.
But to be fair, this is still an evolved Lord. And they don't have a marksman over to the side of AZ.
True.
So this is still going to be a very difficult Lord for them to handle.
A very early feather airstrike will be started out by the side of Bougie as well. The Lord's actually working on the core. A little bit distracted right here. Nomad goes in for the kick. Hades will be able to deal with that one with the cutthroat. Curtisi in the middle right here. Goes into the brilliance as well as the Lord pummels onto the core of Absolute Zero. As Flash SG shows who is boss. They take down Absolute Zero in game number 1.
A very unfortunate and segmented fight for the last one. Cho, Nomad managed to land a very good way to Dragon over to Hades, but unfortunately no follow-ups because the rest of the team were a little bit too preoccupied in the front lines and the Lord. So it's not about a chase to kill people, but it's really just a chase to survive. The Lord is huge, and as I mentioned, with no marksman, super difficult to bring that Lord down. And ultimately, you just gotta have to slowly make your way, clear out these waves. And to be honest, it is just a Farsa for the wave clear.
Yep.
Already lost the feathered airstrike, so you actually have got no proper tool to wave clear. Right? We're talking about CC, we're talking about Arlot, and yeah, you can't wave clear.
That's it, right? The lack of the marksman really ultimately hurt Absolute Zero. But if you notice, Absolute Zero in the mid game, they were literally dominating, right? They were actually able to control Flash SG for a period of time. They were fighting against Flash SG side of the map. And that's the downfall, right? The fact that they don't really have a marksman. A little bit confusing, mind you, in terms of the pick right here. Definitely works well in the mid game, especially when you start seeing the CC go for the Vengeance as well, and it starts healing everything back up. The 1-1 couldn't do anything.
Would have been great if they are able to translate their performance in mid-game all the way to late game. But in the end of the day, it's not about how well you do throughout the entire match, but it's about how you close the game. I don't see a way for them to be able to realistically close the game. But regardless, speaking about closing the game, it is Team Flash that closed the game and managed to give Vanix that MVP role with a total of 5:3:13, completely and fully slaughtered.
Yeah, and the benefit about 1-1 in this, well, basically because of her kit, right? You can easily skip the boots, which means that you get one additional item in. That one additional item in just really grants the 1-1 so much power, and the fact once you get the Malefic Gun, you could just like step forward even further, you could just kite, and I think once the Malefic Gun is secured by the side of Vanix, well, Lord Vanix himself, nothing from the side of Absolute Zero that can do to basically stop them, unless the Farsa just slaps him with tons of damage and the 1-1 is forced to run away.
And here we go. Throughout the entire game, it does seem as though Absolute Zero, with 2 Turtle and 2 Lord, there is definitely some form of dominance, and we can see just how difficult is it to deal with when Bougie just goes completely online. The burst potential is crazy, paired together with Nomad's very aggressive play. And right off the bat, Nomad even managed to get quite a bit of kills. However, those kills, unfortunately, kind of misplaced because it's onto Nomad, not onto anyone else. It could have been so much better, but sometimes, it is what it is.
Yeah, but Absolute Zero is like, everybody is like mostly fighters, right? You put in kills all the way to the side of Bougie, okay, not too bad, not too shabby either, but well, Bougie really output a lot of damage near the later parts of the game. The Winter Trunkin definitely helps. It is also a massive counter for the 1-1 as well. And yeah, I think I really see, Absolute Zero putting a very hard game over the side of Flash SG, because I have to agree, Flash SG this game doesn't look easy for them.
In the early phases, they don't have anything that can realistically help them all too much. One thing that can help them is the fact that they have some winning lanes, such as having a Uranus going up against an Arlet as compared to a Uranus against a CC, right? In the meantime, we thought that Vanix would be able to do a good job or better job against the CC, but somehow seems like CC is pretty darn annoying in lane as compared to the 1-1. And of course, I absolutely trust Vanix. If Vanix thinks that it's better to play safe against a CC, then that is probably right.
Just look at the amount of damage dealt by Salas, right? It's just 118k damage.
That's
on
a
the
lot
CC.
more than I expected.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that one, right? Like, it just shreds. Maybe it's also shredding through, what Closer is trying to do. Also shreds through what J is, because these are your 2 tanks from the side of Team Flash. But there's also another point to take note is Bougie just outputting that AoE damage, right? 101k damage in total.
101, okay. It's pretty fair with the artillery strikes here and there. Fate QD though, 63,000 damage dealt, but it's a pretty respectable amount of damage taken. So yeah, it's not bruiser at all. Probably would have been a bruiser. It would definitely be more of a bruiser style if it's a thunder belt, right? So moving on to the direction, it would be nice to see, but they need some burst potential other than Bougie. So having 2 win conditions in the team is understandably going to be the better way to go. But without the late game insurance of the marksman, puts them in a really tough spot because this is a 19 minutes game.
Yeah, and you talk about damage, right? If you take a look at Salus's item build, which is pretty interesting, right? It's a War Axe into a Hunter Strike. Well, not into, but like I think the order is not very important. Hunter Strike, War Axe, and also a Brute Force Breastplate. These are your 3 core items for the side of Salus. And then after that, he starts to shred. The Hunter Strike will allow you to continuously chase on top of the absurd movement speed that you get.
And the penetration too.
And the penetration that you get from the Brute Force Breastplate as well, in terms of the movement speed and adaptability in terms of the movement, in terms of your CC immunity, not say CC immunity, CC resistance. That's right. And yeah, and of course, once you proc the Vengeance, the 1-1 couldn't really do anything much to you. So the only way to comfortably take down Salus is to basically get Cortese to go into the Darkening Form. And if you notice, Cortese not really comfortable on this Lunox because he's constantly getting slapped by the Farsa damage.
Yeah, actually, now that we kind of think about it, I think that what their vision is that for that for the 1-1, it doesn't matter who you break the weakness points of, because we have so many of our frontliners here, right? CC, Arlot, Cho. We're going to go right in your face, and you're mostly going to be breaking one of these 3 person. And all of these 3 people have got ways to deal with it. Perhaps even Lancelot. Even Lancelot have got a way to deal with it. Lancelot have the iframe, CC does have the Vengeance and, and the tankiness. Arlot is probably the one that's a little bit tricky, but he still does pick up tanky items. So even if you do take him down, the main thing is he peeled your entire ultimate. In the meantime, no one else can peel from my Farsa's Feathered Airstrike. It's still going to be a massive threat as compared to your crossbow of tanks threat.
Especially when you have... that's why, if you notice, most 1-1 builds is starting to change again, right? There's a period of time where it's Corrosive Scythe, Demon Hunter Sword, but now it's mostly the Corrosive Scythe into a Heart's Claws, into a Windtalker, and then after that, Malefic Gun. Once you secure these 4 items, you're basically an AA monster, right? You'll be able to kite somebody from far away, you'll be able to kite Salus, Salus can reach you, Vendetta can reach you, and also Nomad as well. So basically, you try to outrange them and move away as you fight the remaining team fights.
Understandably, it's not gonna get you the same kind of attack speed as a Corrosive Scythe, as compared to, you know, just really like hopping like crazy, right? But Windtalker does give attack speed, so I think that is still gonna be a very
speed.
And movement speed.
Base movement
speed.
Yep.
So ultimately, it still will help you without that Corrosion Scythe. I believe that, at least for me, right, someone who don't play Marksman all that much, it feels like, oh, without Corrosion Scythe, you're
he does have the Corrosive Scythe.
Oh,
it's the Demon Hunter Sword that he skipped.
Demon Hunter Sword skipped. Okay.
Yeah, so especially right here when you go for like the likes of Vendetta. Vendetta is also outputting quite a lot of damage if you notice, right? And the only damage item that he picked up was technically just a Furry Hammer.
Yeah, for the penetration. Fair,
right?
fair.
And then after that,
that's for laning phase.
Correct. And then you follow up with a Thornmail. It feels like what Absolute Zero is doing right here is just to counter this 1% and 1% only. We want to make Vanix's life miserable, and this is how you do it. Like, I'm looking back at the item builds right here, and also the roster. I am disgusted.
What is so disgusting?
It is disgusting, right? I don't know how to play if I'm a 1-1 right here.
Like, who's my target, right?
Yeah, like I tag most of the... if I tag my weakness point onto Fake Cutie now, I don't think... Even before I tag most of my fake... proc all the weakness point for the side of... on the side of Lancelot.
He's most gonna iframe like...
He's gonna iframe
half
away.
of those.
No, he's gonna iframe and I'm forced to switch targets. And even dash away, right? And... Bougie, I think by the time I reach him, I'm going to get melted by the Feather Airstrike already. I need to be super confident in proccing the...
Yeah, the range priority is not possible for the 1-1 to just go on with the backlines.
So this is actually a very tough game for the 1-1 pick, especially when looking at how Flash SG drafted that one, it was a R3 pick.
But regardless,
after seeing the Farsa.
yeah, but regardless, they still won that game.
Brute force.
It's really just the lack of marksman, really. If the game ended before 15 minutes, then I think it will make sense for AZ to be able to snag that win.
Yep, I think that's a gamble. We've seen some of the teams actually prefer to go for the early to mid game priority and then hope to snowball and end the game right there. But when you go back into more of a conventional roster, this is exactly what happened, because this game ended at like what, 19 minutes?
Yep.
So it's pretty long games already for this particular team.
As such, we are going to be looking at expanding rivers. So, very high chance we'll be able to see a Yishun Shin in the mix, unless it's been taken away.
But it was banned away in game number 1 earlier just now. And yeah, I expect that to be banned as well. Flash SG doesn't really want to meet that Alice at all. First pick looks really juicy for the Yishun Shin.
Draft. Very, very fast draft.
They call me
Team Flash now has the opportunity,
because I saved
yes,
my nation
indeed,
from
will pick up the
falling apart.
Yishun Shin. In a map of expanding rivers, it's kind of difficult for you to not want to pick up the Yishun Shin for your team. But this also means that it opens up the clear for AZ to pick up, which can flex over to Nomad or Vendetta.
Or yeah, Vendetta is the one that popularized
the
playing
XP.
the EXP Kalia as well.
Yep.
Last season. And there's also another thing, right? Absolute Zero could also go back to the Lancelot pick in R3, but Bougie has been so solid on the Feather Airstrike, so they're going to keep the Farsa for this particular game.
So understandably, when we see Yishun Shin in the hands of Hades, we would expect to see that Vanix's pick will always be the last pick. It could be a Bane, it could be a Lapu, it could be a Ruby, it could be a conventional marksman. But it all depends on how they're going to be diving their game in. One thing's for sure is that there is a Farsa in the side of AZ. So they actually, for Flash, they have a reason to want to go over to the back lines. They can play slightly divey, which is something that Yishun Shin can really appreciate.
Lapu being selected by the side of Flash definitely could easily go into Vanix's hands. Closer can also pick it, and that's why Flash SG is quite scary, right? Like Lord Vanix could play. Lord Vanix can literally play these kind of fighters side lanes in the gold lane as well. Grok will be selected by Jay. Definitely looking to try to counter up the Farsa. And of course, if you're side of Absolute Zero, I think it's all about playing picks using the side of the Kalia. But right now, if they review that they're selecting the Esmeralda, definitely this is going to be Esmeralda Vendetta and then a Kalia for Nomad.
Yeah, so I think that this is a rather premature pick of the Esmeralda. I think that nothing really points to the fact that they must pick up the Esmeralda for R3. So because of that, they now lost the ambiguity coming into the second phase of the banning stage. So now Team Flash knows exactly what they're gonna have to ban, right? Ban out the gold laners, ban out the junglers, which one that works which one works the best, and which one they want to eliminate. I think ultimately Lancelot is a hero that they would want to take out because we know that Fake Cutie plays that.
Yep, start taking away Hayabusas, start taking away your Lancelots. I think these are the two heroes that Fake Cutie has played. Yep, played two games of Hayabusa, played 2 games of Lancelots.
Hayabusa.
Yep. So it does make sense now. It's easier for them to go for the bans because ultimately I think if Esmeralda did not appear, Team Flash will still probably focus on banning out XP laners or the roamers because let's be honest here, there's so many junglers available and in the original banning pool, there's only one jungle being banned out. So it's very difficult to bring down the amount of hero pool of Fake Cutie, so might as well just move away from the direction if the XP laners is easier to target.
I think you take away the Lancelot right here, but I think if you're Flash SG, you showed that you're already about to play the Lapu Lapu. Lapu Lapu is easily snap the Lancelot easy. I love this Absolute Zero ban onto the Bane. This is something that their roster is definitely very weak at because the Tsunami Slam makes you very predictable where you're going to go, and then after that you got your Farsa to go into the Feather Airstrike. You're basically a sitting duck for the Deadly Catch.
Exactly. Deadly Catch is a very good answer for the Farsa, and it's understandably what should be taken away. Carry,
That's telling.
Okay.
Flash SG maybe going into a very tanky side lanes as well, right? Now,
understandable, yes.
Now it's like what, 80% chance of raining meatballs? No, or 80% chance of basically Vanix going to go for your side lane fighters. The 1-1 will be selected by Salus.
Okay, so this is going to be a little bit of a switcheroo, right? The 1-1 onto the side of AZ instead of Flash now. So Flash now has the opportunity to play, I would say, Ruby, right? Ruby still is still a hero that have very good mobility. You still have got poking potential against the 1-1 in lane. And let's not forget, you can reach very deep in to deal with that Farsa with a flicker plus I'm offended combo.
Yeah, and you're not afraid of being catched by the Kalir, right? You get caught by the Kalir.
In fact, you want to go in.
Yeah, basically it's a free gap closer. If you use Kalir to catch the Lapu Lapu, it's also another gap closer. So yeah, I echo what you say. Even Tigra looks really good right here, but hold on a second.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
What? Okay.
So I can understand that burst potential that they needed out of the mid laner, just so that they can deal with an Esmeralda. Something that sustain heroes really scared of is those bursts.
That's gonna be a Vanix Uranus. As a 1-1.
No.
Oh man, I want to watch that one.
No way, no way.
That would be funny though.
That will be kind of dumb.
Hey, come on! I come up with good ideas.
I mean, it's gonna spice things up for sure.
Exactly. I love watching spicy stuff, but I can't take spicy.
Oh,
yeah,
weak.
I am.
Same.
Both have very weak stomachs.
Yeah. In fact, it's better to not have spicy stuff before a cast.
Yeah. But right now it's like I was thinking like you can have like some spicy drops coming up from the side of Team Flash, right? Like you could bring the Uranus over to the cold lane and watch the 1-1 just suffer just a little bit right there as you just laugh your way around. But the Uranus is definitely going to be dealing with the Esmeralda. That's going to be a neutral lane. But definitely a lot more pressure on Kurtizi, right? Kurtizi, game number 1's a little bit awkward on Lunox. This is my first time seeing Kurtizi on the Kagura.
Now, understandably, I would say that having a Lapu or a Ruby, they generally do the almost same thing. The one thing that the Lapu excels in is the fact that he does have crowd control immunity during the skill, using the skills that he casts with it inside of the Bravest Warrior mode. So I think that can be something to help him to get closer and closer.
Nomad, download just a little bit. But being saved by just the sheer passive heals that he's getting right there.
Because the burst potential, I think that the burst potential from AZ is still relatively scary, right? So I think that as long as they put the as long as they are able to get the Lapu deep into the fight with the crowd control not being locked in by Tsunami Slam, that's all good. While for the Uranus, I think I feel that the Uranus pickup against the Esmeralda is just more of a comfort pick for Closer. Because I don't remember seeing him seeing Closer play Lapu before.
Let me check.
Yeah. I honestly don't think that he played Lapu before. So, I mean, I
no, he hasn't.
Yeah.
He's played Esmeralda in 3 games at Uranus as well.
Yeah. So, definitely sounds like comfort. Otherwise, in most cases, I wouldn't recommend picking up a Uranus. Not just because of the fact that he is just, well, he does nothing against an Esmeralda, but altogether, it's just a sitting duck for both of these two teams. Just leave them alone, let them do the passive damage. Or maybe that's what they're trying to do, right?
Here comes an Expanding Rivers. Have definitely a lot of eyes on Closer to really wreak some havoc in the backline. Hopefully we'll be able to just catch onto the Farsa. Because I've seen, I think, was Uranus kind of nerfed before? Can't exactly remember, because I remember there's a period of time when it was a Uranus jungle patch, and then everybody is just like running the Uranus around, and it's absolutely hilarious.
Yes, correct. There was a patch whereby the Radiant Armor stacks will skill the damage of your Ionic Discs, and in the meantime, oh, hold on.
Kurtizi finding onto Fake Cutie, blows him up with help also of the Mountain Shocker. Vanix also takes down Bougie all the way off screen as well, pushing Absolute Zero all the way back to the base, giving Flash SG that turtle.
So, to answer your question, Uranus used to have this thing whereby his Ionic Disc have two ways of stacking, right? The more you hit the enemy's heroes, the more damage they receive. So just by itself, in XP lane, he already deals a lot of damage. And then the patch also allows his Ionic Disc to scale based on his Radiant Armor stacks, or not the Radiant stacks. So he hits like an absolute truck that allows him to play jungle so well. Even right now, he can still do jungling decently. But I think that the Ionic Disc stacks is way better than the Radiant Armor stacks back then.
Oh well, Absolute Zero right now, I think, losing the jungler early just now, the jungler lost the purple buff, allowing, giving the farm to Hades. Hades allows to take the turtle. I think that's a double whammy for the side of Flash SG. A lot more stable in terms of the early game. We need to see how the transition all the way to late. You can see the Mountain Shocker activated already as well. Hades looking to gank.
Unfortunately, Hades is not going to be catching anyone, but the Mountain Shocker is going to reveal quite a bit. They found Vendetta down to the bottom, but they don't have a way to really crowd control him or lock him down in place. Ultimately, it's still very early. Team Flash, they don't really have a lineup that can help them, lock people in just yet. But they're mostly just going to be looking at objective fights, not exactly more of a skirmish kind of kills.
Yeah, you can start to see Flash closer, cutting the waves against Vendetta already down in the bottom lane. And most of the members from the side of Flash SG seems like Jay will explore up top for now. Teasy following suit, looking for some form of pickoffs. If you notice Absolute Zero, this is a different kind of playstyle already. They start to respect a little bit more for the side of Flash SG, and Vendetta finds Hades as well. Teasy goes on in, throwing the umbrella just a bit. The wall will be built. The tectonic charge right into the face. Muji goes down. No more fair airstrike for the next turtle fight at the same time. Tsunami Slam for the side of Nomad. And Nomad tries to heal up the rest of the members. Fake QD down low just a little bit. Teasy will go down first. Vendetta slaps him down as closer Ionic Discs turn around as they these two teams trade mid laner for mid laner.
We're looking at about 700 gold lead in favor for Team Flash, but the fight is not exactly over because players are just all across the map at the left side. Vendetta is all the way in the face of Jay. He definitely have information as to where the Yushin Shin and the Grok is. While the main fight for Absolute Zero, 4 members is just cowering within of their own jungle waiting for the perfect opportunity to jump in.
Vendetta holding down 3 members. Mountain Shocker will be committed by the side of Team Flash. Buji goes into the feather airstrike. None of the members on the side of Flash want to deal with that one. At the very least, they know, they have information the feather airstrike is gone. Ooh, Salus does commit to the crossbow attack, and if you notice, Absolute Zero is just Tom and Jerry. Flash SG just spreading their HP bars all the way out, but it is going to be Absolute Zero taking down closer first.
This is very scrappy, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
The Esmeralda is just total disrespect, knowing that Team Flash right now, they don't have an answer for this Esmeralda. He can just keep on proxying and just keep running about, and ultimately I'll say that AZ kind of have the same thing. They can't do anything about that Uranus unless they really throw a lot of resources onto him.
Hades down low already. That's the damage coming out from Buji. Pushing away, even though he's two deaths, he's actually still hurt quite a lot. And that's also because Yushin Shin is such a glass cannon. And I think right now, Flash SG, they need to play around Jay. Jay is actually picking up 2 kills already as Vendetta going up against Vanix. I think it's just going to be a pool noodle fight once again. I think there's a bit of switcheroo. Absolute Zero unlocks Salus to start roaming around the map.
As we slowly move on from this, 6 minutes and 30 seconds in. AZ, they currently do have a tad bit of a control of a map, but that's not going to tell us too much. VQD did manage to pick up that War Axe, so that can definitely help a little bit more moving on forward. With that Wind Talker onto Salus as well, this is the second item? With 000, I think that should be the second item, since Wind Talker is pretty darn cheap.
Loads of touch and go for both these two teams. Sizing each other up, right? There's nothing to be gained on the map but to defend each other's bases. But there's not a lot of pushing power coming out from the side of Flash SG. They are definitely waiting for Hades to farm up as quickly as possible. But Salus, ooh. Why is he hurting himself?
This is really just about a farm game.
For the airstrike, TZ will be able to dash away. Here comes the tectonic charge, catching onto Vendetta right now, getting stun locked right here. All the way, gets blocked in by the wall, but he's still alive as the Esmeralda. Once again, Flash SG unable to find anything at all, even after they committed so many things. The Phantom Execution in the nick of time will be able to find TZ. That Pixel Brush, super dangerous, as Salas cracks open top.
Ah. This is not dangerous grass, but hey, this is more than enough to be able to find these very sneaky spots to really deal with TZ.
For the airstrike once again to try to zone, denying the entrance coming off on the side of Vanix, and now they have to try to go on in. The Mountain Shocker will be tagged on to Vendetta for now, buying some time for Fake Cutie to secure the turtle for themselves. And now the members on the side, Absolute Zero finds Hades, and that's not exactly ideal for Team Flash.
Yep, Team Flash is currently pretty done spread out with a couple of players in the middle lane clearing wave. A couple is just floating around, and of course Hades a little bit too far and deep in, trying to steal the turtle away. Alas, it didn't really work so well for Flash as they lost Hades, they lost the turtle, they lost the bottom lane, and I think that potentially, top lane, top
lane's
lane.
Already cracked open by Salas earlier just now.
Yep.
Team Flash is actually taking a lot of L's right here, and Vanix trying to make a play with the Bravest Warrior. Thank God for the damage reduction, allowing him to survive just a little bit longer against the damage coming off of Fake Cutie.
As such, the game is slowly tilting in favor for AZ. The early game mechanic of Team Flash is supposed to work more in their favor, as the gold lane and the XP lane can leave the lane so much earlier to apply pressure in team fights. But AZ, they took control of that game with 2,500 gold lead for themselves. In terms of power spike, TZ can pop off, Vanix can do decently, but you gotta have to remember that AZ do have a bursty assassin in the name of Fake Cutie, a bursty mage from Bougie, who can both of them be enabled by the pick-off mechanic of a Kalia.
Yeah, you can see that TZ is struggling to find any form of damage right there, right? Like 0-2-2 is his KDA, and Closer is desperately trying. And if you notice, Flash SG is constantly getting distracted by Vendetta, allowing Absolute Zero to do wonders around all across the map, right?
Speaking of that, it is mobility game for AZ too. They can do that.
Well, the Shocker will be able to reveal Bougie all the way out of arm's reach, but Vanix will be there. Slice and dice, he will be able to drop Bougie and also Salas down low just a little bit. Does take a lot of damage coming out from the crossbow tank, but Jay goes down already. Flash SG limping away. Hades unable to find some form of entrance point right there, has to disengage.
It's really unfortunate as Vanix tried to make his way all the way to the back to deal with Bougie as well as Salas. To be fair, he did manage to buy a lot of time. He used everything within his arsenal. It did not work. His flicker stun did not land onto Bougie as well. So all in all, he went straight in over to Bougie and Salas, lost the fight, while the main fight of Team Flash didn't work out too.
Tsunami Slam as well, but TZ and also Hades unfortunately will drop down for the fight. Nomad unable to finish a kill from the side of Flash SG. Closer, get tagged by the crossbow tank as well, gets shut down by the side of Vendetta as well. Absolute Zero just needing to charge right here with a revitalized life, and now they're sending the Lord towards Flash SG.
An absolute lack of damage from the side of Team Flash, and they are definitely showing something about this all the way through down in the middle lane.
And Vanix trying to go for Bravest Warrior onto Vendetta, but Fake Cutie is right there. Main target is looking at TZ. TZ is down low already. The wall will be built by the side of Jay, but it is going to be Nomad just dragging Jay right into the snapping jaws of Bougie. Gets taken down, and Hades on the Yishun Shin, unable to do anything but watch his robot goes down.
In fact, most of Team Flash, they can only watch. None of them can really scale very strongly over to the later stages of the game. As such, the top lane is going to be under threat. They lose the T3 turret, and potentially AZ will want to end the game soon.
The Lord will be dealt with by the side of Team Flash for now, as Absolute Zero has already done permanent damage on the base of Flash SG. The damage from Bougie, Salas, and also Fake Cutie is a little bit too much. Vendetta is absorbing so much damage from Flash SG.
They move on to the middle lane. That's the pay.
That's definitely going to be a lot of pain for the side of Bougie, raining down fire from above as Vendetta goes in for a drive-by to clean it up for TZ and Venix already go down. The main damage dealer from the side of Flash SG is dead, but Hades out there with the Mother Choco will try to do something. Vendetta down low a little bit, but Fake Cutie comes in for the rescue. The Thorn Rose, the puncture to push Flash SG away as Flash SG is out of ideas.
As he recollects himself back into the middle lane and ensure that they want to bring down the T1. Another round of ultimate. They are not stopping.
Another barrage coming out from Bougie. Bougie on this far side is absolutely ridiculous. His angles, his damage. He doesn't really need to kill, he just needs to push Flash SG away, allow Salas to go in and hit turrets, and Absolute Zero dismantle bot lane.
They're not caring about anything right now for AZ. They have the firepower and they are not afraid to use it. With the top lane and the bottom lane T3 currently destroyed, this is a very painful take for Flash, because no matter where the Lord is going to spawn, there will be a natural heavy lane on the opposite side. Now, the Lord down to the bottom, top lane is naturally pushing. Team Flash did not take a lot of turrets. In fact, the only turret that they took is the T1 turret down to the bottom lane.
Yeah, because they cannot go past Vendetta, right? Vendetta is always constantly zoning the members on the side of Flash SG. There's not enough damage from Hades right now. There's not a lot of opportunity for them because Bougie sets up a feather airstrike, nobody goes in, and it's very hard. Even though Vanix does have the flicker, Bravest Warrior, yes, he's able to output some damage against Bougie and perhaps to Salas, but Salas can easily go up into the air.
Doesn't seem like the game is going to end just yet, but Flash is going in.
Courtesy can't able to find anything though, but now Vendetta will be able to find him instead, picking up a killing spree. Vanix who finds Bougie as Salas picks up Hades as well. The jungler for the side, Flash SG is already down. Vanix trying to spin for the win. Bravest Warrior is already activated across the tank. Will be able to tag onto them as well. He's left alone against the members on the side, Absolute Zero, and he gets slain as Flash SG limps all the way back as Fake Cutie will be in the base threatening to aim it, and Closer will be there to pull Absolute Zero away. It doesn't really matter as Flash SG losing their lives and also potentially, and no, it is the base that they lost as well.
Looks like it's not a pattern after all. We were thinking maybe maybe day one of the game, but day one of the week is, you know, 3-game series. Day 2 of the week is a 2-game series, but no, not gonna be the case at all. Looks like Team Flash in this season starting to tremble a little bit and cower in this rising level of competition here in MPL SG.
Yeah, definitely. It's not easy for us to say that, hey, why is Flash SG in the middle of the pack? Right? Yeah. Usually they're supposed to be the one that is like above everybody, maybe going up against Team Evil, but right now, you know, losing games like this is gonna be costing them in the regular season.
This is probably one of the most entertaining MPL SG, I'm gonna have to say, because it's very difficult for you to be able to just look at the teams and be like, okay, they are definitely gonna win kind of thing, right?
Yep.
Curveballs all along the way, games that goes all the way to game 3, tough run and tough plays for everyone. Team Flash, I think that this is not the ideal outcome for a draft like this, especially since this is not the first time that they executed a Yishun for themselves, putting Vanix with the Lapu, but evidently in this game, we don't feel the pressure out of the entire team, and even individually from Vanix as the Lapu.
Yeah, but look at that. Yishun is played by Hades 5 times, right? Only won 3 times. And it's such a... Even though he's Yishun is priced as a top tier pick, he's not exactly super top tier in my opinion right now, because like it takes so much for the Yishun to basically come online. There's a lot of conditions, there's a lot of things that needs to go right, need a lot of engagements that can go right before the Yishun's damage can be felt.
As such, ladies and gentlemen, here we have the MVP of the game goes to Nomad, playing as the Kalia coming in. With a total of 80% kill participation, definitely is the driving force of the team as he creates massive amount of opportunities with all these knockups when it goes for the title strikes. And let's not forget, when it comes down to all these tsunami slams and just pulling individual targets, melting them down with the assistance of Farsa as well as the Lancelot.
But I also feel like another honorable mention in terms of MVP, Bougie, man, he's just... Whenever
a lot of pressure,
right? Even though he doesn't really need to kill, right? He just needs to slap down the damage. Not only just the Uranus, but also Yishun the pressure is felt. The main damage dealer for the side of Flash is definitely going to be Yishun Shin. And once the Yishun Shin is not confident in stepping into that artillery strike, that's it. That's really hard for Flash SG to scrounge up any form of damage. Just take a look. Earlier just now, Vendetta on the Esmeralda. And it's just basically untouched, right? He can absorb so much damage, and nobody from the side of Flash SG can deal with him.
I think ultimately it's just a very simple lineup for Absolute Zero to execute. You catch someone, you burst them down, while you have someone in all the way in the front to create chaos. Such as, in this case, most of the time, is Vendetta as the Esmeralda. You buy time, you peel for the team, you keep everyone zone away, while your entire team just focus fire on whoever has been pulled in by the Tsunami Slam. And not to forget, at that point in time, 1-1 would be in a more favorable position. It's really entirely up to AZ how they want to tilt that entire fight towards, if whether they want to move it in away from Salas or closer to Salas, just so that they can pop off with the crossbow of tank.
Yeah, on paper, you know, the roster coming off of Flash makes sense. Like, yes, you just have to deal with Bougie, right? There's a lot of tools for them to deal with that. Vanix Flicker, Bravest Warrior, Jay with the Tectonic Charge. To a certain extent, Kurt TZ does have the teleport to basically open up the umbrella and then after that stun everybody. But then, I think Kagura in this particular patch, unless you are like well known for the Kagura, it is very hard for you to execute it because, you know, you've got the likes of Vendetta around there, which you cannot burst her down. You got fake Cutie right there that could just find these squishies and eliminate you very quickly. And Flash SG doesn't really have that secondary marksman to become that backup plan. Because Yishun Shin, yes, he's technically a marksman, but in my opinion, he acts more like an assassin.
Yeah, he's a lot more like an assassin, let's be honest here. As ultimately, if he's not able to get those early game fights and early game kills, he don't pick up farm. Let's just put it. Let's just put it honestly. Team Flash, they want to play together. They want to go for the burst. I don't see, unfortunately, in this game, I just don't see the value out of this Kagura. They didn't really manage to burst anyone or kind of set up bushwhack. It feels as though for Team Flash in this game, they are very impatient. They're not really staying at one spot. Wait for the right time, jump in together and burst. They're always on the run, and to be fair, I can understand that because this is expanding rivers, right? You kind of want to make full use of the rivers. You want to get yourself from one place to another, but I think that a little bit of foresight would be necessary for this team to fare better. Understand where Absolute Zero wants to go to, and then spring into action before they even get there, or rather intercept them right before the reach.
Yeah, I mean, just looking back at this particular matchup right here, it's just really hard to watch, especially when you're cheering for Flash SG, right? Absolute Zero, don't forget, this is a team that what we set up this team before we start the match for this particular match, right? Hailing all the way from the Challenger team and finally made it into the seeded team. Last season they had a very good run as they were top 3 in the playoffs as well. And now they're going up against one of the Titans, and like what I mentioned earlier just now, this team feels like the old Team Evo that we know, that is able to make people bleed as well.
Maybe we'll be able to see a little bit of surprise as we slowly move on to week 3 of MPL SG, because Team Flash right now, shaky. I think it's also credited because of the fact that they don't have an XP laner that constantly plays with them. It's still kind of in the audition role. So hopefully, once they make a choice, which is going to be the XP laner that they are prepared to go with, then within that 1 week break, they will just grind against it, just grind all the way until they find their proper win condition.
I feel like that the transfer window is definitely going to be very helpful for all these teams as well. And also another thing, the EXP laner, that factor is just missing for the side of Team Flash Abstract.
Yeah. Regardless, those were good games. However, it's not the end, because we are still at the second series of the day. It is not the conclusion between Team Flash and Absolute Zero, as it goes 1-1. We're watching match point shortly after the break, so don't go anywhere too far. The conclusion between these two teams will come to you very shortly.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. Where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger Qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to MPL SG Season 10, Week 2, Day 2, Match 2, Game... not 2.
Game 3.
Yes.
Like, well,
would have been great.
Well, yesterday we had like what, 2 Game 3s? And it seems like today the pattern will repeat itself. We're going to go into another game number 3. And it is Absolute Zero going up against Flash SG, though.
Yeah, so we have expected that this game would go length, right? All the way quite a lot.
You did, but not me.
Oh, not you?
I was expecting this to be a clean 0-2
for Flash?
2-0 for Flash SG. Because, you know, I know that it's going to be closer coming back as well. And Absolute Zero seems like, you know, Vendetta is actually not too shabby for himself either, right? But don't forget, Bougie is back. And I think his leadership right there has proved itself tremendous. A lot of worth right there in Absolute Zero. If you look over the battle section beside Flash SG, oof, it looks really dull right here.
Yeah, I mean, I really do hope that they will be able to come back and give themselves a good run. Ultimately, game number 2 did not work so well for them. It can still work out. I think that the Yishun really just doesn't feel all that crazy. Like, there are, of course, games and there are times where picking up the Yishun plus Fighter Gold Lane sounds very strong, seemed very strong, and played out really strong. But so far, it seems not that consistent.
Yep, because it's like Yishun, like what I mentioned a lot, like ample times already. Like, it takes so many criteria for you to basically hit critical mass, and it's not as and I feel like there are better junglers out there in my opinion, and it's too coin flippy. You still, even though you lock in a Yishun, you still need some form of like a marksman, to a certain extent. The Kimi actually works. You've also got like your go back to Grangers as well, and you really need to set up a Yishun, because if you don't set up for the Yishun, Yishun cannot do anything. Whereas a Lancelot, You can just go in, thorn rolls, puncture, 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 and you're safe.
Your team
Will it
is
grant
As
banning.
such, we have broken walls that will
Who
be
said there are
apparent
no
in this map.
shortcuts in
AZ
life?
is going to be
I
first
literally
pick and of
invented
course
one.
left out with Team Flash for second. So ultimately we have Angela, we got Baxia, Chip, Kalia, and Alice that have already joined into the banning pool. So goodbye to them.
Once again, Flash SG doesn't want to see Alice
Your team
for the
is
light of the
banning.
day. I think Farsa is also one of the things that Absolute Zero would love to go for. Do they sacrifice the first pick for that one, or are they going to take the Yishun for themselves? Looking at the stats, I don't think they should go for it. I think they could easily opt for the Lancelot instead, which is something that Fake Cutie can play quite comfortably.
Indeed. So I think Farsa, Lancelot can both be a viable first pick material for AZ. Well, in the meantime, I think it has been pretty normal for R1, R2 to go for heroes such as like a Kalia and a Lunox or a Farsa. Looks like it is going to be a Yishun indeed.
A bit of a confidence boost right there, especially, you know, taking one game from one of the biggest teams in Singapore right here. I think Absolute Zero, they've got absolutely nothing to lose.
Technically speaking, how far up in the leaderboards are they?
Yeah, look at that. Yishun is like, what, 100%. If it's almost open, it almost gets picked.
Either picked or banned, right?
First, yeah.
But it's no
First
longer 100%, right? It's like 90-something% already because there was one game that was completely leaked out.
Oh, true.
Yeah, so that
If
is,
it's picked,
yeah,
he's definitely first pick.
yeah, you can lose the data again. Just removed it. So
Thorns
how many percent is that actually?
petals
Wait.
fall.
Your team is picking.
Well, yeah, it's still there. It's 100%.
It's still 100%.
Yeah, it's still 100%.
Okay.
If he's picked, it's definitely going to be blue one pick.
If it's picked, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Well,
got it.
this also opens up the Lunox over the side of Flash. I was expecting, you know, the Farsa being counterpicked by the side of Flash SG because that's something that Kurtisi likes to play. And Absolute Zero instead needs to can also definitely secure the Farsa right here in the B2, B3 pick. And if you look back at the stats from the side of game number 1, it is a Flash SG win with a Lunox on Kurtisi against, even though they're fighting up against a Farsa.
So Grok available, Grok picked, Farsa available. Farsa should be picked. I'm just going to assume that it's going to be a Farsa pick because I don't see any other reason why they will go for.
Team is
Guided
picking.
Oh, Juicin.
Okay.
By the way, interestingly, right, for the side of Juicin has been almost quite banned. It was banned quite a lot of times as well, especially when we're going into Broken Walls this time around. You expect Juicin to be appearing mostly on the dangerous grass kind of map, and pick ban rate of 84%, and as of wins, hasn't won any single games yet, even though it's been
Not a
5
single?
times. Nope.
Damn. That's kind of sad. So that means that, I mean, AZ, notably with a Juicin, they need to find more ways of damage, right? More sources of damage. Now they lack the mid laner for a reliable source of damage. They have a lot of crowd control in their cases. They even have global...
Without all the injustice in the
they even
world.
have global intel.
That's Jay Cho coming up from the side of Flash SG.
Jicho.
The one that we know and love, and also should be able to be there to peel for Vanix or Kurtisi. Well, Kurtisi does have its own peeling mechanism on the Brilliance, but Lunox does not do well against the Juicin because what you want to do as a Lunox is you want to go in Ruby DD, stand there, and after that start throwing the Dark Chaos shots. That's when the Juicin could just easily pick you up and then after that fling you away.
Yeah, it makes you waste quite a bit of time during your darkening stage. So it's not necessarily going to be a mage versus mage kind of lineup, but in terms of mid lane control and mid lane's fight, because of the fact that there is a Cho, it's pretty fair to say that the mid lane priority for Team Flash is going to be so much faster. Just a single wave clear of that the cosmic fission plus 2 of the Jit Kundo That's the entire wave clear. They don't even have to care about the Juicin. They don't even have the opportunity between the Lunox and the Juicin to fight together.
So, which means that Flash actually wants to really explore the map a lot more harder.
Yes.
Start ganking the side lanes instead.
I am not
But
the
right now,
only
we haven't
one
seen any
bound
form of
by
side
these
lanes coming out from the
chains.
side Absolute Zero. Flash, on the other hand, well, yeah, will not get the Moskov anymore. Vanix, I don't think he's able going to be playing the Moskov anytime soon.
Yeah. They want a high prio XP lane so that they can constantly just control the rivers at all time. CC is not available anymore. What are the... I think...
Well, Closer played the Uranus and also Esmeralda.
That's true.
Constantly. It always switches in between these two.
Lapu doesn't really doesn't do very well pre-level 4. I'm looking for a condition where the XP laner just does well in the straight at level 2. And generally that's not Uranus. Esmeralda can be a thing.
Well,
Arlet's not bad also.
Alright, it's going to be Esmeralda for the side of Flash.
Okay.
Instead,
Arlet's banned.
Yep. So Arlet's already taken away. Esmeralda. Here we go. Gold Bane. Let's go. Absolute Zero.
Yep. Expected.
That's exactly what I was been asking since yesterday, right? And now all of a sudden there's a lot of zone denial that Absolute Zero could do, right? Imagine a tectonic charge right into a deadly catch, right into the mountain shocker. There's a lot of AoE control that Absolute Zero can easily toss against Flash SG.
So right now they're just lacking of a single XP laner, which needs to go up against with an Esmeralda. Let's take a look. What are the XP laners?
I think
currently?
a Uranus here can work against an Esmeralda, or they can also go back to a Lapu Lapu. But no, they're going to stick to a Uranus instead. Same idea, right? You want to slow everybody down to make sure that with your Ionic Blades, so that it's easier for your Grok to basically land your Tectonic Charge and also Deadly Catch.
I'm pretty sure that some of these XP laners are actually kind of missed out. There should be quite a bit of XP laners that can still come up to be pretty darn strong, especially since you're going up against an Esmeralda, such as a Dyroth, if they want heroes such as a Burst Potential, for example.
Yep.
I miss Dyroth now. Like you said, Esmeralda. You want to deny the XP laner from going out of the lane, then bring the Dyroth in. Especially since it's a juice-in from your team, you are lacking that burst potential, then Dyroth will make up for the burst.
Bane has a lot of bursts
later into the game.
No, even early in the game.
It's not that much.
Have you not get spat on by the Bane before? Because I
spat
did.
on people.
Anyways, it's going to be a Bruno for the side of Vanix. This is one of his cup heroes like 2 seasons ago, right? So finally being pulled out for this time. Hopefully this is the main thing that will be able to deal with the main damage coming out from Bane. Burst down the Hades, burst down the Yishun quickly as well, and a lot of hopes is riding on the Lord Vanix, right? Because I think as of now, his performance, because he has to split his brain between a fighter and marksman role, it means that he's really destroying a bit of an identity crisis happening in the Land of Dawn right here. So hopefully this is basically one way for him to ground himself down. And now not only just that, you've got Hades comfortably back on his assassins, back on his Lancelots. So we need to see how Flash SG perform with this one.
Flash, they should still have very good lane prio in the middle lane. It really, otherwise really depends on where they want to go. I would like to believe that they want to focus more onto the gold lane and enable that Bruno. Ultimately, even if they don't enable the Bruno and get Bruno out of lane, he's still going up against a Bane, who does have sustainability, but loses out in that... Actually, no, it doesn't lose on poke, because he does have the very annoying Crab Claw cannon that can poke out that Bruno as well. So most of the time, I would expect Flash, they will go down bottom.
Well, we shall see. And right now, it's just going to be Jay opening up the map quite a bit right here. Reviews, Nomad Reviews, Fake QD, and Bougie. Vital information for Vanix as well.
3% just around the vicinity. They really want to go for the Little Wanderer, which is no problems at all. Took that down just that easily. Now, Jay is a bit out of position. Haven't exactly cleared the wave too fast, but it's not going to be a problem. In fact, they have decided to do a little bit more poke damage, which is not exactly the most ideal, since Jay now has to go home as he don't have a lot of HP to kind of work with.
Yeah. I think right here for the side of Jay, it's that you're going to have a little bit of difficulties, right? If you don't aim your Way of the Dragon properly, you're just going to kick Nomad when he's like CC immune. And then after that, you're just gonna eat a face full of rock right there. So I think it's really up to his timing when it comes to knocking up somebody and isolating perhaps Bougie away. But if you isolate Bougie, Bougie could easily goes into the ultimate, and all of a sudden you're just dealing a lot of picking up damage. And there you go, Kurt TZ taking a lot of that one. And here it comes, the Yishun Shin damage, first blood, giving overside a fake cutie right off the bat.
No problems. Easy game for AZ to pick up that first one. And this is going to help them so much because Katizi is now stuck at level 3, while the mid lane creeps have crashed all the way to the opponent's turret. I don't think that Katizi have the time to reach level 4 fast enough, given that the creep waves should be almost over and disappeared.
Yep, Fender execution right there. Tried to steal away the turtle, but it's going to be fake QD down low as well. Closer will be there to also try to up the damage. Vendetta picks up Hades. Unfortunately, the puncture will not allow him to get on away as the members want to sign up Absolute Zero stacks onto Closer. Jay coming in with a knock up. No follow-up for now for the side of Flash SG.
That's an immediate losing fight. Understandably, how there is no Lunox with his with her ultimate, and there is no Cho that can go for the kicks. So Absolute Zero taking that is completely understandable, and they can even expand even further by jumping right into the opponent's jungle and stealing that orange buff.
Yep, Kurtizi goes into the Darkening Form. We'll be able to catch on to Vendetta. We're expecting a more growth coming out from Vanix right here. Should be able to hit the Pulse Spike a lot earlier as compared to Salas, because usually for a Magic Bane, you really hard. You could just go straight for the Holy Crystal, but Vanix on the other hand could do a lot of consistent DPS if Salas doesn't use the second skill on time.
Looks like that invasion coming in from Vendetta didn't really quite do much work, hoping that they can extend the lead out a little bit more. But Uranus doing Uranus thing,
Hades
right?
getting picked up by the Juicy once again, has to run away. Thorn Rose can't really actually catch who picks up the purple ball. The Mountain Shocker coming off a fake cutie. He's actually going in 1v3, will be a pick up. Jay at the swing time, looking for the next one. Kurt TZ goes into Brilliance just in the nick of time. Bougie raining shower and damage, picking up a double kill. Fake cutie and Closer getting picked up by Bougie over and over again, and it's just gonna be super tough for the side Flash SG to deal with Absolute Zero.
Right in the nick of time, while Bougie immediately went straight in to give a quick little assistance over to Fade Cutie. That was like a 1v3 game for Fade Cutie, and Fade Cutie still got out of that completely alive.
Yeah,
that's not a good news.
Yeah, if the fact that a rookie, technically speaking, could be able to do that for Che. Oh, that's a wrong angle kick coming up from Bougie.
Yeah, he doesn't have that flicker, so I think that's somewhat normal. Imagine if you use the flicker and still wrong angle. Yikes.
And Absolute Zero is now living rent-free in Flash SG side of the map. The broken walls allow Absolute Zero to absolutely leak into Flash SG, limiting the already limited farm that Flash SG will be able to find.
Honestly, this is kind of what we want to see when you draft a Yishun Shin. Have such a strong opening hand that allows you to just push the entire map away, right? To have under 5 minutes, you bring down T1 turret in the middle, you face the fact that your jungle is just going to be completely threatened out.
Jay kicked Nomad away for now. The members from the side of Flash SG couldn't keep up. The Lancelot should be is only tackling the Uranus for now, as Vanix once again gets picked up by Bougie as well. It's very amazing how Bougie was able to find all of this pickoff right here, the deadly catch right here, to kind of throw it all the way back, destroying the turtle. The Bougie will be able to just teleport away to safety, but Hades still able to tag onto Bougie for now.
Good consolation prize for Team Flash. Managed to repel this aggression from Absolute Zero, but unfortunately that's not quite enough. So taking it down the T1 turret down to the bottom lane ultimately will get a little bit more value, but if they get Nomad, he didn't though.
Jay kicked Nomad back to his safety again. This is the second time I saw him doing that, and it's just awkward, right? Because it's either you kick him now or... And in fact, that's also another flicker being used by Jay as well, so the repositioning from Jay is not there for now.
I guess that when it comes down to positioning, it's going to be relatively tough coming in for the members of Flash SG. Especially since you want to deal with a Grok, right? When Grok has got a lot of ways to, go CC immunity, right? So only when the time where, CC immunity ends, then only I can kick you. So sometimes the timing as well as the frame is just so small, it incurs a little bit of a panic, and I can totally understand Jay on that.
Yeah, but like, I think if you're playing against Absolute Zero, who is more than happy to just take over the mistakes that Flash SG is literally throwing at Absolute Zero. Like, for example, that Cho, right, is just super awkward, right? This is the second time that Nomad actually was able to just save himself.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it definitely will be very good for Team Flash to be able to catch a couple of kills off of the Grok, but sometimes it's better to not over-engage for a lineup like theirs, right? They have a way to lock on, they have a way to pick off. They have Lunox as well as Lancelot for that burst combo. Bruno can come in for a little bit of a kill steal if they are able to, or rather if Vanix is able to, in order to accentuate his growth even further. But if they are unable to, it's always better to play a little bit safer and go over to the late game, because it's a Bruno. Bruno versus Yishun in the late game scaling, I think that the ceiling for Bruno should be relatively higher.
No. Actually, Bruno has a bit of a timer, right? I think Yishun in the later part of the game, if the team sets him right, like for example with Nomad right here, actually punching Hades down to the wall, Bougie credited for the kill. This is exactly what I was talking about, right? Like Big Cutie is just enjoying so much because Nomad as a Grok was just literally setting it up for him.
As such now, Turtle is going to be in the priority of AZ with a total of 3,000 gold lead. Team Flash are not the best way to start the game, especially since now AZ is right on their door of T2.
Coming in, already expanding the kick already. Unfortunately, I think it landed onto Nomad. And now with the deadly catch right here, Bougie will be jumping in all the way into enemy line. Hades credited for the kill for now, but Fake Cutie does throw the Mountain Shocker onto Closer.
Not going to be enough to get a kill on the Closer, but that gives us a pretty good information as to the amount of damage that Fake Cutie could dish out over to Team Flash. In the meantime, I just kind of want to take a look at Fake Cutie, right? Because he's currently got 3 kills and 4 assists. He should have quite a bit of bounty onto his head. Understandably, Team Flash would want to prioritize onto him in order to look for a comeback potential. Because at any point in time, if they get a kill on the Fake Cutie, that is a swing that they can expect.
Okay, that's going to be a kick. So much investment onto Vendetta. Finally brings him down. That's like 1, 2, 3. 3 ultimates already committed. Hades right here trying to puncture all the way into Bougie, trying to assassinate him. He's able to do so, but unable to do that one because Nomad is around in the vicinity.
7-5. The Lord coming out in a minute. The way that Absolute Zero have scattered themselves ensures that they have control throughout the entire river line, not allowing Team Flash to go anywhere further than that. The only thing that they allow is Jay, because he's a very slippery fighter. He would just go anywhere that he deems worthy.
Oh, finally a good opportunity, but the Purify from the side of Bougie will allow himself to stay alive just a little bit more, burning away quite a lot of utility from the side of Flash SG. In fact, 2 of the ultimates of Lunox for Kurt TZ is already burnt away.
Unfortunately, Yusujin was not able to come in the nick of time and not able to continue the fight or dish out the mass burst that we want to see. But that's also a good thing, so that AZ don't overextend themselves. They have already pushed Team Flash a tad bit. They just need to gain control of the Lord. They just need to get priority and just slowly play this out.
Vendetta sees so many things right there, providing so much information. Now the Guardian Barrier will proc Brilliance, and now Jay, the punching bag from the side of Absolute Zero, gets knocked down by the side of Deadly Catch. And now members on the side of Flash SG, unable to try to find anything, unable to approach the Lord Pit anymore. Nobody from the side of Flash SG could peel. Alex Hades can commit some form of mischief right here. Venom Execution, he actually takes away the Lord from the side of Absolute Zero, but he will pay for his life. But of course, Venom shuts down Fake Cutie.
Hades just doing Hades things, stealing the Lord right under the nose of Absolute Zero. But in the meantime, Absolute Zero also says that he gotta have to pay for his arrogance.
But Vanix was able to take down Facuti though, and now with Flash SG, the Lord swinging into their favor, and now Vanix is actually coming start online. You can see the football actually hurts Nomad quite a lot. Vendetta right there, closer, trying to slow down the retreat from the side of Absolute Zero, but the members for the side of Flash SG switches their crosshairs onto Buji. Buji looks like a very juicy target right there from the side of Flash SG. Closer, it's in the midst. He will be able to take down Buji as Vendetta slowly losing steam just a little bit more. But no! Vanix gets shut down by the side of Fake Cutie.
Esmeralda is staying alive throughout this entire fight. No one is touching the Esmeralda at all, putting quite a lot of these passive damage until they probably have a way to really deal with him. Most of the time, they will ignore.
But his mana is actually starting to run low, right? So he has to back off already, and the Lord, unfortunately, already dealt with. And it's going to be Fake Cutie trying to be, Hades trying to jump onto Fake Cutie, will not be able to do so. The Guardian Barrier from Nomad slowing down the approach from Flash SG. At the very least, they cut open some form of real estate for themselves.
This definitely helps Team Flash though. They were originally about 3,000 gold deficit and they managed to catch up, but at only 600 gold deficit. They managed to reclaim some of these lands, they managed to take some of these creep waves that they managed to run together with. So that's farm, and those farm will then translate into something even better. If we thought that Vanix wasn't having a very good farm, that's when you're wrong. He's currently at 7,600 gold with the Heart's Claws, Berserker's Fury, as well as the Great Dragon Spear. So he's got quite a bit of utility and damage. He's just a tad bit away from Yi Sun Shin at 9,200 gold with total of 3 items. Hunter Strike, Endless Battle, and the Blade of Destruction. This is still a game where Vanix can come back into play because both of these marksmen are just 2 items away from completing full items. The moment that Team Flash managed to find big opportunities to feed to Vanix, that's all good.
Getting jumped on by the side of Absolute Zero. Closer burns the flicker already, getting chased down. Members from the side of Flash SG unable to reinforce. The deadly cash to push OJ away. Yeah, that's an easy pick off. Closer may have just overestimated how tanky he could be.
Yeah, and to make matters worse, the lead will be growing even further for Fake Cutie versus Vanix. At this point in time, the fight is all against and between the marksmen. Don't feed or don't give Fake Cutie any more potential farm. Well, in the meantime, don't let Vanix get the farm for the side of AZ.
Hades trying to make a play right there, trying to protect his own purple buff, but gets picked up by the side of Buji. Thorn Rose right here gets smacked by Nomad. Jay coming in for the flank, but will not be able to find flickers forward just a little bit. Try to kick, but the kick goes a little bit wide. The deadly catch as well. Zoning out the rest of members on the side. Flash SG. Fake Cutie secures the Lord. Hades down low as well as Closer, and Vanix will be trying to output in damage onto Nomad. Buji raining down fire from the side of Curtizi. Curtizi goes into Brilliance. The members on the side. Flash SG. Salas spat on Curtizi, and he'll go down. Closer, unable to dance away, and now the rest of the members from the side, Absolute Zero turns around and takes Closer down.
That could be it. That could very potentially be the final fight that we will see between these two teams. Alas, Hades is still alive though, and what he will want to do is just relieve some of these pressure up in the top lane by spamming all the way through. There is, of course, a very menacing Lord that will be marching down from the bottom lane though. So they still gotta have to deal with this with only 4 members. As Closer is still 10 seconds away.
The Lord already touching onto the core right there. Absolute Zero is going in systematically, destroying every single defense line of defenses from the side of Flash SG already. Absolute Zero, I mean, the damage from Salas is also there. Jay is unable to peel, he's gonna get busted down immediately.
Yep. I like the fact that Absolute Zero is not exactly throwing caution in the wind and being extremely greedy and impatient. They realize that, okay, we've got the T1, we got the T3 turret down in the bottom lane. We can slowly make our advances later on because Fake Cutie is already on an advantage.
Oh, Closer getting knocked up once again. Half HP Jake trying to also do the same knockout. Babuji with the lantern threatening to pick them up. The battle of the assassins right here between Hades and Fake Cutie is there, but the rest of the members on the side of Flash SG is unable to support.
This is a tough comeback game for Team Flash if they ever wanted to try, right? Probably 2 good fights is what is needed. However, if the time allows them, or rather if the timing is good, they are able to get a full wipeout one way or another. They can still run it down in the middle lane if their wave is just pushing right in. So ultimately, I think for Team Flash, gaining control of the river line is super important. Gaining ways to just smash down the middle lane is also very important. So for Team Flash, if they find the opportunity to run in and contest for the Lord, it's gotta have to go down the middle lane after they dealt with the massive wave clear.
Yeah, but how is Flash gonna wiggle out of this one, right? Now, at the very least, Malefic Gun's already secured by the side of Phoenix, right? And Jay is unable to set up any form of good kicks. And even though Flash SG was able to kick somebody from the side of Absolute Zero, in Absolute Zero, follow-up is really rapid.
There's two very different kind of win condition in mind for both of these two teams. Absolute Zero just want to bide their time and wait for the Lord. Well, for Team Flash, they're waiting for a lane to be pushed out like this.
Hades.
And if Absolute Zero is too occupied with the Lord, they can take a proper fight if they somehow manage to get a very good pick-off from Jay.
Oh, Hades may have get caught just a little bit. The Phantom Execution, unfortunately, get this
That's
projector as well. Jay comes in, unable to find a kick onto Bougie, and now that's going to be a little bit awkward. Vanix throw in the worldie right there, but the Lord has slain by the side of Absolute Zero.
They invested a lot in that fight, but unfortunately, because of the Purify from Bougie, he got himself right out of dodge and will not be singled out by Jay. Unfortunately, that was the vision for Team Flash, and that was one of the only ways that they can get themselves an advantage in the upcoming fight. With this 16 minutes Lord marching down in the bottom lane and a very stacked up team from Absolute Zero in the name of Fate Cutie and Salus, they will have a bunch of problems trying to keep both of their T3 intact.
Yeah. Oh, some form of damage from the side of Hades onto Bougie. But then Flash SG needs to try to defend this one. It's a three-prong attack for the side of Absolute Zero.
They need one person to deal with the Lord. They need wave clear in the middle lane and the top lane. Fortunately, it seems like they managed to repel AZ just by a tad little bit.
Here's a bit of a kick onto Vendetta. The deadly catch to try to zone off the rest of the members for the side of Flash SG. Closer will be the main sacrificial lamb for the side of Flash
Good
SG.
sacrifice.
Throw himself right there to be dealt with by the side of Absolute Zero, as Absolute Zero ran out of minions to be able to push mid lane and perhaps even top.
Honestly, that's a really good sacrifice, but that also means that in order to make the sacrifice good for Flash, AZ, they have to take this turret down.
And not only just that, right, it's also up to Flash SG to deny that one. Vendetta leading the charge just a little bit. Here comes another deadly catch, zoning the rest of the members on the side of Flash SG. They've got even more from where they came from. Absolute Zero right here. The wall a little bit awkward, coming outside of the Nomad at the same time. Flash SG still will be able to hold against Absolute Zero.
Good defense from Flash SG. They threw closer right into the face of AZ, forced AZ to deal with that, so that they have the time to deal with the Lord, one thing at a time. AZ also identified that, okay, we have already lost the opportunity with the Lord. However, we still have two very strong waves that will be coming in from the top and the middle. So that is where we will be able to kind of tally up against what the kind of value that we have lost.
Hades ultimately getting picked up. Bougie is literally being super annoying right here against Flash SG. Everything that Flash SG wants to do, Bougie is there to stop, be it as a Farsa, be it as a Juicin, and it's so annoying.
There is still ways for Flash SG to win though. Even though that Bruno is already at max item and so is the Yishun Shin and almost Bane, there is of course that the Lancelot can still stir quite a bit of trouble to the backlines, especially over to Bougie. I think that Bougie is tanky though, don't get me wrong, because he does have got the Winter Crown and the Blood Wings. So just Hades himself is not going to be enough. And we know the crowd control will not do anything to Bougie. So understandably, with Vendetta and Nomad always in the front line, I think the main thing for Team Flash is that they need to be able to out-poke the frontliners, and Curtizi needs to prematurely use his Darkening to really threaten Vendetta, as well as Nomad to pull out Salus and Fate Cutie.
Vendetta trying to open the map just a little bit, but don't worry, there's a Mountain Shocker coming out from the side of Absolute Zero. The knockup coming out from the Lord onto Hades. Hades trying to shing away, but it's down, a little bit down low. Closer comes in for the kill. Fate Cutie! Oh no! He actually gets shut down by the side of Hades, as Bougie will go on ham onto Curtizi as well. Vanix right here, but Closer and Jay down low. Nobody from the side. Flash SG can peel for Vanix for now.
It is still going to be a 4v4. The good thing is that Hades is still alive from the side of Team Flash, and it looks like they're trying to go for something here.
Yeah, definitely frantic execution. The thought rolls! Tags onto Bucci, and Hades will be able to walk on the way, and now it's just absolute zero. Salas, Vendetta, and Nomad has to make the run for the hills. Vanix is also trying to join the fight. The deadly catch, trying to zone away, but Closer is keeping his enemies super close around there as Flash SG, but Vanix turns around and go for the Lord instead.
Closer, this guy is not gonna die, but he himself
He's
and
close to death.
all alone, he will repel 3 members all the way back
But
to
he's
their
running
jungle.
out mana though. He's running out mana though.
This
No
guy
man,
can-
hold on a
this
second.
guy can
No,
do it.
he's not able to stop Hades, and Hades secures the Lord for himself. The deadly catch being thrown by the side of Absolute Zero. Fake Cutie goes into the Mountain Shocker, but it's a minute too late. Flash SG has snatched the Lord away from Absolute Zero.
That's what I'm asking for. As much as I really think that Bougie is difficult to deal with, and that's why I am suggesting for Fate Cutie or Salus to be the next one to be taken down. As long as they find Bougie, then that's all great. Hades did manage to find the #1 priority of the team. Ultimately, it's kind of the second easiest to reach, right? The first easiest to reach is always going to be the frontliners, Vendetta as well as Nomad. Secondly is going to be that Ju Sin. But the difficult part is because he does have Purify as well as a teleportability in the name of her ultimate.
Flash SG, they were dancing on the knife's edge right here, and now they're throwing that knife back at Absolute Zero, looking to drive a wedge in between that. Here comes a tectonic charge from the Nomad, and Bougie unfortunately get kicked, purified already. Jay gets picked up by the side of Bougie right here. The Lord already penetrate through, down at the top side right here. Flash SG looking to inflict even more damage, but the Lord slowly getting dealt with by the side of Absolute Zero.
That was super value for Team Flash though. They managed to take the T3 turret in the top lane. Jay managed to land a kick on the Bougie, forcing that Purify, while Jay still preserves his own flicker. This upcoming fight will be led by Jay with and it needs to really make full use of that flicker.
And don't forget Hades. That's an open lane, the absolute top lane for the side of Absolute Zero. Hades can always
It's a free
sneak
avenue
in
down.
as well. Yes.
He can always be able to use these creeps as a trampoline to just get in super deep into Team Absolute Zero's backlines.
Yeah. And now, okay, consume play coming out. Here comes the Mountain Shocker. The rest of the side of members from the side of Flash SG has to buckle away.
Okay.
And that's the power of the Mountain Shocker, right? You use it, immediately everybody from the side of Flash SG backs off.
Yep, but that is also 2 ultimates that has been used. The Consecration as well as the Mountain Shocker. Team Flash, they understand that even after those 2 skills is used, it's not gonna be that big of an impact for them to just run straight in, because the Lord is coming back in 15 seconds, and that is a bigger threat that they have to uphold.
Mountain Shocker should be coming back in another, 20 seconds left. So I think right here it's still okay for Absolute Zero to kind of burn it away as the Lord, this Lord is gonna be pivotal for both of these 2 teams.
As both of these 2 teams currently puts themselves in a standoff. Jay opens up the map a little bit, but doesn't really see too much into the Fox War.
Oh, no! Hades! Oh, that's not how you want to walk into the bush right here. And all of a sudden, all the hopes and dreams on the side of Flash SG immediately just go kaput. Absolute Zero, a massive pickup.
Especially since the Lord is currently available down the bottom.
Oh my
Team
goodness.
Flash immediately concedes the possibility of stealing this Lord away.
That one bush. Oh my goodness. Is Flash SG trying to force their hand right here? They're going to try to delay. They need to buy another, 40 seconds right there. But I think Absolute Zero is going to blitz this Lord as quickly as possible.
I don't think that this is going to be an easy one for Team Flash at all, because it does seem like
Closer.
the Lord is currently... Oh, quick, look at Closer!
In the middle of the thing right there, Fake Cutie secures the Lord for himself, and Closer unfortunately has to duck out, burn the flicker, and the rest of the members of Absolute Zero goes in for the conceal play, picks up Closer as Salas spat at him.
Complete cycled for a minute.
Oh,
Though
man.
Hades will be back, I think that they should still be able to do something here.
No, I don't think so.
It's an Evolved Lord, yeah, actually.
Yeah, it's a 5v4, an Evolved Lord marching against you,
Yeah.
and you are basically at a two-man disadvantage right here.
Yeah, and Closer can't sacrifice himself like that anymore. They don't have any more chess pieces to throw in and sacrifice.
The death time is too long, Abstract. And I really fear for the worst for Flash SG as Absolute Zero leads the charge, but will be able to find out to the shutdown, but he will go down, unfortunately. Phoenix right here getting pummeled by the side Absolute Zero. The Lord getting pulled over by Jay, but Absolute Zero doesn't really care because they have the minutes, they have the Lord, and they've completely wiped out Flash SG.
Absolute Zero is now the Absolute One to take the win out of this series that went all the way to game number 3.
A sweaty game for Absolute Zero, a massive confidence booster for these rookies, making a name themselves against the 4P champion of Flash MPL Singapore. What a game, what a series.
This is gonna be a very difficult pill for Team Flash to swallow. This is not what they wanted out of their game against a challenger team of last season.
Yeah.
It's fair to say that they have got a long reign of 4 seasons, and for a challenger team that came in last season and only have or rather have a half year of training, Absolute Zero takes the cake.
Yeah,
out of Team Flash.
Like, look, Team Evil has taken them down before Absolute Zero. Remember what I'm talking about, how Absolute Zero reminds me of the old Team Evil. There you go, right? Like, Vendetta looks really strong right there in terms of his performance. Fake Cutie also, like what I mentioned when right off the bat, he looks like one of the next rising stars in terms of the jungler, and he delivered that title.
This is a scary game, but this is one heck of an entertaining game. Team Flash, they did absolutely whatever that they could, but all in all, there's just way too much for them to handle against Absolute Zero, and unfortunately, mistakes were made.
Yep.
It's too much ground to cover, and Hades probably was very optimistic about his way that he can escape as a Lancelot, right? Lancelot have got so many iframes, but I think that he wasn't just fast enough. He wasn't as fast as the Grok from Nomad. So I think it's fair to say that Nomad ultimately is the one that has the faster hands as compared to Hades.
I mean, it doesn't really need faster hands. You just flick your ultimate and right into a wall, right? And apart from that, Salus by now does have a lot of damage in his pit, and he just got spat to death right there and then. And it's a burst damage, even though you've got your iframes. If you miss that, if you misplayed that, it's just over.
Now that's the Yishun Shin game that we want to see, right? So far, Yishun Shin games haven't been looking too great. Early stages is just meh. Mid stages is like, okay, I'm starting to pick up. And late game, you know, is just any other marksman that maybe doesn't do all that well. But for Fate Cutie himself, he understood that the early game is definitely going to be pivotal. He does not exactly have a team that can really allow him to go completely online and go absolutely ham. But he make do with what he received, and thus NLR's 12:2:8.
But the reason why Yishun Shin really shines really well here as compared to the other Yishun Shins that we've seen so far is that you've got the Bane for the Deadly Catch for the CC, you've got your Grok to really set up the Tectonic Charge and making, and Bougie, not only just that, Bougie also picking up all the members from the side of Flash SG, because Flash SG needs to dive in, and Bougie is there to counter said dive.
It's a tough pill solo once again. But regardless, this is the emblem sets for all of the players that have went in for it. Understandably, when it comes down to Fate Cutie, I think that nothing's too interesting in here with the Assassin Emblem, Thrill, as well as the Season Hunter to go in as the jungler. Now, I think that one of the important things is for those people that want to try playing the Bane in the gold lane, this is exactly what Silas brought in. With the Mystery Shop, as well as the Thrill. I think that Thrill, a lot of people love it because of the...
You know why?
Why?
It's adaptive damage. It adds a little bit more adaptive damage, be it your main damage or your mage, 4 Holy Crystal, because why not, right? And don't forget, your cooldown as a Bane is not affected by, well, it is affected by your CD reduction, but another better way to basically minus down the cooldown is to build more attack damage or magic damage. If you have more magic damage, your second skill cooldown will be shorter. If you build more physical attack, your first skill's cooldown will be shorter. That's why adaptive damage makes more sense.
Right. In this game, I think that we were lacking in quite a bit of those pick-off potential from Jay, right?
He can't pick anybody off.
Bougie has got a Purify.
Bougie got Purify. Jay tried to approach.
Damn, Salas have got 4 Holy Crystal?
I just said that a couple of seconds ago. Were you not listening to me?
No, I probably tuned you out.
Bro, do you mute my voice to him?
What? Sorry? Do you say something?
You see my mouth moving, that's all. But
reading your lips.
Yeah, but like, I agree with you. This is a very hard game for Jay, right? There's so many things that you have to look out for. You Shimpo, Jikundo, forward, Salad just throw a deadly catch at you, and Cho is not known to be super tanky, right? He's gonna get blown to pieces by the deadly catch, especially later parts of the game. You step forward just a little bit, you receive the lantern damage from the side of Bougie, and it's just very hard for Jay to basically play this game at all because of the roster, the absolute zero pick for themselves.
It's like, if you see the Uranus, okay, great, that's a Uranus. But if I go over and kick him, can anyone kill him? Technically, I would like to believe it will be a very close one because you have a Lunox on your side. I'm not too sure whether we managed to see anything. However, they would need to put a lot of resources just to deal with the Uranus.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the highlights, right, like game number 1, at the very least, Absolute Zero already made it look super hard for Flash SG to basically take this one win, right? They were literally dancing on the knife edge throughout game number 1 because Fake Cutie was performing wonders. Bougie's also performing wonders on this roster for the side of Absolute Zero. Then if you go towards game number 2, you also start to see that, hey, Absolute Zero is actually leading the charge against Flash SG. Flash SG couldn't hold the aggression from the side of Nomad, from the side of Fake Cutie as well.
Ultimately, game number 2, which is the highlight that you are seeing, this game ultimately went over to Absolute Zero. This is, of course, not exactly a very easy game for Team Flash. In fact, this reverse sweep is not what Team Flash wanted. You know, today we have observed 2 reverse sweeps, and this makes me a little bit scared for what is about to happen in the 3rd series of the day.
Yeah, 3rd series of the day, we're gonna be watching RSG going up. RSG going up against Team Evo, but Team Evo is, you know, very comfortable at the top.
They're very comfortable
at the top seed, but you know, today seems like a top seed Turby day. Yeah, you never know what could happen.
I don't want to predict, and I do not want to guess anything.
Never predicting anymore.
Right, never predicting anymore. Kind of seems as though this is Dark Horse Day.
Yeah.
But I don't want to say too much about the final game.
Yeah, I feel like you're going to be jinxing it, because if you say it's going to be a Dark Horse Day, does that mean that we're going to go into another game number 3 for match number 3?
I don't know though, because Team Evil, they're so strong this season.
Yep.
So strong, and they are consistent. They still have their evil micro magic. They still have the anchor, powerful. They're still leading the team as the captain, and still the old and the reliable.
Yep. You also got your Sailor and Gear locked in right there. Yep. And of course, Ben has been playing
Ben
crazy games recently, right? And
hands down my favorite marksman of MPL SG Season 10.
Ben has 4 counts of MVP based on 7 games played. And it's still the highest, right? Because we've already watched most of the games already being played for today, and he's like 4 times MVP.
Yeah, not too big of a surprise, but I do want to know if whether Van will be able to get 2 more MVP in his belt. So we can only have that question answered after this very short break. So don't go anywhere too far. We'll be right back with you guys for the last series of the day.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption. Your sovereign has a god to kill. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The Abyss shall kneel.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to MPL SG Season 10, Week 2, Day 2, the match number 3,
Match
the final
number
series. The final series of the day.
It is a long week for MPL Singapore, and we're down to the last series of this week, number 2. Tons of upsets.
Tons of upsets for
during
today.
this week. And so
yeah, and a lot of 3-game series, which is relatively surprising.
Yeah, I mean, this also means that, we're just discussing about this one in between games, right? And we're just thinking like, what's going on? It feels like, the rookies are really stepping up in terms of their skills.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it is rookies season.
Yeah.
But speaking of rookies, right, there's one team, of course, that is chock full of rookies, and it is gonna be RSG Singapore. We have Taurus, PTBL, Murphy, Ash, and Hoki. Understandably, when it comes down to Ash and Hoki, they do have quite a bit of experience already. Not long enough to really consider as veterans, but it's fair enough to say that they are rookies in their own right, with Ash and Hoki that can, of course, lead the team together.
Yeah, and yesterday, RSG Singapore was able to get their first win for one game, right? They may be looking for
Not series win, though.
Series win today. However, they're going up against one of the big names in MPL Singapore. Of course, Team Evil, right? Been in this been in MPL Singapore since like what, the good old season 3. And speaking of Team Evil, here you go.
We've got Gear, Aether, Sailor, Ven, and Powerful. I'm pretty sure that Team Evil at the top of the leaderboard is going to be a giant hill to climb for RSG. Quite literally, this is the battle of the extreme ends.
Yeah. And if you take a look at Team Evil, how they've been performing right now, is that Gear is starting to feel very comfortable in this season, right? Remember, we always doubted him whether he's able to perform this season or not. But it seems like this season, alongside with Sailor this time around and Ven, they're able to deliver quite good games in their magical team fights. And, instead of, I think Powerful unlocked the secret. He's going to start bringing the book already. He's going to start bringing A4 pieces of paper.
Yep. Eventually, I hope that it will evolve, right? Instead of A4 pieces of paper, I want him to be bringing like A4 pieces or stacks of paper that eventually goes over the stage.
The whole ream.
Yeah, it's like, guys,
this is my homework.
Look, tell the opponents, take a look at this.
Yep.
This is all about you. You want the other opponents?
And then after that, when you see the drafting go all the way, oh, this is page number 86. He pulls out
this riffles,
and he pulls out one piece. They're gonna pick this. Oh my goodness! I tell you, if Powerful actually retires from playing, he actually make a very good coach.
Exactly. What will make things even more entertaining and menacing is where a coach. A coach that is actually very vocal, not to the team, but to the audience.
Oh.
Can you imagine a coach that goes onto the stage, coaches for the team, and then looks at the draft, looks at his paper, tells the audience what exactly they're gonna ban and what exactly they're gonna pick, and it actually happens? You know that team with that coach is gonna be one heck of a scary team.
That's literally aura farming right there, Abstract. Like literally, like just being 1 or 2 steps ahead of your enemy. And I think definitely a lot of pressure on RSG right now to be able to perform, right? Especially from the side of Melon. And even from the start of MPL Singapore, when we just joined in. What?
Oh yeah, it's Melon. Melon's the coach.
Uh-huh.
Melon used to play for Evil.
Yeah, exactly. So this is definitely going to be a very interesting grudge match, in my opinion. But of course, don't forget, be smart. Don't be like me. When you go buy IT, please scan the QR code right there.
Yep. Please scan over the QR code using the IT's
Could have
app.
got the discounts.
Could have gotten a discount, yes. And not only just that, right? Not only a discount you could have gotten. You could have gotten. You will also be able to get a scratch card if you buy any 2 of the collab drinks. And the top prize of the scratch card, understandably, is of course you will stand a chance to be able to fly off to Jakarta to witness the Singapore champions, to compete in the international stage.
And if you've been following MPL Singapore or some of our KOLs as well, like for example Kimi or even Toxin, yeah, they've been posting a lot of IT merchandise and they look cool. And I want some of them. Please Give me. Thank you.
Give, please. Give, please.
We like merchandise.
Give, please.
Casters likes merchandise too. Not only
Just
the
like
KO.
like jerseys too.
Yeah. I got an Evo jersey.
I realized I never had an Evil jersey. I had like a lot, but not Evil's jersey.
Okay, what other jerseys do you have for MPL Singapore?
RSG.
I
have Flash.
I
mean, you
yeah, we all do.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
we have to.
Thank you, Team Flash.
Thank you, Team Flash.
Yeah. We don't have Kingdom Esports jerseys as of yet.
Kingdom Esports.
We also don't have Ignite. I'm just literally like
Yep.
putting it out there.
Yeah, we don't
Hinting.
have all these.
Like,
you know?
literally
it's a bit
hinting.
hard for us to support.
Man, yeah, I think right now it's just, you know, speaking about support right here, definitely, right, Melon going up against one of his old team. He was only in Team Evo for 1 season as the mid laner.
Was it really one?
Just 1 season.
Oh.
Yep, just 1 season. After that, JC's came back. And then JC's reprised his role as, not reprised, but took over this role as a mid laner instead. Because
was
remember,
was JS always a mid laner?
Apparently he is a mid laner first, but he is a monster in the EXP lane.
Yeah,
but that
exactly.
season, Team Evil had both Twist and Jace's, so unfortunately
right,
Jace's had to
Twist,
go to the mid.
Yeah, understandable. Yeah. Oh, I miss Twist now. But anyways, we've got Flying Clouds. That is going to be the game, or rather the map of this game between these two teams. How is it going to be like, and what kind of drafting are we going to be expecting? Understandably, when it comes down to the banning phase, we should more or less be seeing the same thing, right? Heroes such as Baxia and Chip should go in. Kalia every now and then. And Alice, maybe, just maybe RSG will ban that, because I know for sure that Evil don't care about banning Alice.
Alright, this is something very interesting, right? Like, Team Evil actually has a second highest average team GP gold per minute. First being Kingdom Esports at 701. So which means that they've been really farming and they've really been going around killing the enemy, because definitely in terms of kill death ratio, Team Evil all the way up top, 1.55 average KD. Then the second place is definitely going to be Kingdom Esports at 1.22.
Yep.
So this is a very, you know, bloodthirsty team that is looking to create space for themselves by eliminating your players.
Yep. So this is very reminiscent to how MPL ID plays, or just basically Indonesian meta for the side of Team Evil. And I would like to cross-refer a little bit as to how MPL ID hero statistics as compared to Team Evil's statistics, right? If whether they play some of these heroes or whatnot. With Yishun being the top. Being the top, so top to the bottom, I will name out the first 10 with Yishun, Jusin, Granger, Lancelot, Gatokacha, Harif, CC, Farsa,
They call me a hero.
Interesting.
Because I
But
saved my
I think
nation
there's also
from
another thing
falling
to take
apart.
note is that some of the stats that you see from MPL ID and also from MPL PH is a little bit skewed, because they started the leaks before the next up patch and also the next update. So yeah, but right now, Jusin being selected by the side of Team Evil, you saw how Bougie could use that to great success.
Yep.
Team Evil are looking to do that again. Now, Sayla is a very interesting mid laner, right? Usually, if you want to there are 2 kinds of mid laners in MPL Singapore. There's a Kirkizi that does a lot of damage and goes around and kill, whereas there are mid laners such as Sayla, invisible, outputting damage in the background, but then, you know, unable to do kills, but you can definitely feel his presence.
Okay, this is actually a very interesting draft coming from RSG. Them picking out Chip essentially just directly says that we want to fight you.
Yeah, Atlas is super free right now for the side of Team Evil to pick up.
Yeah, this is scary. I don't know whether Evil will even pick up the Alice, like they prepare for that or whatnot, or would they want to draft so that they can prepare against the Alice?
Seems like they're not going to go for the Alice instead. It's going to be, wait, hold on.
My kiss.
Arlott being selected by the side of Team Evil. RSG definitely going to counter pick that one away.
Okay. So with the jungle that has burst, and so far the MO for Evil when dealing with an Alice is that they want more burst potential. Right now with only Joy as the bursty one, and unfortunately since Jusin has already been picked, their mage can no longer burst. They need to look for some other avenues for that kind of burst potential. And unfortunately right now with the Arlet that has already been picked, there is of course a possibility that the Arlet can still go roam. It could still go XP. What are some of the XP laners that actually can, well, burst?
I don't think so, right? The XP laners right now in this particular patch is mostly just being there, just outputting damage over and over again, doing DPS, basically, right? I think the biggest burst right now that you're seeing thus far is probably Lapu Lapu. Just slap on and then start splitting around. I don't think Hilda is a good idea for EXP laner.
I still kind of think, okay, so if Hilda doesn't work well as an XP laner, then at least it is still a bursty hero that you can put maybe in the roam side. I still want to stick to the idea that Evil needs more burst and needs some shred.
Joy has burst.
Joy has burst, but it's not enough.
I think that's good enough because after that there's also the DPS that the Jusin can also output. Arlot to a certain extent does have quite a decent amount of damage in the early game as well, and also utility. You see the Harry getting taken down away by Team Evil as well because there's a lot of AoEs. If RSG actually locks in audit here, I think that's a little bit crazy coming up from RSG.
Yeah, but I hope that they don't double down on that.
I think you double down on that. AoE Swan Song into an ultimate of Alice. Man, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of CCs.
They will be putting a lot of their eggs in just one basket.
Yeah, basically they're just gonna go by Unga Bunga.
Would it even be one basket or would it be half a basket? To the point that it starts to overflow and become super unnecessary.
Alright, seems like they're not going to go for that one. They're going to go for the Valentina instead. Which is interesting, right? Usually you go for the Valentina to get some of the big ultimates away from the side Team Evil, but looking at that, I think the Final Slash is the only big ultimate that RSG could possibly steal.
Unless they're setting up for something. I mean, they could be setting up for the fact that Evil could be getting big token ultimates, right? Because it is a chip, and it is an Alice after all.
Oh no, okay.
Oh.
That's literally giving the ultimate over to Son of Valentina, right? Locking in the Khalid. That's going to be a gear on it. Arlot then playing the Claude. If I'm not mistaken, this could be our... Oh, this is the second Claude that we've seen thus far.
Okay, so it does seem to be pretty understandable considering the fact that they need one guy that shreds. They need at least one guy to burst. So Evil will now stick to the fact that they have one burst, one shred. The rest is just crowd control.
Interestingly, Claude the last Claude being used was actually by Ash. So is this basically Van's way of saying, okay, I'm going to counterpick this Claude away because you just don't want to give it over to the side of RSG. If not, they're going to get a lot of AoEs. They're going to secure, they're going to finish up their drafting phase with this Bruno pick from the side of Ash. But if you notice how RSG has been playing Ash, right, it's been putting him all the way down to a 4+1 situation all the time. He's just looking at turrets and turrets only.
So, do we have an early game for Evil for them to be able to steamroll?
Khalid. Joy.
Technically, just Khalid and Joy. Actually, you know, Arlot does have a not too bad damage as well.
Yep.
Just bring a Fury Hammer onto him and he should be pretty good to go. Ultimately, they have pretty decent wave clear from the Jusin plus the Khalid combination altogether. They should be able to wave clear much faster than a Valentina plus the chip combination, especially since RSG's mid lane is actually very commodal. They don't have a very large, or rather very high reach. So it will be quite a battle, which is something that Evil will love. They want to fight it out, they want to battle. In fact, there really isn't exactly a true need for them to influence the other lanes in this game. So they might actually just brawl it out in the middle lane, having the Jusin and the Khalid just outright harass and outright just force and push away the middle lanes to stop them from clearing out the waves.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be starting off with powerful, like what you mentioned, right? We're just going to fight for map mid control. wave clear very quickly. The Valentina is going to have to commit a lot more. Level 1 Valentina wave clear is abysmal without the support of the roamer from RSG. That's why if you notice, Chip is also lingering on the other side right there.
So as much as possible, you can see RSG, they're completely sharped out and they're not too willing to get close. The main problem is Valentina always have a problem with reach. And with Powerful that has got very strong base damage out of the Desert Tornado, and the fact that Sayla can pick you up anytime to deal pretty decent damage in early game plus a pretty long crowd control, you gotta be real careful as a Valentina.
Powerful, hard invading alongside with Aether as well. Doesn't really have level 4 just yet, but this counter jungle is gonna impact PTBL in terms of the farm just a little bit. But don't forget, it is still a chip for the side of RSG that the Hoki can definitely abuse.
Yep. So Evil is definitely is playing according to what I would be expecting out of them. High aggression based on their roaming trio, push away the middle lane because of their short reach, and not necessarily just influencing the lanes all that much, because there is not much of a kill pressure coming in from the XP lane. And for the gold lane, Claude is a very self-sustaining hero that has very good mobility coming in with his BMI.
PTBL will be able to scout out Aether down low just a little bit more, force a Phantom Execution out. You can see the slow coming out from Ben with the first skill as well. Will not be able to tag onto PTBL for now, will back off.
Yep, so they're preparing themselves for a fight for the turtle. I understand that they won't be expecting too much fight because they have already seen that Hoki is only at level 2.
Torres down low as well, pops the passive to be able to just survive out of that one. But Ven is actually holding quite strong against Ashe, and that's actually a very good point for the side of Ven, right? Right now, it's just Team Evil sizing up for a turtle fight. It's just them clearing. This is just literally textbook, right? Opening up the map, making sure that all the blind spots are open so that Aether will be able to secure the turtle for himself.
Yep, not just it's not just about zoning them out, but it's really just all about bringing Taurus HP all the way down so that he is not ready to take up a fight up in the turtle lane. Even if he doesn't kill him, it's fine.
Dawn of Ruin already activated by the side of Taurus. First Blood already secured by the side Team Evil. Phantom Execution is going to be able to try to sidestep that one. Raging Sandstorm brought in Havoc by the side of the Team Evil as well. Will be able to land onto somebody from the side of RSG Singapore to kind of sway them. Murphy and Ashe down low just a little bit. Murphy will be able to try to dash away, but Gear unable to commit toward the chase as Taurus is already back from the respawn. PTBL joining in the fight, picks up Gear as a consolation prize.
It's a 1-for-2 trade. They have almost managed to get the final hit onto Murphy. Would be great if they managed to, but oh, Van, right as I said about that, about the self-sustainability, can't get himself away from Bruno just by a hair.
If that is a enhanced football, that would be the doom for the side of Ben. Ben was really lucky right there.
Yeah. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case.
Dawn of Ruin already activated. Aether still secures the turtle for himself. But now it's going to be Aether trying to run in for the hills. Powerful coming and slice and dicing right there. The Raging Sandstorm still being kept for now as RSG disengages.
We've got quite a bit of focus down over to Murphy, being one of the main, easier targets from the side of RSG, right? Because Taurus is not going to be easy to kill. I believe that they will want to ignore him all the way until the late games where DHS as well as Golden Staff is available onto Ven.
Yep.
While PTBL is just a little bit too slippery for them to catch.
Yep.
So most of the time, most of these Raging Sandstorms, and for Sayla, Sayla is more of a disruptor. But for the real catch, really just boils down to Powerful looking for the opportunity onto Murphy.
Yeah, Raging Sandstorm was being kept on just now in that previous sequence right there. And if you notice top side, it's actually kind of interesting, right? Gear's actually holding out quite okay against Taurus, as does Alice, but because of the innate wave clear from the side of Taurus, he's able to just wave clear already very quickly, and then after that start rotating even faster as compared to Gear.
Yep. In this case, I would say that both of Alice as well as Arlott, their ultimates are not exactly very devastating in a 1v1 context. So none of it's not going to change in terms of power level from before level 4 and after level 4. So it will always be a stalemate up in the top lane until someone makes a mistake. In the meantime, down in the bottom lane, there will be a bigger difference because Claude can wave clear so much faster.
Either taking away, okay, it's still PTBL securing his own orange buff as well, but it seems like PTBL working on gear for now. Touch and go. It's a very slow-paced game. This is not something that you expect from a Team Evo game.
The main thing for Team Evil is that they identify who they can actually kill and what can they actually do. The roaming trio can't possibly do anything about chips because that will only put them in a very rough spot. The only idea is actually putting themselves right over to the Valentina.
Sailor showing some love over the side of RSG right there. The turtle ultimately getting reset. The Aether is not ready for any sort of fight. As a Joy, you really need to rely on your teammates to basically set up the turtle first before you go in with the ultimate.
With both of the junglers at level 9. Except for Aether, actually. Aether is only at level 8. So we can clearly see that there is a bit of a discrepancy. Okay, so at least they can come in fight.
Oh, Taurus goes into Thorn of Ruin as well. The Massive will be able to catch onto Powerful. Powerful tries to get on away, flickers back to safety. Members from the side of RSG Singapore will not be able to touch him, but Hoki picks up Sailor as well. Gear going in, try to do the final slash right there, but will not be able to catch onto Hoki. The turtle immediately forgotten as PTBL turn it around, and they are in a very good position right now.
With about 1,000 gold lead for RSG, they definitely want to play for the lanes now. And being able to take away the T1 turret in the middle lane, that is so good for RSG. Honestly, having the Alice in here is such a good pick that completely catches Evil off guard just because of the Juicin first pick. Juicin first pick. And that just gives Evil the lack of burst potential that they usually have in other games.
They're trying to go for this one. Nice Thorn Rose right there, but not good enough. Blazing Duet will be able to land him. The shutdown over the side of Team Evil. And now, at the very least, Ash cracks him in top lane.
Yep, it's a lane for a jungler. Pretty equal, especially since PTBL had a 3-kill spree. We do have a bounty that actually Ven managed to collect for himself, and that will translate over to a DHS.
Mid lane also cracked open for the side of Team Evil. RSG Singapore is actually going the mile in terms of, you know, getting everything they wanted, right? It all started with the Alice pick. Taurus, Thorn of Ruin, the ultimate. It literally just sets up everything for RSG Singapore, laying down Team Evil like it's red carpet.
3:5. Seems like RSG have got more kills, but both of them completely neck and neck. Teetering on a breaking point, these two teams will look out for the Lord in 30 seconds time.
Shortcut right down the bottom lane. Aether immediately getting deleted. Team Evil has to make the trade. They're going to bum rush topside instead.
Trying to trade tit for a tat. No problems at all. They do manage to get all of the side turrets down, at least for Evil. While for RSG, yeah, all 3 down. But Evil, they still gotta have to focus on middle.
Yep. We go towards the later parts of the game where, you know, the likes of Ven should come online. But don't forget, RSG Singapore also packed quite a lot of punch, right? Ash, you've also got Murphy, but hold on a second. Final slash will be able to catch onto Sailor. Sailor activating the ultimate. Nice raging sensor coming out with Powerful. Will be able to catch most of the members from the side of RSG Singapore. Taurus right here down low just a little bit more. Gear trying to dash all the way in. Will not be able to commit murder onto him. But Team Evil right here, they take 1 for now.
More than enough to really scare RSG away, right? They brought down Hoki. No way for him to come back until the end of this Lord take. In the meantime, they get the Lord, but they lose their own purple buff. Not too big of a deal, but RSG SG, oh, they might actually continue.
Hoki activating the ultimate right there, trying to catch one member from the side, Team Evil. Team Evil, however, looks a little bit disjointed. Will not be able to reinforce Gear. Gear ultimately sacrifice over the side of RSG. The tempo for RSG is still going strong.
It's a constellation prize for RSG for losing the Lord ultimately, but they should want to focus onto the side lanes as it is ultimately the easiest way to get some money. And money is what they want. Perhaps not being able to take down the T1 turret is gonna be quite a bummer, but knowing RSG SG, they will defend that like no tomorrow. They just want Van to farm up. It's only 1:0:2, and it's only 10 minutes into the game. Notably, it's only about 12 minutes time, then he will get about 3 items, perhaps. About 3 items, then about 16 minutes, and we'll get the 4th items if the curve continues that way, instead of being able to exponentially get the farms.
Yeah, Malefic Gun is secured by Ash, though Abstract. That's one of... Okay, speaking about power spikes, Aether picks up Holy Crystal for themselves. And now it's just Team Evil setting up, using this Lord to get as much... Ooh, look at how Van... Yeah, look at how Van just immediately melts down mid lane turret right here. Powerful just zoning away the members on the side of RSG Singapore. Sailor also doing the same as well, picking up Taurus as well, just allowing Team Evil to slowly dismantle the defensive structure for the side of RSG Singapore. The holy defense also get proc, and all of a sudden Team Evil is fighting on RSG's side of the map.
Well, I'm surprised. RSG is not trying to push for the defense of their middle lane, because that is really what keeps them holding on.
Aether goes into the ultimate, and now all of a sudden the chip ultimate Raging Sandstorm all the way right there. Nowhere for RSG SG to run as Van picks up Torres, and Sailor will be able to catch onto Hoki, giving that kill over to himself.
That is hands down a shortcut to down under. They put literally that was
true.
Yeah, that was a shortcut into Aether that is prepared to go for the Rhythm of Joy.
Yeah, and not just that, right? Van also comes in with a Blazing Duet. It's just so many AoEs, and now all of a sudden the Hoki's shortcut doesn't look very safe anymore. The final slash isolating Murphy. It's going to be a little bit awkward for the side of RSG Singapore to defend Team Evil. They're playing on the back foot, and now they regain momentum.
You managed to get a little bit of an idea where Evil is stealing their orange buff. But with 30 seconds in until the next Lord appears, Evil now stands tall with a massive advantage over RSG due to economy, due to map control. I think that it is a very big miss coming from RSG to not throw bodies and save their T1 turret up in the middle lane, which is something that we see a lot from other teams, because they really focus and understand the importance of having that T1 turret to defend both of their jungle camps and perhaps the entire part of their jungle.
Yep. Lord respawn right here. Taurus is already on site. The Lord is already getting chunked down, chipped down very quickly. Hoki decides to try to go for the steal, unfortunately, with the ultimate pop already. And now Hoki, unfortunately, will not be able to do anything for now. PTBL working on top side instead. Powerful coming in for the slice and dice. Support the combat committed down in the bottom lane.
As for now, the Lord marches in from the middle with 3,000 gold in favor for Evil. They slowly march their way while Evil hides themselves within the southern part of RSG Singapore's jungle. They look for an opportunity. They synced up the bottom lane. The Lord spins his trident and it goes in.
Yeah, they're looking for a form of entry right here from the side of RSG Singapore. Unfortunately, it's going to be a mid and cracking open mid already. PTBL unable to find a good flank. RSG Singapore is getting locked up inside the base. Nowhere is safe against the tyranny of Evil.
Synced up waves once again in the top and the bottom. They're looking for the one advantage, and probably it's just going to be the initiation role, and that exactly is what they want.
And now they're looking at Taurus right here, goes into the Throne of Ruin at the same time. Murphy tags onto the Raging Sandstorm, but seems like Powerful can also do the same. The Blazing Duet coming off from Ben. It feels like he's untouched at all, but Taurus all the way in the back line, wrecking havoc for the side of Team Evil, and he will be able to bring down Powerful. Ash joining the fray right here. Also Murphy taking the Ven as well. 2 members from the side of Team Evil goes down.
It is definitely still a valuable trade for me. Evil knocking down 2 of the inhibitor turrets while losing 2 of their members. That is not going to help RSG to spiral out of control or anything, but it gives a severe map advantage over to Evil as they prepare themselves for the next Lord. They know that the top lane is the priority because the Lord is going to be at the bottom lane. A naturally pushing lane in the opposite side of the Lord will always come into the advantage in winning in the overall Lord's fight, as you force one person to go up to clear that wave and you fight in a 5v4 game.
So Powerful is riding on a cloud as he rides on the sand. And then he rides the sand on rivers. The physics doesn't work here in Land of Dawn.
this is just about very sneaky plays, I guess. They are playing things a little bit slowly. Everyone is within of their own grasses. Top lane, middle lane completely wiped out, so you're looking for a right timing.
But don't forget, every bush right here is actually very scary, right?
Indeed, yes.
Because Hoki, look at that. Oh,
So
revealed by the lantern.
Yeah, it's all about timing, really. But RSG, I think that the main thing we're looking out for is the initiation route, right? They don't have those big ticket ultimates that can stun everyone else unless you truly want to just send Taurus in, flicker in, and stun them down. While Hoki, I think that the best thing that they can do is just send Hoki, conceal, jump over the backlines, drop the shortcut. That is more than enough of a kind of a slow that allows everyone else from RSG to just flow in. But the question still remains, what is going to keep Evil rooted? They don't have that kind of crowd control.
Hoki, continue play, gets further out. And look at Hoki, one-track mind, just goes and tag onto Ben right here. Sailor goes into ultimate, over the main damage dealer from the side of Team Evil has to back off just a little bit more, and RSG catches nobody. And now Team Evil will go in for the counter-attack. It's going to be Gear stepping forward just a little bit, catching onto BTBL as well. Will be taking him down. Normal jungler for the side of RSG Singapore.
Good flicker coming in from Gear, understanding that offensive flicker will definitely catch up onto PTBL as his puncture marks did not get refreshed. It takes one to know one. As such, Gear hands down just slapped PTBL. Now with a Lord that will be marching in the middle lane with a synchronized wave in the top and the bottom lane. That's just a little bit too much for RSG SG to even handle this.
Yeah, especially when RSG Singapore is just so busy, powerful all the way in the back line, trying to push the damage right here. As Sailor will be able to pick out Taurus. Taurus immediately go down as, ladies and gentlemen, Team Evil triumphs against RSG Singapore.
It seems like the early game moved towards the direction of RSG SG, but it still did not work for RSG SG by the end of the game. It's about how you close the game, not how you open the game.
Yep. That has been a consistent theme that we see thus far for MPL Singapore, right? It's like there are teams that do very well in the early, but then make one small mistake, and then after that, it just spirals out of control.
Now, of course, the thing about this patch is that I noticed even in the other regions, comeback mechanic actually is very limited. There's not really a lot of ways that really give you the opportunity to just immediately snap your fingers and just come back. It all just boils down to proper team fight. If you actually win, then yeah, you actually will come back. Nothing will really sway towards your direction. Just be like, hey, because of this, you are gonna win. Hey, because of this, you have a chance to fight back. Yada yada yada.
Yeah, we've seen some of the teams actually brute force their draft, right? There's certain teams where we did mention that this is actually a draft that works against them, but it seems like once you got your momentum going, once you hit your winning conditions, you're able to do something, right? Yes, you can still hammer and nail with a screwdriver. You just need to use that screwdriver a little bit harder.
Yeah, you can.
You can.
Yeah, you actually can. Yeah, no problem.
Trust me, I'm an engineer.
Yeah, trust me, I'm a
architect.
Yeah.
No, you're a designer.
I'm a designer, but trust me, I'm a homeowner.
Hey, you make me sound like I'm homeless. But anyways, congratulations over the side of Ben. Once again, adding one more count to his MVP count, because this guy is like, what?
6 now, right?
5.
5?
5 counts of MVP when he's only played when he played only 8 games.
So only 3 games that is not MVP.
Yep.
Okay, so where did the MVP go?
I don't have stats for that abstract.
I think
you're asking too much from my Google Sheets.
I mean, this is very comprehensive. I would have expected that everything that happens in the game will be reflected here.
and the worst part is, I'm updating it manually.
Don't worry, I'm helping you, buddy.
Thank you, bro. But then again, you see, you can start to see a very aggressive emblem, especially as we go into the emblem screen, right? Van goes for the Master Assassin Claude. You don't expect this. Usually you go for Tenacity because you're usually playing all the way to the later parts of the game. The last thing you need is you go and Blazing the Way and you get kaput. And also, don't forget, Team Evil's playstyle, if you notice how Van actually uses the Blazing Duet, it is very methodical, right? Just waiting for the right opportunity that's set up by the side of Powerful, and they go in. It feels like Van is slowly becoming part of Team Evil's roster already.
Honestly, it doesn't feel as though there's any form of disconnect. It kind of feels as though they have been playing together for the longest time ever.
They've been playing like, what, 2 seasons? This is the 2nd season they played with each other already.
Oh, not 8?
Oh yeah. Well, no, 7.
7, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 8. This is the 8th season since they were established.
Oh yeah, including season 3. Okay, my bad. I
Yeah,
forgot the plus 1.
season 3.
I forgot plus 1.
Yeah, math.
I can't math.
It's always like 3, then 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Sorry, I need my fingers regardless.
Actually, it is so funny that we're actually stuck on this slide because I can't. Because if you guys switch back to the camera, he's actually pulling out his fingers. And what happens if you actually need to count beyond 20? You bring in your toes.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyways,
that's why.
Just sometimes when things I say, it has to go through a big brain.
But I mean, as long as I understood that,
yeah, but
I will beat you.
We'll talk. We'll take this offline. Anyways, just looking at the stats right here, it's just swinging in the favor of Team Evo. Even though Team Evo had a kind of a bad start, but they're slowly able to pick up because once event start to come online, it's also able to output the damage. And this is a very Team Evo that we expected, right? Usually Team Evo wants to go in and also try to output as much damage as possible towards the enemy, try to take down people. But this time around, now they learned how to macro.
Yeah, I mean, Evo, them, no matter what no matter what people throw at them, they will find an answer.
Yep.
And they are just kind of scary at this point in time. Now makes me think, who is the one that managed to get that one game win against Evo? Let me see.
Oh,
it's Flash. Okay, makes sense.
Oh, I do have the MVP counts
for one of the few games.
Yeah. So remember you asked me the question, who actually got the MVP?
Yeah.
Out of all the games that Team Evo has played.
Yeah.
Sailor has got 1. Aether has got 1 as well. Out of 6 games they played.
So you actually do have information.
I do have that information. I just need to know where to find it.
So comprehensive that there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 usable pages, and the rest is just working stats and formula.
Hey, analysts or team, you can call me. I'm selling the sheet at $5 only, or maybe $4.99.
As his agent, I will say that it's not $5.
Oh dear lord,
it's not $5.
Because it has been proven. It's actually I'm looking back at this game again. It's just such a solid game so far coming up from side Team Evo, right? Like this has been one of the best runs in their career, especially ever since season 3, right? And now they're like literally inching up to be, I don't know, maybe looking to win it, or if they maintain this kind of performance all the way throughout the playoffs.
I mean, to be fair, this season they are largely consistent. Like what we would expect out of them, they will pull it off. Like there are definitely some teams across many seasons, right? We expect them to be this strong. And then when they are coming in to deal with everyone else, okay, yeah, they're good with this game, they're good with this game, they're good with this game, they should be consistent. Until one of these games, they just kaput. And then they start to tilt, and then boom, the team just loses a series. These are things that is very inevitable, and something that we see across these many seasons and in our careers. However, for Team Evo, it's a small sample size for this season, don't mind us, but still, every single game that they play, methodical. Every single game that they play, teamfight magic. Every game that they play, they know exactly what they're gunning for.
Yeah, and I think right now the macro is also starting to show, right? They're able to select good fights, and then after that execute them. They are starting to learn how to punish enemies whenever they make a little bit of a mistake, and they're methodical, right? I think the first game in week 1, day 1, they're a little bit shaky because it's their first performance, but after that, they're just starting to slap.
Yeah, I'm really loving this lineup from Team Evil. I really want to see how they are going to fare in the playoffs, especially since next week onwards, for the final part of the regular season, we're even introducing the Challenger teams.
Oh, I'm excited for that one.
Exactly. Even for the Challenger teams, they themselves, or some of these teams, I think one of these teams
is very scary.
It's very scary.
Yeah.
And we don't get a chance to look at those qualifier games.
I wish we did.
Yep. So even us, we don't have proper information as to how they play, how they evolve. But one thing's for sure is that we have their lineup, and one of their lineup, and it's more than enough.
And that's just based on what I saw on Instagram.
I got it from a reputable source. So
Reputable source.
yeah, from a person. Yeah. From a person.
Okay.
Very strong backing.
I'll check into it production later because
Yeah.
I feel like these names are going to be very important in terms of storyline
Yeah, super
as well.
scary.
But of course,
the
like
organization has very strong backing. Like scary good backing.
yeah, like child prodigy level kind of backing.
Probably, and sometimes even a bit devilishly good.
I think what's next? Also Godzilla as well.
I suppose so. They're as big as Godzilla at one point in time, and sometimes they would even say that they are very enticing. They have very good attraction when it comes down to hooking people in.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Very known for hooking people in.
Yep, and of course one of them has a cutie as well. I feel like we just sprinkle all these teasers, but I feel like some of our viewers already do know who we are talking about.
I don't know what the horse you're talking about.
That's actually a good one. It's like we're trying to play a game on how to, like, what's it called? Revealing the story without spoiling anybody.
Yeah, exactly.
That's actually quite fun. But you know, speaking about spoilers, right? I feel like Team
I want to
Evil
see
right
Evil
now,
fighting them. I'm just gonna put it that way.
Yep, same. It kind of reminds me of the old seasons already.
Yeah, this is gonna be good. But we're gonna have to wait for a little bit longer, right? Because we need to deal with the situation on hand. We need to know how Evil is gonna be fighting up against Team RSG SG. Game number 1 was not too shabby. RSG managed to take a very good hold of the early game. They just need to learn how to keep onto the hold. Just keep their hand grasped in, like super tight, not letting go. Like don't let go at all. With their lineup in the previous game, Lancelot, Chip, Alice, Valentina, as well as Bruno, they seem strong. Early game, they have got maybe not early game, but yeah, kind of early to mid, right? Lancelot does deal very mediocre amount numbers, but fair enough to really threaten the back lines of Team Evils. We even have Bruno can pop off online a lot sooner as long as they win the lanes. Yeah, and Valentina just doing Valentina things despite losing lanes.
Alright, so we're going to go into the random map draw already. We're going to go back into Flying Cloud once again. It feels like we're going through a few maps regarding Flying Clouds. And I think this also opened up an opportunity for us to kind of talk about a little bit in terms of the player head-to-head, right? Because I'm looking at both these two team stats. Of course, RSGSG not doing very well, so it's definitely the data's going to be skewed towards Team Evil. But I think another thing to also take note is like what I mentioned earlier just now. Team Evil has one of the highest average KD, average KD, team KD all across the various teams as well. So definitely that's why they're leading in the top. But of course, in terms of first blood chances, Team Evil is only is actually coming in slightly behind Kingdom Esports, so they're not really exactly as aggressive as what we usually see as compared to last time.
Looks like it's gonna be Flying Clouds again.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, boy.
I just said that.
What?
Huh?
Sorry, I cannot hear you.
Do you mute me again by accident?
What?
They call me a hero.
So what have you been doing? Lip reading all across.
Already got him lined
All
up
this
in
while?
my sights.
I can't hear you. We've got Yishun that's going to be banned out from the side of RSG this time, and let's not forget about the Kimi. I'm not too sure whether there's going to be any care for Alice, but so far, Evil, no problem with Alice. That is 3 games in a row, very statistically correct that Alice have got no threat to Evil at all, even to the point that RSG themselves bans Alice.
Yeah, because right now they're going to go into first pick, right? They're definitely going to start to, I think, pick up PDBL's Lancelot once again as the first pick. Then they opened up Team Evil to pick up the Juicin once again. Juicin also leaked out as well, which is also one of the rare things that you see in this particular patch. But no, okay, he's going to give Taurus that CC. He has quite a few good games on this CC, unable to close it out, unfortunately.
I do like that opening pick on the CC though. Immediately threatens the XP lane pick from the side of Evil, and perhaps even when it comes down to the Roma side. So at this point in time, just probably focus on something else for a tad little bit. I think that focusing down onto mages will always be good. Since the far side is currently open, they can still kind of look towards that. And jungle-wise, I think that Joy did give them quite a good run so far. So I don't see a reason why they wouldn't want to go for that. Unless Lunox is also not too bad of a deal. You can't go wrong with either because they have burst potential. They have pretty good wave clear as well, and your assistance in the XP or in the roam can always come later on.
Ben is going to go back on that 1-1 again. He has quite a few good successes on this 1-1. In fact, this is the second time, well, third time he's bringing in the 1-1, and so far 100% win rate.
100%.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not too shabby.
Yep, but because they've been winning.
Except
most
for
of the
game.
except for one game. Almost a perfect run for Team Evil thus far.
Good enough. With just one game, that doesn't mean anything.
Yep.
Now, Hayabusa as well as the Gato Kacha. Okay, so a bit of team fighty kind of thing, but pretty good at shredding too. I wouldn't say that Gato Kacha is solely just about team fighting, but he's got pretty good, almost global presence. Tanky boy as well. RSG's lineup right now doesn't tell us any information whatsoever. It's a very flexible draft, and I really like it.
I feel like right now Team Evil definitely should pick a roamer because you see Hoki's pick is already picked for the side of RSG. Team Evil should start picking his own, but no, prioritizes the Lancelot first. Surprisingly, getting leaked out all the way to now, Aethan's going to be able to pilot that one. And now we go into the second ban phase.
Among the planes exists
With the Yve taken away, okay, I do like that as well. With if the Yve actually lands in the hands of RSG, they hardly have anything to stop that. Say the Gato Kacha has already been taken away. But let's take a look. Evil, they are lacking of an XP laner and a roamer, while RSG, they are lacking of a gold laner and a mage. So in terms of mage, if Farsa is definitely a thing that they can look out for. Since Juicen has already been taken away, I think that Farsa is a pretty good answer.
Yep. Barca, I think, is very interesting, right, for the side of RSG. Surprisingly, they haven't secured their mid laners as of yet, but I think in this particular patch, there's just way too many things for you to look out for. For the side of Murphy, yes, he did play the Farsa once before, but he has also played Odette and Kimi twice. So maybe these are the two heroes that the side of RSG can be looking out for. Harry gets taken away by the side of Team Evil as well. And of course, RSG start to dock away more heroes from the side of Powerful, the Khalid, and also the Kalia.
With that all done, with Harif taken away also, okay. So they didn't really care about thinning out the mage draft at all. They're going to give RSG completely free of that, but they don't have a direction still, right? We don't have a direction for RSG. How exactly do we want to draft against this? So I think the XB lane, since the CC is already appeared, they want to get someone that can kind of do decently against CC, or at least be able to match up against CC. At least be able to, kind of wave clear that, or have good sustainability altogether.
I think Lapu Lapu definitely fits Team Evil, or basically what Yale would like to play. There you go.
Nice call.
Exactly. It's something that you'll be able to match against CC. But of course, just got some interesting news from the little birdies from the production site. Is that the last qualifier has already finished. So congratulations over to Mayhem and Insomniac. Once we do have the player info, this is going to be very interesting, right? Who are they? Where are they from? Why is there a QR code on your jacket? Yeah. You
want to scan it? That's the IT.
That is such a good segue.
I know, right?
But anyways, it is also like, Lapu Lapu being selected by the side Team Evil. RSG, on the other hand, right now, of course, locking into the...
They have to show their hands now.
The Moskov is definitely wide open, but nope, RSG is not going to go for the Bruno. Going to go for the Bruno instead.
Pick off.
The Warrior is very interesting. On the map like a flying cloud.
Oh, okay. So this is poke. This is single target. Lack of crowd control in some sense. So Evil don't really have to care or be too afraid of this, since everyone would likely be scattered in their own ways of trying to win in their own team fights. Then just play for skirmish. And that's what Evil will do.
I don't know what to feel about Novaria. Like,
me neither.
It's such a
it gives info, that's great.
It's such a high skill level kind of hero. You need to be able to land it. And even if you land it...
It's a skill shot, so...
Yeah, if you land it onto like... I think, can you land it even on Cho because of the mobility?
Yeah.
The land slot is just going to be jumping
Everyone
around.
have mobility.
Correct. So it's definitely going to be a tall order for Murphy to consistently land down the damage over and over again.
I guess the consolation prize is she gives information to the team.
Yeah, then you lose out one damage dealer, right?
Technically speaking, yes.
Then you might as well just bring Novaria as a roamer.
Then you lack crowd control from the Gatukacha, I guess.
Ah, true. Yeah, so that's why I think Novaria is such a coin flippy kind of thing, right? Heck, even right now, if you want to go play, you want to play in Novaria, I think Selena is definitely a lot more easier to execute, right? Because of the...
A little bit slower though.
A little bit slower, but the range, the width is actually a lot easier to land.
Yeah. But regardless, take a look at this. Murphy forced to flicker right off the bat. And remember, because of the fact that there is a Cho, they can wave clear really fast, even if we're looking at a Juicin in the middle lane. They can still match a tempo pretty decently, not to a whole new level though, because it is Gatukacha. Gatukacha plus the Novaria can clear super fast, especially since once Novaria hits level 2, those Astrospheres can really do quite a number.
Hey look, production actually put the QR code for a jacket onto the screen.
Oh yeah, you're right.
First blood given over the side of Aether right off the bat. Well, we're just talking about the QR code. Of course, thank you very much for IT for supporting MPL Singapore Season 10.
Now moving on forward, looking at the lane priority, it does seem as though that the Taurus is definitely going to have a lot of fun as a CC. You will lose out as a Lapu Lapu, but at least once you reach level 4, you will be so much more menacing. It's probably not going to be enough to really win against the CC, but it's still going to be a skill-based matchup down in the XP lane once it reaches past level 4. But in the gold lane, how does that go? You know, Bruno versus 1-1.
Bruno will definitely bully the 1-1 in the early game, but once...
Inspire...
Yeah, no.
So 1-1 can win in one trade. Not at all?
No, not level 1. Level 1...
Pre-4. Pre-level 4.
Pre-level 4, Bruno definitely has a lot more advantage, but level 4 is where 1-1 can try to win. Can try. Keyword is
can.
Try.
Oh, can. Oh, try. Okay.
Both.
Can.
Keywords.
So can is can lah?
Cannot.
Cannot.
I never understood why you guys like to say can is can.
Can is cannot.
Anyways, I don't think Taurus can actually try to survive this one as he gets picked up by the side of Sailor as well. Turtle getting pulled out by the side of Hoki, but the members on the side of Team Evil will be able to pick up Taurus this time round. He cannot survive that one, and Hoki jumping all the way in the back, getting picked up by Sailor. This Juicin is a menace against RSG Singapore. Gear, credit him for that kill.
This is where Hoki just kind of tells his team, you know what, I am going to just throw myself to the enemies and hope that you all can run away. And the rest of the team just be like, can is can lah, but you die lor. That's how you use it. My fellow Malaysian boy.
The headset actually fell. I was so done by that one sentence.
What? Can is can?
Yeah.
But you have never heard of cannot is cannot. Because that doesn't exist. But you know what exists? That Whale of the Dragon onto PTBL. But it's not quite enough to really do anything because he does have Court Shadows to kind of get himself out of there.
Yeah, but which means that, you know, Team Evo is actually going to escalate, right? Let's look at Gear. Man, brother, it's so back.
I thought that you were just saying that he's bad. I was like, what did he do to receive it?
Back.
Back.
He's so back.
For now, right? We are post level 4. XP laners is just gonna be a battle. They don't care about anything. They just focus on their own lanes. I think ultimately this is a game between the mid laners, right? What they're gonna do with their spare time. Once I clear my wave, how do I want to make full use of my time and just apply pressure somewhere else?
Okay, right now we'll be able to be caught by the side of Team Evil. Sailor pops in the ultimate. Hoki AOG will not be able to connect onto anybody. 1-1 jumps away. Ooh, Novaria, that Astral shot kind of missed.
As much as I want to see how that Astral Echo can actually help the team, no other player from the team actually have any form of skill shots or will be able to make full use of the enlarged hitbox. No one else. So it seems a little that the Novaria does seem a little bit out of place. It doesn't really help a lot as a poke team. Technically, it does have small synergy with that Hayabusa because you at least will be able to help the Hayabusa deal additional damage onto someone else that's trying to flee.
Oh, Hoki will be able to reveal himself this time round, taunting Powerful all the way up. Aether working on the turtle instead. Sailor once again picking up a Taurus. Taurus get knocked down by the side of Team Evil, and now the turtle's already got random execution. Touch onto Hoki. Kia slices him down.
Let's also remember that it takes time before Novaria can actually bring out the Astral Sphere.
I haven't seen a very good Cho for a long time. There we go. PTBL. Oh, trying to use a Quad Shadow to try to outplay just a little bit.
Oh, psych!
But he will be able to escape for now.
For now. Unless we have got something to talk about that.
Yep,
exactly.
Shadow kill.
Kill.
Oh, right into the Bravest Warrior. He actually, immune damage from that? Does it make sense?
No, he just have got, I think he just have got pretty good damage reduction. And the Hayabusa just doesn't deal a lot of damage at the point in time.
It's just unfortunate for the side of RSG, right? Like, right now it's just Team Evil just putting RSG, putting a wrench down into the gears of RSG, right? There's nothing that Team Evil could, RSG Singapore could do.
Yep, just kind of putting them in shambles at this point as we speak. Even Taurus himself is not too eager to fight the Brave Warrior right in the face. We're only 6 minutes into the game, and we're looking at what, 6,000 goal lead in favor of Evil. That's crazy.
Oh, Powerful! Another masterclass as well. Tiger, Way of the Dragon also attacks onto Taurus, but this time around may have been with more you can chew. Hoki, the AOG will be able to land onto Powerful, smacking him flat right there. The Astral Echo right here. The shot does land onto Gear, but not enough damage to seal the deal.
One thing's for sure, Powerful, not only does he got in the way of the dragon, but he does have the eye of the tiger. Constantly just looking for these kind of opportunities onto RSG. SG is all fine and dandy. He did lose his life and didn't manage to find any values out of that fight, but ultimately the main thing is they managed to find more farmer for Van across the map because they managed to drag so many people down to the bottom lane just to get a kill onto Powerful.
Yep, and definitely as Van, right, you're definitely going to need a lot more farm for this one. You need like 3-4 items for this one to basically come online. Hoki charging out the taunt just a little bit. Now it's just a 1v2. Gil will be able to get on away. The Bravest Warrior, the Shadow Kill barely tickles the marksman only.
There's not a lot of stacks onto the 1-1 anyways. And it only lands, I think, like 3 shots of the Ogi Shadow Kill regardless. So it's more of a wave clear mechanic coming in from the Hayabusa just to save the lanes for a tad little bit, save that T2 turret. But luckily for RSG SG, they still have got a T1 turret in the lane, which stands tall and very healthy, which is probably the most important objective for RSG.
Yeah, RSG is unable to find any form of weaknesses in the sides of Team Evil, right? Every lane they go, they're just met with sheer dominance. Prototype Team Evil and Powerful. Oh, contemplate looking for a pick-off right here. Would not be able to find anything for now, but it managed to scare off RSG Singapore.
The resource management coming from Evil is impeccable, right? They only have gotten 7 kills in this game so far. That's 1 kill per minute, actually still pretty good, but they have got 6,500 gold ahead. But in the meantime, it does seem like we've got Taurus that's going to be taken down almost immediately.
Yep, Bird blown to pieces right where he stands. Team Evil right now is just leaving no quarters, right? They're literally just stunning onto RSG Singapore. The Shadow Kill will be able to go on. The Astral Echo will attack. Gear coming in for the flank. Will not be able to find anything. But RSG Singapore will disengage for now. But Gear, getting spot out. Bravest Warrior right there. Goes for the slice and dice, but will not be able to attack onto Hoki.
And finally, with 6.7 thousand gold lead, Evil, they can extend this lead even further because they are still waiting for the Lord. Okay, once the Lord appears, that advantage is going to be so much better as it slowly moves and creeps into the base of RSG. This might be a fast game because right now RSG don't really have got the revenue nor anyone to really deal with such heavy onslaught from Evil.
Yeah, and oh my goodness. Right now it's just sheer dominance. RSG Singapore right here. Looking up at the, well, 7k goal lead in the favor of Team Evo. Gear's already so confident. I mean, like, if you're Lapu Lapu, you're so confident enough, you could just go ahead and pick up the Hunter Strike already.
Honestly, having a Hunter Strike on the Lapu Lapu is actually pretty darn good. But in the meantime, it kind of seems as though they almost managed to catch something out of Powerful. But that's not going to be the case. Everyone is still alive, and that's good because the Lord is here.
Yeah, of course, you know, Team Evo will be able to secure this Lord for now easily. And it's also going to be members of the RSG, they've got no way to enter. Hoki dives in with the AOG, he's just going to get melted down.
Slowly but surely, with the Lord coming in from the top lane, every single one of the members from RSG SG is still alive and they are capable of just dealing with this Lord. Namely because of the fact that they do have a CC, they also do have Ashe. But I don't know just how much gold Ashe really have for his side, but the main problem I find is the fact that there is no form of burst damage coming in from the mage. There is no presence and no impact from Murphy, unfortunately.
Yep, seems like this time around, Team Evo sending down the Lord up top right there. A few pokes coming up, even Gear jumping into Bravest Warrior right there. It's RSG Singapore and the Astro Echo will be landed. The top side turret immediately melts and RSG Singapore has no choice but to try to drag and pull the Lord over to the other side.
Finally, with the Lord taken down, they can rest assured a little bit more, but they have already got a broken T3 turret up to the top lane, which is bad. But hold on a second, look at Aether.
Aether starting once again as Team Evo cracks open down bot. Now it's going to be turrets immediately getting deleted by the side of Team Evo. It's going to be here picking up the mega kill. Hoki also double kill. AOG lands into his death and Aether picks up his assassin counterpart at the same time. RSG Singapore, ladies and gents, there is Shadows as Team Evo will deliver a clean sweep against RSG Singapore.
What an MYID style of play! As long as they have at least 1,000 gold per minute for every minute that has passed, they are stomping the game. They know that they can end the game fast, and that's the kind of lead that they want to reach. And Evil, the only outlier in MPL SG that plays like that. The only one that focuses so much on micro mechanics and just play for team fights and just absolutely just trample everyone with it.
I think right now you're starting to see teams, you know, especially the rookies, really put in a lot of effort into the MPL Singapore, right? But apart from that, you know, Team Evo, they're really driving a very tight ship. RSG Singapore unable to find any form of weakness in between the plates.
I do think that this time Ven will not be the MVP though. I think it's finally that Ven not the MVP.
I want to give it back to Gear.
You want to give it back to Gear?
Or
to
maybe
be fair,
actually powerful, right?
Actually, yeah. He managed to kind of set up quite a lot with the Eye of the Tiger. This guy is pretty darn scary.
Of course, the roundhouse kick, right? Especially locking somebody down, just isolating fights over and over again. It's always just constant aggression from the side of Team Evo from the get-go.
Okay, very well deserved. 3 kills, 0 death, and 6 assists. With not a lot of items, to be fairly honest.
It doesn't need a lot of items.
Yeah, I mean, it's early
numbers
game.
Are crazy.
Yeah, it's just War Axe, Broforce Breastplate, Endless Battle, and a Fury Hammer. That is more than enough for them to be able to deal wonders over to this lineup from the side of RSG SG. I think ultimately this game is really just a lack of synergistic options coming in from their lineup, because I don't see synergy. I see players, or rather I see heroes that just want to do well in their own regards. With CC that wants to win in her own lane, Bruno that is very strong in his own lane because of the very early power spike, Hayabusa that can 1v1 opponents and just kill people, Novaria just, I guess, poke and does have pretty good wave clear as well.
Yeah, but if you noticed how, no matter how RSG Singapore decides to take the fight against Team Evo, it's just like AOG just jumping into his depths. Evo catches out Taurus, kills him off, and then moving on to next. Gear is a absolute monster on this Lapu Lapu, by the way. Hasn't died a single time as well. He slices, he dices, and chops up RSG Singapore like it is just Fruit Ninja or something.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, RSG, they don't have got a very good answer to gear because, okay, maybe we'll look at the items and we will find out, right? Because Gear is not exactly a very tanky player, or rather Lapu is not really a tanky player. He just have got very good defenses and what's the
damage
word?
Reduction.
And damage reduction and lifesteal. So we need Dom Eyes, we need we need the Sea Halberd, but it's a little bit too early for the Sea Halberd. Other than that, it's going to be the Glowing Wand. Murphy does have a Glowing Wand, but the caveat is he needs to land it.
Yeah.
And so far, I don't think he lands a lot of those astral spheres.
Yeah.
And that's the problem about skill shot heroes like Novaria.
And not only just the fact that this is the problem about skill shot heroes like Novara. This is also where it's a very mobile team, right? Everybody's jumping around. Lancelot can go iframes. Jusin, well, technically speaking, is a sitting duck. But 1-1 jumps around. And Cho, of course, Jit Kundo's around. So it's definitely going to be super difficult for Murphy to land any form of shots. I think if you want to see whether the Novara was able to land shots, just take a look at the damage dealt. Looks like he's able to land a decent amount, but there's not a lot of follow-up for the rest of the team. Just take a look, Ash is only able to do 15k damage because Taurus is constantly getting taken out immediately, and all of a sudden you just lose your peel, and Team Evil will just trample all across your corpses.
Okay, so looking at the total damage dealt, it seems as though, despite the fact that we feel like there's no impact from Murphy, he does still deal the most amount of damage within of his team. So gotta give credit where credit's due, right? 28,000 damage as compared to, let's say, someone that will always get into people's face and just smashing it, probably Taurus, right? 20,000 damage dealt. But to be fair, Taurus is more of a single target hero, while in the meantime Murphy, I'll still say that. Would you consider the Astral Sphere to be single target, or do you still see that as an AoE?
It's an AoE. It's an AoE as long as people from the side Team Evil stuck together. But if you look at how Team Evil knows how to deal with the Alice, you're rest assured they're just gonna give him an Iron Spread so that the splash damage from the side of the Novara doesn't spill over to them.
As such, it does seem as though we have got a pretty good game altogether from the side of RSG and Evil. But Evil still has got the entire game being, well, captured in essence. 2-0, the only 2-game series of the day, same as yesterday.
And the week. The only 2-0 games that we've got for week 2 is delivered by Team Evil. This shows the sheer dominance of their performance in the regular season in Season 10.
It really feels as though Gear is out here just telling us, our call time is so late, can we just try to end it fast? That's kind of what I can imagine like Gear saying right in front of us, right?
Yeah, I remember you remember we were just talking about him yesterday, right? And he's just literally complaining about the late call time because it has been a super long day for week number 2. It is a 2-1 for 2 matches in a row, and I admit, we are slightly behind time.
We are actually very behind time, right? Considering the fact that all the games are 2-1, right? Some of these games have even dragged on to 20+ minutes. In fact, let's do a quick little recap of today's games, shall we? Week 2, day 2. Week 2, day 2, okay? First game, 13 minutes. Second game, 17 minutes. Game 3, 21 minutes. In that one match, our average game time is roughly somewhere around 16 to 17 minutes.
And fun fact as well, that game earlier just now was the fastest game in MPL Singapore thus far in Season 10.
Oh, really?
Yep.
11 minutes and 5 seconds?
Yep.
Damn.
Ta-da.
Oh, you're right. We're the longest game of 25 minutes.
Which is yesterday.
Which was yesterday, and for today's game, we were almost there.
Yep.
Because for match number 2 between Flash SG and Absolute Zero, it's 14 minutes and 27 seconds, 24 minutes and 34 seconds, and a 16 minutes and 44 seconds, which rounds up the average to roughly about 18 minutes or so.
Yeah, and with that said, we do have the team standings ready to go. And ladies and gents, let's see how today has shaken up the standings just a little bit. Team Evil and
oh my god, what a surprise!
SG will maintain, surprisingly, mind you, even though they took a loss. Ignite Gaming overtook Kingdom Esports by 1 slot, whereas RSG Singapore and Absolute Zero will be at 5th and 6th place, respectively.
This puts RSG at a so difficult spot because they have lost 4 games altogether. with only 1 point to their name. So unfortunately, I would like to think that Evil and RSG, they've cemented their spot.
Another thing is that if you notice, the points between Ignite Gaming and Kingdom Esports are the same
Head-to-head.
because of the head-to-head. That's why Ignite Gaming is above Kingdom Esports.
Yep. So that game between Ignite and Kingdom Esports that we watched today, was it today? It was actually one of the most important games in terms of stakes as to who is going to be in third, who's going to be in fourth. This is going to be affect their seeding in the playoffs.
Yeah, and of course, don't forget, this is the second last. Today is the last day for the regular. Second last day of the regular season, right? For the seeded teams, the seeded stage, mind you. Because next week, day one, it is going to be where we'll be able to decide who will be relegated down to the Challenger brackets. And as an MPL seeded team, even though Absolute Zero was able to perform such a great showing earlier just now, they still need to go through that one because because coming up next, they'll be going up against Ignite Gaming, and that will be another important one to win.
And in some sense, if Ignite is, playing the way that they played today, it's fair to say that they will be, even the head-to-head between them and Kingdom Esports wouldn't matter because they would have one-upped Kingdom by quite a bit of points already.
Yes, and of course, if Absolute Gaming,
they will threaten Flash as well.
Not only just that, right? Yeah, they threaten Flash just a little bit, and also another thing is for the side of Absolute Zero, I love what I'm seeing thus far. It feels like they're really buckling up, especially with the entrance of Buji. They may stand a chance to win 3 more points, and they will literally shot and guarantee playoffs. So next week is going to be very important for them.
Yep. So make sure you guys don't miss out the games next week. But before we even close up the show, I'd like to take this opportunity to give a huge thank you over to our partners in esports. Of course, when it comes down to the entirety of MPL SG is powered by Moonton as well as Pulse Nova Entertainment. Not to forget our presenting partner IT, which you can see on the lower third down there. Of course, the QR code as per normal. Scan it, you'll get some discount. Don't be like him.
Yep. Don't be like me. Number 2.
Don't be like him.
Sorry, I made a mistake. It's Absolute Zero going up against Team Evo next week.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so yeah. It's definitely going to be very hard for Absolute Zero. I'm sorry. I was like looking at the schedule. I was like, wait, something is wrong here.
And of course, gotta give a thank you over to our official gaming chair partner as well. We've got the X Racer, as well as our other partners in esports, Future Living, as well as Singapore Esports Association.
Yep, and don't forget, ladies and gents, if you want to try your hand at being a new esports player for brand new esports, you may try to join the MCGG Rising Star as well and be the pioneer and be the first esports player for MCGG.
So, what are you waiting for? Go on over and download Magic Chess Go in your, App Store, Play Store, whatever it is, because it is a fun game. It got me hooked, and I can't stop playing Johnsons.
And the best part is that you can also play it without actually not paying. You don't need to pay full attention to it. So it's perfect.
Don't kinda need to.
You don't, as compared to MLBB.
I mean, you kinda.
Yep.
Kinda.
Anyways, with that said, ladies and gents, it is a great week number 2. A very long one.
Very long one.
We got, 6 series with 4 of them going into game number 3. And I feel like I'm gonna ask for overtime pay.
Don't look at me.
Anyways, it's been a fun ride, ladies and gents. My name is Jace. This is Abstract. We hope to see you next week. Once again, of course, my heartiest congratulations for the teams who made it into the qualifiers for today as well. And of course, I'm excited to see one of you to be coming into MPL as well. So I'm very proud of you.
Yep, congratulations to, what's the team name again? Insomniacs as well as Mayhem. Burn is no longer a community player.
That's my literal running joy anyways. That said, thank you very much for today. We'll see you next week.
Take care.